Preface. Warning. Please do not read this book until you read the entire series of The Divine Secret Garden, or you will be lost in space. The information in this book is rather stunning in that it is going to disclose a theory that is quite spectacular. How our world was taken over by gods who have been playing humanity in the good and evil game, and it has all been operated by a royal bloodline that is directly related to the fallen angels who are the lords and rulers in the material form that have controlled this cosmos by stealth. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil was the beginning of all deceptions brought upon humanity, in that it pitted the gods against each other, while they fought over which side was going to rule over humans. The story that I am about to disclose deals with a fallen angel who divided itself into a duality of its own nature. One aspect of these twins was from the tree of knowledge, representing the good, and the other side of the same tree was representing the evil. Same entity playing dual roles. From the very beginning in our world, the battle was waged between two brothers in the flesh who came from a lineage of these royal gods from the stars. One of the brothers represented the sun god, Ra. The other brother represented the moon god, Sin, which had previously been known as the Saturnalia or the Saturn god, as Kronos, the god of time. This Earth story begins on how the older brother was replaced by intrigue via the younger brother, and from that time forward the younger brother was of higher rank via the birthright switch. The Sumerians of the Mesopotamia Valley named these two brothers Enlil, which was now the higher rank Trula, and his name meant Lord of the Wind, or Lord of the Spirit, representing a false Christ. And he went by many names such as Lord God, Jehovah, YHVH, Elion, Alien, etc. The other brother was named Enki, the one who lost his rank, and has now become Lord of the Earth. He was known as the Serpent DNA Magician. He has been called by many names such as Satan, the Devil, the Serpent, and the Dragon. Both sons as well as many others were born unto their father, Anu, and thus their children were called the Anunnaki. The Bible mentions these gods by the name, Anakims. 128 The people is greater and taller than we, the cities are great and walled up to heaven, and moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakims there. Their Sumerian father, named Anu from the cuneiform texts, was called Anak in the Bible, Numbers 13:33. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. These were the gods from the stars. They were also giants, as in comparison to humans. Genesis 6:1-2 And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. The humans were bred through a DNA mixture cocktail that had some of the blood of the gods as well as the blood of the apes found on the Earth program. When I speak of program, I am speaking of an artificial interactive intelligence simulated reality program. This would become the missing link science has never been able to discover, in that how did the ape become human? It was simply done through genetic science via a simulated virtual reality birthing, from the matrical birth, which created their matrix pseudo-womb. From the very beginning, as I have relayed through all my work, that the Father and Christ never created man, they created the seed of man, or the spirit which projects the soul of man. The material matrical birthing of the human was created by the gods from the stars, and then the human was seeded with the souls of the children of the Father along with the children of the gods. The Father nor the Christ have anything to do with this fake illusory matrix. The gods created and rule over this illusory cosmos. Before I move forward, it is important I address an issue that has bothered many about the belief in reincarnation. Many in the religious world always want to point to a scripture in the Bible, which they feel destroys the idea of reincarnation. This scripture was not only vague, but those who take it as absolute seem to forget some other areas in the Bible. Hebrews 9:27 And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment. Now read closely and I will reveal the added error and deception due to the mixing of truth and error. When I first read these verses of this entire chapter, it seemed scrambled. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about it didn't make sense to me. If man could only die once, why were there references all through the Bible of multiple lives? Like Elijah returning to become John the Baptist. And what about Lazarus dying and then he was resurrected and then he died again? What about all the people who somehow came out of their grave after the death of Christ, where it was reported the dead of those that once lived had now come from their graves and walked amongst the living? These people obviously died again. And what about chapters like Ezekiel 37, which it reveals an entire nation of Israel is brought back to life as humans? Now some will say, this is the resurrection, but the truth is, it is not. This is a physical process occurring to humans that are being brought back to life. I explained in other works that the entire philosophy of Ezekiel 37 was revealing the bringing back from death unto life, as the process of a mother giving birth. Ezekiel 37 at 5:8 Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live, and I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Do you recognize this? It is one of the many proofs of reincarnation. This is symbolic code of what happens in the embryo of a mother in her gestation period while carrying a child, and then via the birth canal the baby is born. Notice, the bones comes together, the sinews and flesh wrap over the bones, and the skin covers. The baby is then born, but with no breath. It then is spanked, and just like that, voila, a newborn child has been reborn. Finally, it addresses the one key point, that these were people who once died and now were being brought back to life, but as humans, not spirits, and as we know, humans die as the law of judgment guarantees. Ezekiel 37:9 Then said he unto me, Prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. This is the same breath of life that entered as the neshama into Adam as the breath or wind of God, the breath of life. I learned of these codes long ago, but since then I have seen many more connections in the Bible as absolute undeniable proofs of reincarnation, where it is revealed within the pages of the Bible, as I have revealed all through my works. As well as Jesus taught reincarnation as part of the mysteries of life. But evidently this is still not enough to convince the diehards that believe that reincarnation is some Eastern Oriental myth, and often some even believe it is demonic to even conceive of such things. Now getting back to the verse that many use as their proof. When I asked the Father to reveal to me what this verse was really saying, the answer came back lightning quick. Immediately in my thoughts it said, there was manipulation and words were added to create deception. In fact, what I then learned is that the entire text of Hebrews 9 was deceptively rigged. I have stated that the book of Hebrews has serious flaws within its structural content anyway. It is extremely Jewish in philosophy. First of all, the entire section where this verse is revealed, is speaking of Christ acting in the stead of a high priest, whereas every year the high priest took the blood of animals into the temple for the removal of the sins of the people. It states in Hebrews 9:22, and almost all things are by the law purged with blood, and without shedding of blood is no remission. This is how the Israelites believed, due to what their God had taught them. But the truth is, no spilling of blood can forgive sins. It is amazing how some will reject reincarnation as a myth, but they will accept that spilled blood of something that was murdered can forgive sins. Very weird indeed. However, they used to slaughter animals and drained their blood to typify this inordinate damning belief, as to forgive the sins of the people. And it was done every year by the high priest. This sequence of verses is now replacing the high priest of Israel with Jesus Christ. However, it doesn't fit. The high priest wasn't sacrificed every year, it was the blood of others, or lambs. Hebrews 9:25. Nor yet that he should offer himself often, as the high priest entered into the holy place every year with blood of others. They are comparing animal blood to Christ's blood. It then goes on to say, verse 9:26, for then must he often have suffered since the foundation of the world, but now once in the end of the world hath he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. Now here is where it gets dicey. Not only are they comparing Christ to the blood of animals, but he is also being compared to the high priest. You can't have both. The high priest didn't sacrifice himself every year. But notice, why would they say, for then must he often have suffered since the foundation of the world? How could he suffer often unless he was here often to suffer? As I have stated all through my works, the sacrifice was pre-earth. It happened when the light was sacrificed unto darkness from before the foundations of this world. Therefore, it is speaking of the time before the foundations of this world. It then went on to say, but now at the end of the world he hath appeared to put away sins by the sacrificing of himself. What does this even mean? It appears. Either it happened or it didn't happen. And why would it say, the end of the world? The period known as the crucifixion of Christ was not at the end of the world. The problem is many Jews believe that when the Messiah really does come, it is the end of the world. Therefore, they never accepted Jesus, but may wholeheartedly accept Lucifer when he returns. The wording all through Hebrews 9 is suspect. However, the entire content was all about the high priest as being like Christ, but then it reverts to Christ being like the animals who spilled their blood for the sins of others. Therefore, we must summarize the events here. This entire chapter is all about the high priest having to only come one time to be a sacrifice for the many. And then suddenly the verse of all verses rears its ugly head. Hebrews 9:27 And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment. When did we learn of anything appointed unto man in these verses? To make a statement like this means it was already known. To be appointed means it was self-evident from the laws. But where in the law did it say that man was appointed to die once? If you stick with the context, it is not referring to man or humanity in general, but it is referring to the high priest. It is saying, and as it is appointed unto the high priest to die once, but after this the judgment. And what is the judgment? It is the law that brings about our death. This is what the entire scriptural foundation in Hebrews 9 was all about. Whether it was valid or not, it had nothing to do with what was appointed unto humanity. It was all about what was being appointed unto the high priest. It was saying, the high priest only had to be sacrificed one time to apparently forgive the sins of all. He did not have to be sacrificed continually from before the foundations of this world. Yet even with this it shows these verses are disjointed, disorganized and fragmented. Therefore, there is nothing in these verses that remove the truth of reincarnation, which can be discovered all throughout the Bible. Reincarnation is a fact, and my entire thesis of a divine secret garden reveals this truth in spades. Now it is time for you to witness how these gods have been playing the good and evil game, all at the expense of ignorant humans who have been lied to from before the very beginning of time. Chapter 1. The Great War in Heaven. To begin, it is imperative we start before the beginning of time itself. At one time or another most have heard about the proverbial Great War in Heaven. Many cultures speak of it in their own language and tongue. Many speak of a time where planets, and even galaxies were torn apart, where worlds were destroyed, and even stars were thrown out of kilter. We even see the remnants of such a war inside our own solar system, with rogue meteors as well as the great asteroid belt. Others speak of a great angelic war, where Satan and his angels fought against Michael and his angels. Yet I ask, was this event accurately portrayed to us? Have we been told the truth? No matter how you cut it, It is a symbolic history filled with wonder and awe. Even stories like Star Wars were created to reveal a catastrophic pattern of events that had occurred, and yet in time it has always been symbolized as good versus evil, where it seems that good is always triumphant. I have taken the great task to even dare to challenge the accepted norm, while seeking a greater understanding of who we all are and what may have occurred from before the foundations of this universe and from beyond. My theory comes from multiple sources, including some of the amazing secrets I have uncovered from our history and writings, but more than that, I have been led to comprehend some of the deeper mysteries from the spirit of the Father and Mother. As we begin to unravel more mysteries, there is very little doubt that Earth is made up of many species of humanoid-type entities. We even call other cultures alien, and there is good reason for this. Some cultures even reveal their past as connected to worlds far away, such as the Dogon tribes, who believe their world was based on the twin stars, called the Dog Star or Sirius. Still, we have heard about other cultures and alien tribes who have migrated or somehow been sent to Earth. The aliens came in all shapes and forms. I will begin to formulate how all of this occurred. Also, there are multiple historical accounts as well as biblical stories speaking of the Great War in heaven as Satan and his angels fighting against Michael and his angels. Some of the stories revealed that Michael prevailed, and sent Satan cascading down to Earth to become a prisoner, along with his followers. I have been going over this scenario in my mind for over 50 years and trying to find any sort of connection to this theory that makes better sense from the indoctrination we were given, based upon the interaction of ideas, models, summaries and philosophies. People that know me realize I left the think tanks long ago and I do not participate in any group, sect, religion or a controlled agenda. I seek only for the truth from the Father and then share as I'm able. I am my own person that goes directly to the Father and Mother that Jesus Christ spoke of, and I receive my spiritual guidance there. It is obvious that what I have written does not compare to other works, and it is quite unique. I realize as a human I can err and make mistakes, even when I am trying to understand what the Father is teaching me. Nevertheless, no matter what, I have always been consistent and honor and follow my divine parents as best as I can and then share that revelation with anyone who dares to seek after the same spirit, even if it contradicts every academia in this world. As I began gathering more information as the Father's Spirit was guiding me, I had to perform the most difficult task of all, and that was questioning the official story we have been handed down. I began to look at the fruits of this so-called Great War in heaven, and the results do not add up. I started asking myself, what if the story that Satan lost this war was not completely accurate? What if the bad guys were victorious? What would the outcome be if this story was not as we have been led to believe? And those who sided with the ideology of benevolence were overthrown and defeated. How would this picture look today? We know one thing about war in general: all wars are fought to declare a winner. The benefit of winning a war allows one to conquer, infiltrate, and integrate, and most importantly to take unto itself the spoils of war as well as the prisoners. Normally you do not hear about the losers being granted the spoils of war and receiving the prisoners. It doesn't work that way. More importantly, why would the further ever enter a volley of war in the first place? Let that sink in before you move forward. Why would the further ever need to stoop as low as entering a war? Even if it was just using his angels, there would be no need for war. War is from the realm of the fallen angels. Nothing in the Father's realm could inherently allow for war to ever ferment. Reason being, war is for those who are no longer living in pure spirit energy. It is for something that has deteriorated, where one can be affected by instruments of violence. As we dig deeper, I would think when looking upon Earth, that this world was a great spoil of war. I would not look at Earth as a prison planet to the victors, but to those that were defeated. Any place can become a prison. In Star Trek, they showed a type of a prison planet or an asteroid colony, I believe was called Rura Penthe. This was a barren, cold, desolate place where you couldn't even live on the surface or else one would freeze to death in seconds. In a sense a legitimate hell. Earth on the other hand was in type, a paradise, a Garden of Eden. It was amazingly beautiful, having all sorts of bounty to offer any ruler or conqueror, at least of the flesh. Spirit would not need anything like a material, third-dimensional Earth. However, we have been led to believe that Earth was a prison for Satan and his followers. And yet we fail to ask the all-encompassing questions: how can anything material be a prison for spirits? We must follow through with these questions. If this was the case, and the bad guys lost, then, what are we, as humanity, doing here, as the true children of the Father and Mother, which have been held under the subjection of a very demonic cabal? Why are we here? Didn't our Father win the war in heaven? Then why were placed upon the same planet that Satan and his followers were cast unto? Let's be honest, if the demon warlords were sentenced here, then what is our excuse? How did the losers gain so much power and authority? How did they receive these spoils of war? And yet we must contemplate this even further. If Earth was their prison, then why is it that the prisoners seem to be controlling the planet and the supposed victors are all in its subjugation? We need to further explore these questions. Did Lucifer really lose the great war in heaven, or is this repentance for the children of the Father? And why does it appear that Satan and his angels have full right, reign and power to rule here and maybe vast places also in the netherworld and outer regions? Is this too hard to fathom? Why did Satan ask Christ to bow before him and Satan would give him all the kingdoms of this world? And why didn't Christ correct him and tell this Abaddon of evil to stand down and honor the true rightful conqueror of this war, which was Christ under the power of Michael? Where did Satan get the authority to speak down to the Christ? And if Christ was part of the victory team, why is he having to sacrifice everything to regain his authority and kingship, if he won the war? Christ revealed to us that evil rules this world under the prince and power of the air, known as the God of this world, as Satan. How did this happen if we won the war in heaven? Why are the prisoners operating as the sentries in this prison? When you look at the fruits of victory of any war, the winners are the ones who call the shots. Normally when prisoners are taken, guards from those who were on the victory team are sent to watch over the defeated, and those that lost the war become the slaves of the victors, held in chains and in bondage. The slave workers are always integrated into the new mindset of the victors. In any war the conquerors rule over the prison camp, not the other way around, and certainly the rebels do not get the loot. Something is wrong with this picture, is it not? Now let's backtrack a little and try to figure this out. There is a war in the heavens, great destruction has been unfolded upon the planets and maybe even other galaxies. Now we are told, Michael, and his angels, obviously referring to, as a battle regiment, stood up against Satan, and Michael defeated Satan and his army of angels. Satan was then cast down to earth and supposedly has been here ever since. Here we have vast religious knowledge of ancient events, where spirit beings are engaged in an all-out war. Then how does one lose? How can one be defeated? What weapons could there be to harm spirit beings? It sounds to me like it was a war, a real battle, with both teams having their regiments and trained warriors. Did they have flying ships? Were they launching missiles at one another? What exactly was occurring to where one could lose and then simply be sent to a third-dimensional planet, where it becomes a prison for higher dimensional entities? Now Michael is obviously the angel working for the good side, because he defeated Satan. He must be one of us, right? Well, that is what it appears that we are to assume. Let us take this journey into the light by recreating the war using different tangibles. Why am I doing this? Well, obviously, we are having to accept that what we were taught about this war is legitimate. However, I have already brought out a few conundrums to reveal something ain't kosher here. We are to assume Satan was in a war with Michael. We are to assume both were angels of God, but Satan fell from grace. we are to assume that the rebellion of Satan was rectified in the heavens, and then he was cast to the earth. Sounds simple on paper, doesn't it? We are then to assume that Satan, who had been defeated, met the Christ on earth and Christ was the Son of God, and that Christ had full power and authority, simply because he is the Son of God, which obviously outranks any meager angel right. And yet the pages of the Bible seem to reveal a completely different discourse of events. The reality I read in the Bible is that Christ was under the authority and power of Satan. Christ was under the supervision of the God of this world, which he plainly revealed, was not the Father. Satan then, holding all the cards, asked Christ, "If you would bow down before me, I will give you all the kingdoms of this world." Wait a second, stop the presses. Satan is the prisoner. Michael defeated his ass in the heavens and sent him here to be locked in prison. This is very strange. How did Satan become the ruler over this earth if this was his prison due to losing the war in heaven? However, since the war, it appears Satan is reigning over this planet and is not subjected to anyone. Then where does this place the children of the Father in relation to this conclusion? It is time that the answers begin to come forward from the Spirit of the true Father, and then we will have the puzzle pieces to put this entire picture back together with a whole new production and cast of characters. Are you ready? In the great war in heaven, Satan was not in battle with Christ or the Father. Satan was in battle with Lucifer. Wait a minute, hold your horses, this can't be right. Lucifer is Satan, isn't he? Forgive me for letting the mystery sneak out of the esoteric, but Lucifer and Satan are two separate entities and yet are mystically the same. In the beginning, when the angels were created, they were created androgynous, meaning they had the characteristics of both male and female. This is not strange, it is due to the perfection in spirit. When the Father through the Christ designed children, he created beings likened unto himself. The Father was not just the Father, he was also the Mother. The Father via Christ created everything whole and complete. There was nothing lacking in their creation. The angels had also been created male and female, in characteristics. They could appear as male or female or both at any given time and become the proper representation of that specific gender awareness. We also, as the divine children of the Father and Mother, were created androgynous. There is no marriage in the kingdom of the Father. There doesn't need to be, because we were already whole and complete. However, there was problem when we fell into the duality world of good and evil, where everything was divided and split in two, all things were separated into a polarization of itself. When we came here, we lost our other half because it was separated via the avatar bodies we were given to interact within the world of the matrix, or what is called the matrical birthing process. We lost part of our awareness, and to become whole again, we were given a pseudo-elixir in what was called earthly marriage. It is when a male and a female are brought together to create the missing part in all of us, to bring together what we were told was our complete and entire self. It was a lie. It could not repair the separation that occurred in our soul. The reason is, the soul is not divided, only the illusion that the soul goes through while living in the matrix creates the appearance of division and separation. What occurred is that our soul was being projected into two different avatar bodies, male and female, creating the illusion we are separated. And thus, being separated, we need to access our other half to make us whole again. However, if marriage was bringing the twin souls back together, then there would be marriage in the Father's kingdom, but there is not. In the Father's kingdom, there is no separation or division, all is whole and complete. Therefore, two separate souls cannot align together properly to integrate both into one, because each soul is still part of the complete soul in perfection. Only by delusion and illusion does the soul feel it is divided due to the fig leaf avatar bodies that we wear, called the covering veil, or the computerized program. It is for this reason that human marriages often have more battle and disconnect than a union of the twin souls. Marriage can be a blessing when you find someone who is well suited or compatible. One may even find their segmented other half, but it can be a horrible curse if you find a soul where there is little to no compatibility, especially if one is united with a soulless being or a programmed avatar. Read my series of books called The Time Loop Chronicles. A faulty marriage is like grinding your fingernails upon a chalkboard to be united with an incompatible other half. Now that we have established that spirits are already complete upon creation, it is time we address the problem of our fall into the matrix world of illusion. Lucifer created this realm of polarity where everything is the opposite. Everything is divided, separated, disconnected and detached. This same separation also occurred within himself. If he was going to be the god of both good and evil, he needed to separate himself to foster off this illusion. He needed to split in two, as if he was becoming twins of himself, but not equal twins, but polarity twins or opposites, like the polarity of a battery. He became both God and devil, wherewith he was both good and evil or positive and negative. Just like the two trees that were offered, they are family trees, one of the father and mother and their children through Christ, and the other of the fallen angels and their children through deception. Lucifer was able to do this by using the fourth dimension, as the positive charge linked with the third dimension, as the negative charge. He became spirit and matter linked together. Or another way to view this is, the projector and the projection. Therefore, Lucifer and Satan are one and the same, but are separated as a polarity or as a duality god, one reigning in the fourth dimension in the invisible realm, called the heavens, and the other reigning in the third dimension, called earth. Lucifer is the female half of the spirit, and Satan is the male half. They work together to keep the charge flowing between positive and negative, and that is how this realm is being controlled, by the knowledge of the tree of positive and negative flowing energy. The fourth dimension is the holographic projector sending the projection into the third dimension. The material matrix world is a projection or offshoot of the fourth dimension. The Great War in heaven was about the fourth dimension being separated from the third as two polarity halves. It was when the matrix of duality was created. It was then Lucifer went into a battle with his other half. Lucifer's angels fought against Satan and his angels. Meaning the polarity gods went to war with each other. It stated that Michael and his angels fought against Satan and his angels. The first lesson you will learn in this book and with all my work is that the Father has nothing to do with this lower realm. He does not go to war, he is not involved in violence in any way, shape or form. It is not part of the fruits of the Spirit to actuate strife, wrath, war and battle. Secondly, if the Father was involved, there would be no war of any kind, all he would have to do is speak it, and the results would be final. The war in heaven was a carnal war of lust, desire, wrath, power, jealousy, rage and death. It is called the fruits of conflict. The war in heaven was the separation of the twin powers of good and evil, God and devil. It is how Lucifer began his illusory matrix world of absolute control. It is the beginning of the upper gods and the lower gods. It is when the separation occurred between the watchers and the demons. It is how the dimensions were separated between the fourth higher dimension and the third lower dimension. It was the illusion of separation between the soul and the body. Therefore, Lucifer defeated his polarity twin Satan and sent him into the third dimension to become the polarity charge between them both. Satan the god of the third dimension and Lucifer the god of the fourth dimension, and Lucifer has the greater power and authority. Chapter 1. Continued. The question is, if Lucifer won this war, why not tell us? Well, for one thing, it is because they can't. The entire operation of what is happening has always had to remain stealth for good reason. If we were told that we were being ruled by Lucifer and that the Great War was a war between the gods, then no one would have any excuse to not recognize the truth. We would know who the victors were versus the losers, and then humanity could call upon the real powers from within or without to help us, or at least realize we need help beyond this corrupted realm. The reality of this war was all based in deception, The ones cast down to this world would be those who are calling the shots and ruling the earthly kingdom, sitting in the government seats of power as well as royalty. The losers would be those who were bred to become slaves to this kingdom, to obey and follow orders and to become integrated into the mindset of the victors. It was imperative to make sure the prisoners did not know they were prisoners, allowing them to believe they were part of the victory team. This way the prisoners would follow the God who was victorious and would proclaim obedience to the victory team and damn the loser, never knowing they were being conned, and had become part of the illusory deception. The entire world could be controlled under the guise of good and evil fighting each other, but always believing the good guys won and or will win again, while in truth, they are nothing but fuel for the fodder of the great deception of the war in heaven. When you look at the fruits, it is obvious, the good guys didn't win. It is all a charade and con to get us to follow a behavior of being petty slaves, all under the guise we are following what is right, proper and true. The fourth dimension is the world of God and the third dimension is the world of Satan, yet both are of the same. Lucifer is the good God along with his most obedient followers, called the Watchers. They control this realm from the invisible heavenly world, and they are also known to us today as aliens. And Satan and his followers actively participate in the third dimension, as the lower controllers or gods of earth, yet still under the power of the Watchers, or the upper gods. We were told Satan lost the war and was sent to earth along with his angels. This means the polarity half of Lucifer was sent into a lower dimension along with other polarity twins of the gods. The problem is and has always been, we just assumed Earth was the prison for Satan and his angels. We just assumed that the Father's heaven is where Michael and his angels came from. It never dawned on us that Michael was a chief prince of Lucifer. It reveals the name Michael is, one who is like God. It doesn't say he is like the Father, as is the Christ. Ask yourself, if these were spirit angels, what possible war could there be? We see in our heavens a war did take place, but spirits could not be affected by material violence. Just because a planet may have exploded, do you really believe it would affect spirit beings? What you need to begin to grasp is, the gods were flesh and blood beings by also wearing avatar bodies. When you read the story of Zeus and Apollo and Hercules, these were beings of the flesh. They could mate with women and even have offspring, as humans. Just like us today, when we come here we are divided between soul and body. When we enter the avatar human biological computer we then become attuned to the computer brain, and the soul goes to sleep. Michael was the chief prince of Lucifer. He was his general. He did the fighting for him. Why? Because Michael was likened unto a man. Michael is often mentioned in the Bible as the Prince of Israel, the one who stands to protect Israel. He was known and seen as a man as were other angels, because he was a man, but of higher vibration, for he was also an alien visitor, or angel. Who really was Michael? He was an angel of God. Today we would call him an alien watcher who can take on human form, but he is not human. Michael, or another higher commanding officer, was the angel that spoke to Moses at the burning bush. Michael was the proxy god of this world, as the chief prince. It's stated, in the story of the burning bush, that Moses spoke to the angel of the Lord, because he was the proxy for Lucifer. Lucifer remains in the fourth dimension while sending proxies, or angels, which are messengers to this realm. Therefore, Michael was the proxy god as YHVH of the Old Testament who served as the chief prince of Lucifer, and Satan was in type, his brother. The ancient Sumerians called Michael, Enlil, or Lord of the Spirit. This is because he was a watcher god who could move between dimensions at will. Whereas Satan was called Enki, Lord of the Earth, one who was bound on his belly, unable to walk, so to speak, to slither. Enki became the god of this world, as Satan is the god of this world. Michael, Enlil, was the proxy god angel from heaven, as he maneuvered back and forth, as he was ordered. Therefore, Satan lost the war in heaven. However, being sent to earth was not an imprisonment, it was a delegation assignment where he was to become the god of earth, or the god of the lower matrix simulation program. Part of his duty was to trick humans who are the children of the Father, to follow the polarity tree, the very instrument that Lucifer created. Now, Michael told them not to, but as I explained in my other works, that all of it was a trap to make sure humans failed. Therefore, Satan was never imprisoned on earth. The children of the Father became the prisoners of earth to serve Satan. And Lucifer, under the proxy of Michael, gave us the illusion that we were on the victor's side of the great war in heaven, to bring us into the illusion of good and evil, always believing that one day we would prevail again. Therefore, it was the children of the Father who were sent into the earth prison and were trapped by Satan to follow him in the duality realm, which represented our being placed into a deep sleep, where we left the fourth dimension and become third-dimensional magical-born humans. How then was there a war in heaven? The answer lies in the fact that we have long been part of the Matrix and had long been part of other worlds, planets, and galaxies. The only difference was, we mastered space and time travel using the protocols of the fourth dimension. The war stopped all of that, so all the children of the Father would be sentenced into the Earth program and unable to leave again. The real war in heaven was Lucifer fighting against the children of the Father. It was us that were conquered in the great war in heaven, not Satan. We were the causalities of the war while living on different planets. Satan was simply sent down to Earth to become the prison guard to make sure the children never leave again. We became stuck inside a time loop instead of being free to roam the third-dimensional universe and above. Do you understand? If we were on the victor's team, if the Father really did fight against Satan, and defeated him and sent him to Earth, then why are we Satan's prisoners? Why is he ruling over this world? Why is he called the God of this earth? It doesn't add up. It makes no sense. Something ain't kosher here. I maintain that the Father nor his children would ever be engaged in war unless they fell from their standards, simply because war, violence and killing are not in the character of the Father. The idea was, an angel known as Michael fought for the children of the Father, and yet somehow, we, the recipients of this victory, were in worse shape now than ever before. The truth is, Michael is the God of Israel, which is under the authority of Lucifer, which you are about to learn all about. He goes under different names, for different schemes, but it is all for the same cause. Understand, there is always one truth about good and evil, and that is, good is limited by its very nature and character as to what it can do without itself being corrupted. Evil has no limitations, it has already been corrupted. It can do whatever it needs to overcome any rival in any situation. The problem with people today is they have been led and guided by the true victors, which were the evil cabal, the fallen angels who would do anything they needed to win this battle. Lie, cheat, deceive, kill, and destroy, whatever it takes. And the people have taken this as an honor of their own God, not realizing the Father and Mother had nothing to do with this war. The truth is, good can never follow the ways of evil and come out a winner. They would always be compromised. If good decided to be evil for a short time just to become victorious, it would then become the very same evil. Once good enters the world of evil, it begins to imitate it. It is my contention, the children of the Father were simply conquered as causalities of war, and had no way to defend themselves when the war came upon them. There was no way to fight against these warlord conquerors without having the necessary tools of war, especially the mind of evil. They simply were conquered and then became prisoners, not only of body and mind, but of soul. The question is, why the Father didn't reach out to save them. Part of the problem as it is now, is that the people forgot to turn to the Father and Mother for their help and tried to do it on their own. And doing so became partially corrupted as their enemy was and were taken captive as prisoners of war. You see, there is one thing Lucifer always tries to get us to do, and that is to reject the Father, to become like Lucifer in mind and character in the good and evil game. This means, if you must for the cause of good, become evil, just for a little while, which is fine for Lucifer, because he knows once you do you will be trapped. Remember, he claimed, he was the one and only and there was none like him. He was very jealous. Once we deny the Father, we lose our true protection. I believe we are powerful souls of a grand spirit that is mightier than Lucifer could ever be, but our ways to victory are not through war, but spiritual guidance and direction. We do not need war to defend ourselves. The Father could simply block any attack coming our way, and war would never be needed. Once we turn to the dark side even to protect ourselves, we become part of the malady. And thus, we must pay the penalty of following that path, of which would be prisoners of the warlords. How many times in our life now do we try to do things on our own instead of calling out to the Father, and we fail time and time again. I believe that is the ultimate challenge to become free. The Father knows war is not in our character or in our being, but he also knows we chose to be compromised for self-safety instead of total trust. We tried to save our own lives and therefore we continued to lose them. So here we are again in another war of sorts, always being plagued inside the time loop of our prison, having to deal with this end-time scenario where we either try to fight the battle ourselves, which we are doomed for certain defeat, or we step back as we should have done in the great war in heaven and simply allow the Father to intervene. Sadly, the fruits are proving what the children did are verified because they are doing it again. Some may ask, how do we flee this prison? The only answer is, trust in the Father, that which we didn't do in the war in heaven. We were defeated and our souls were cold, yet all of it occurred due to this holographic world we had been placed within, so we could be controlled without ever knowing we were defeated, by simply erasing all memory from us forevermore, using these human avatar program bodies. And that brings me to asking the question, just what is this holographic world and how did we get here? My answer is based in part in speculation, theory, and viewing how things operate in this lower world. I believe the catch-22 is that there is a matter-type world Earth that was of a different matrix. It was a higher energy world, within the third dimension. Try not to be confused at this point. The third-dimensional matrix world is a projection, it is not real, it is a virtual interactive, reality, simulation. Once upon a time we all lived in the fourth dimension matter universe. The fourth dimensional universe is like the fifth dimension, but it is at a lower vibrational rate due to Lucifer's rebellion from perfection. The vibrational rate was changed when Lucifer and his angels rebelled, and due to the rebellion began to change the energy vibration where Lucifer was automatically lowered into the fourth dimension, which was still replicating the fifth dimension, but Hera then entered the realm of perfection. Lucifer then automatically lost access to all the higher dimensions where the Father's realm of perfection exists. The children of the Father took upon forms as we desired, and as souls we could instantly change from one form to another. It was then we also began to fall into the lower vibrations and became lost. The fallen universe of the fourth dimension began to be filled with alien worlds and cultures. There was very little restriction. One could travel the cosmos at will. As time went on, values were developed, more and more alien races came into being. Worlds had developed their own creeds, philosophies, natures and science. In time wars began. Slowly but surely worlds became defined as separate and unique. Good and evil was being generated all over. The initial polarity separation had begun, but it was not working. The fourth dimension was linked to the third dimensions, and to access them you simply went virtual. Sort of like getting inside a machine that was a virtual reality simulator. As more and more worlds began to turn to evil in their philosophy, the vibration became lower and lower. Matter became denser. Life became more of a burden. And Lucifer was starting to lose control. As the vibrations of the universe became denser and lower, pre-humans were beginning to form new worlds of extreme density until we began to devolve and worlds such as Earth came into existence. As the vibrations, due to evil machinations, sunk to new and lower levels, technology began to arise in the attempt to bring us back to the way we were. We began to turn to technology to recreate what we lost as natural abilities from higher levels of vibrations. Some worlds were still highly spiritual and more evolved, but many other worlds were sinking into oblivion. Wars, turmoils, violence, degradation, loss of spiritual values, and so much more was bringing into light a horrible reality, in that we were creating a prison for ourselves by faulty judgment and lowering our spiritual discernment. Some of the angels decided to become gods over these worlds. And Lucifer was all but losing control. He became very angry and jealous that anyone would follow any other god than himself, especially the lower angels. This is when the great war in heaven began. Lucifer then summoned a legion of angels who would obey, worship and serve him. And their goal was to take down the other angels that decided to become gods. Doing so, however, meant destruction of worlds and billions of lives lost. As the vibrations entered lower and lower, death became a seeming reality that was never known before. As the bodies that were created by the soul mind became more corrupt and dense, they then took upon the illusion of death. The soul began to separate from the body. What we have here is two distinct realities, where the soul mind can create automatically a body and environment to exist within. When technology was created due to the soul sleeping, then that was our way to create these virtual worlds. Vibration is the key. The lower the vibration, the denser matter becomes. The higher vibrational levels create a more energetic elastic body with form. And still higher yet, it becomes an energy body, without form. This is going to sound unbelievable, but Lucifer figured out a way to trap the souls of the children of the Father as well as the gods who didn't see eye to eye with the Supreme Leader. It all happened when technology was becoming more creative, where holograms, simulations and virtual realities all came into existence using technology on the lower denser planets. The reality is, the history of our Earth, as well as many other planets like Mars and Saturn, were inhabited by real human-like beings with their unique shapes, images and likeness based upon their level of vibration and planetary connection. The higher vibrational beings could exist on gaseous worlds, the lower vibrational beings lived upon matter worlds. A soul could exist on a gaseous world, but only a virtual avatar can exist on a material world. On the higher vibrational planets, technology was supreme, beyond any other science, and they led the way into virtual worlds. In fact, the history of Earth already existed and events took place that were recorded. We are simply reliving one of the many recordings of Earth's history while also being interactive. As the technology expanded on the various planets, a new technology was designed called virtual reality simulation, where anyone could relive their selected planet's history. If you think this is strange or deny the possibility of something like this ever occurring, all you need to do is look at our world right now, because what we are experiencing now are the fundamentals of a program that was copied from another history, from another time and place, and due to the virtual reality principle, we are interacting within it as if being in live mode. And the only difference is, we have no future past a certain point where the program must end. We only come to the point in time where we are at the full development stage of AI and artificial realities as a copy of what happened before we entered the virtual world, and that is when our world comes to its end. Entire worlds were adopting this new feature, where more and more souls who had become 4D humans were entering these virtual worlds at a 3D level. The war in heaven was a war in the third-dimensional worlds. This war occurred prior to the Earth program being re-established, and it became the only planet remaining that had human life, at least in the third-dimensional realm. But Lucifer still needed a way to control everyone, and he finally figured it out. Therefore, we witness third-dimensional displacement in our space-time continuum. Because it was a third-dimensional war. If it was fourth-dimensional, we would not see anything representative of a war, like meteors and comets and asteroids, revealing exploded planets, and planets appearing as if they had been mutilated. The movie, Star Wars, depicts this war in heaven. Chapter 2. Star Wars. I remember when I was still in church inside a specific religious group, I went to see the movie Star Wars when it first came out. It was 1977. As I was watching this movie, I could not shake the fact that my mind kept telling me that this was real. The basic venue of this movie was revealing a true pre-Earth history. And yet it went against everything I was being taught. Lucifer's angels were the Jedis and had unique powers, and Satan's angels were of the Galactic Empire, which was formed by one of the original Jedis, which was Darth Vader, who rebelled against his very own. This was when they used to all be connected. The Jedi received their power from an internal aspect of their being, through training protocols and belief, but the Sith Lords and all that were part of the destructive elements turned more to technology to recreate their powers. Therefore, Satan as Darth Vader ultimately failed. Only Darth Vader seemed to be able to summon his powers via the same method as the Jedis because he was part of them, but he became too technological, which caused him to fall from his greater abilities and lose them. At the end of the original movies, Satan, who now appeared as Darth Vader, changed and returned to the Jedis being one and the same with the Lucifer group. This revealed the truth how they were all together in the first place. When Lucifer defeated Satan in the Great War, this is when the gods recreated the heavens and earth, meaning a copy of our heavens and earth were recreated into a simulation matrix with a newer restricted technology, and that is when everything was turned into a virtual reality simulation where we began in the third-dimensional Garden of Eden, which was symbolic of the entire Earth program. But this Garden of Eden was not the original. The original was within the fifth dimension before we lured into the lower energies. Star Wars or the Great War in Heaven is something that occurred in our original future due to the technological evolvement of a planet we used to live on. At this point in our timeline, as we live on simulated planet Earth, we are only at the beginning stages of witnessing this evolvement that was copied from another time and era as we witness the beginning of this technological prowess. The only difference was, our world we used to live on was less violent and more cooperative as a species. It wasn't until we became interactive in this world where we have made massive changes to the spiritual aspect of our simulated planet due to interactive fallen principles. This is because this world has no future, it is a program. Even though we were lost children living side by side with the fallen angels, we had not yet come to the point where we could ever destroy ourselves, until we became interactive. Our interaction and the evolvement of angels who have become extremely wicked and evil has brought this planet to the state and stage it now has become. Therefore, we couldn't have a future now if we wanted, and thus we will witness the end of the program. Souls who had once lived as soul-projected matter beings willfully chose to become trapped inside an artificial simulation, just like souls today are willfully encouraged to enter the technological era more and more. Try to understand what I am saying. What we are witnessing now is simply a modification copy of a world we used to live on after we entered the simulation to create a virtual universe. We have been inside a simulation for a very long time. Before I take you to the next step, I need to reveal some important aspects to this setting. In the original simulation where we entered the war in heaven, when we died, or left a simulated body, we entered back into the fourth dimension awake. The problem with the fourth dimension is that it is unproductive to have any sort of reality of a life as we experience in the lower dimensions. The fourth dimension is a world of illusion brought about with the mind. It appears real. It seems valid, but it is not. It is simply a realm that allows one to experience the mind energies. There is little to no control other than trying to control the mind. As an example, using Star Wars, when the Jedi used their minds to access powers, they were manifesting these powers that we have naturally in the fourth dimension, and bringing them into the third dimension. This takes great abilities, and one can still do this even now if they are well trained. But those powers within the fourth dimension are truly useless, since everyone has the same power there. You can't use it to conquer or destroy your enemy, it is not even possible. When simulations were originally designed, and brought into fruition, we did this to give a form of realism to our life by creating restrictions on our abilities. Simulations were created out of the fourth dimension, which caused us to enter the third dimension where we can now experience some sort of linear reality through illusion. as well as it created a limitation on our fourth-dimensional abilities. Only the well-trained like the Jedis can access their fourth-dimensional abilities. The rest are stuck in the restricted simulation, except for Lucifer and his angels. They are fourth-dimensional and only enter the third dimension when they need to. When we used to live inside a simulation, after we left the simulation we simply entered back into the fourth dimension awake. No one had any control over us when we were there. We could decide what planet we wanted to live on in whatever galaxy we chose and re-enter the simulation. However, this was not serving Lucifer's desire of total and absolute control. He didn't like that we could leave and then do whatever we desired. It was then he decided along with his alien compadres to create a super technology that could entrap a soul permanently. The only way he could do this was to cause the soul to go to sleep, and then he could have total power using their sleeping consciousness to control them in a dream state, a coma. During one of our existences on whatever planet we used to live on, it was decided to create a central planet and make that planet the one and only. The planet they decided on was the original Earth. Some of us lived on the original Earth, whereas most lived on different planets. Those that lived on Earth evolved over time into extraordinary human beings. Even though it was also a simulation, our growth and evolvement allowed us to recreate a simulation within a simulation. We became very advanced at artificial realities within an artificial reality. This was Lucifer's brainchild. He began to realize, I can trap souls forever inside a simulation without them ever knowing they are trapped. I can lure them from planets all over the other created simulations. In the new simulation, he could teach humanity how to recreate the planet's history, and then he added one tiny little provocative trap. Once the planet's history was recreated in a simulation, humanity was enticed to relive any part of Earth's history by entering a new simulation, while they were still inside the simulation. Who wouldn't want to do that? Can you imagine going back into any time in history to relive that moment as an active participant? Just the thought of it would cause millions to sign up tomorrow. However, Lucifer wasn't done. He added a tiny little change via the secret black ops, stealth, mind-controlled powers that be, into the equation using this new simulation. It was brilliant. In the new simulation, he added death and the afterlife as part of the simulation. Wait, what does that mean? Lucifer encoded in the simulation to allow one to die and think they were entering the fourth dimension, because it will appear exactly like the fourth dimension is. The problem was it was not the fourth dimension, it was still part of a simulation of the third dimension, making it appear as the fourth dimension. Therefore, we have never left the original planet Earth of the original simulation. We are still living inside some sort of chamber that gives us the illusion of a separate simulation, which we can never escape from. When we die, we do not enter back into the fourth dimension awake and have our powers and controls. We enter a simulated fourth dimension with extremely limited abilities, but mostly we enter the sleeping inside a chamber believing we have died, but we are still inside the simulation within a simulation. Are you beginning to understand how all of this can take place? The soul does not need food and water, it does not need air to breathe. The soul is eternal. Since the soul can never die, the soul that was inside the simulation, while believing it is real experience, is forever stuck inside the simulation, unless they are helped out of this trap. And the souls of the past have now experienced many lives in many different avatar bodies while never being released from the simulation. It is in effect, in type, an eternal prison of life and death. What we are witnessing now is a program that is a recorded history of a planet we used to live on, but now has become a virtual world inside a virtual world. We became interactive souls inside a third-dimensional planetarium. We are not awake. It is as if our souls are embedded inside a dream, while our soul mind is being used as part of a simulation, as was represented by Adam being sent into a deep sleep and his other half Eve was regenerated into another body, both coming from the same soul. This was an allegory representing all of us in our fall. and the bodies we have are simply computer robotic programmed bodies that are technologically controlled by electrical impulses such as the protons, neutrons and electrons of an atom or atom that allows for interaction, of which the soul is sentenced to live within via the mind, while sleeping, forever. Therefore, the war in heaven was to allow Satan to become the god of this new simulated earth, while Lucifer and his angels remain in the fourth dimension as the Watchers. We know them now as aliens. And the souls of all the Father's children became trapped inside this new artificial spirit, as Christ called it in the lost books of the Nag Hammadi. From this point on, two brothers, Michael the prince of the host, and highest general in Lucifer's army, came to earth, as an alien, as well as Satan, who was defeated in the astral wars, was to become part of the earth program. This is how Satan was cast down. He was sent into the virtual reality world to rule, at a higher level than most humans. Let me put it this way: you have a computer operator, and then you have that which was programmed into the computer. Lucifer operates the computer, while Satan is inside the computer as part of the program, and yet it is all being operated by controlling the mind. Together they began their control of planet Earth under the illusion of good and evil, or God and devil. And thus, we come to Genesis, or what is known as the beginning of the virtual reality matrix, simulated program. It is when the gods who once ruled in the heavens have been forced to come to earth to be players in this new simulated program, where two brothers begin the grand polarity deception. The new virtual reality is now a simulated repetitive programmed planetarium, revealing that in the beginning the gods recreated the heavens and the earth as a copy to the original. It stated, "The earth became without form and went into the void. Its form was destroyed in the Great War, and the void is the electronic energy of the new and improved matrix simulation program." Today all that is left are souls stranded either in the simulated fourth dimension, which is still the third dimension, awaiting to return, or stuck inside the mind realm, or they are upon the simulated earth within the simulation. There are no more souls beyond that of Lucifer's and his angels that are anywhere within the third dimension. All third-dimensional worlds are now past and removed. Chapter 3. In the Beginning. In the beginning, we have accepted that the origin of all things was found in Genesis 1:1, where it states, "In the beginning the gods created the heavens and the earth." This is a misnomer. It is false. This is the new beginning of the physical material universe known as the illusory matrix. The actual beginning of all things is revealed in John 1:1, and even this is a horrible representation of the true beginning. To understand the true beginning, one must read the lost books of John in the Nag Hammadi. It seems one way or the other, the disciple John, who was known as the Beloved, of whom I call John the Gnostic, was shown the truth about the origins of all things, but sadly the Shadow Lords had manipulated most of it, where it is difficult to recognize the truth from the claimed true version of the Bible. John 1:1-3 In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the Father, and the Word was the Father. The same was in the beginning with the Father. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. Many have interpreted this to mean that everything that has ever been created or has come into fruition means that it was created by the word of Christ. This is blatantly false. Christ never created anything that was imperfect. The very idea is near to total blasphemy. There were two creations. One was the Father through the original Word, which was pre-cosmos, and the second was from the gods, or what we would now call the fallen angels. Secondly, it states that the Word was of the Father and the Word was also the Father. This has been misinterpreted also, and many believe when Christ was speaking of the Father that he meant himself. This is not true. The Father and Christ are two separate entities, yet still being one and the same in spiritual nature. I have revealed all about this unique connection in my other books, so I do not want to address this here. Nevertheless, the Father produced the Christ, and it was in Christ where all the children of the Father had manifested from, therefore making Christ also in type like the Father, as well as being the Son. I have revealed that it is no different than when a human father begets a child, who then also begets a child. The father and the firstborn are both known as the father, and the firstborn is known also as the son. It is time that I reveal who the true creators of the material universe really are, and how when the Bible speaks of the beginning in Genesis 1:1 it is referring to a time long after the true spiritual beginning of the Father and the Son, where it stated all things that were created were of Christ. The material creation is referring to another beginning, not the origin of all things. The following memorandum is in reference towards the verse in the Bible, Ephesians 6:12, that reveals, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." The word for principalities is Asher, and it is the root form of Arjun. This term was readily used in the last documents of the Nag Hammadi, however, it has been retranslated into other languages so we do not recognize the comparison. The word principalities comes from the term, "those who existed before the heavens and earth were created." It is referring to the primary ones, or first rulers as the creators of the material realm. It refers to the time of angels and demons before the material programmed universe existed. The actual word Asher refers to the matrix beginning, as in the beginning the gods, Elohim, created the heavens and the earth. Now interesting to note, it also speaks of the rulers in this same verse. Unbeknownst to many, this word comes from the Greek, kosmokrator. It is referencing the creators of the universe, cosmos, the same as the gods in Genesis 1:1, where they created the heavens and the earth. The term cosmo is connected to the word we also use, which is cosmos, representing the matrix universe in totality. The earth, as a planet when used in the Bible is always referencing it as the ground, as land versus the sky or heaven, and it comes from the Hebrew word eretz. It is never represented as cosmos, universe or the heavens. I have revealed in some of my other works, that the material planets are third-dimensional planets, and the gaseous planets begin within the fourth dimension such as the Sun. Thus, the correct translation of the original verse in Genesis should be, "In the beginning the gods created the heavens and the earths." As stated, the term archons were not openly revealed in the Bible unless you personally translated the Greek word, rulers. However, represented by the magnitude of the Nag Hammadi books that were discovered, the term archon relates to the fallen angels as well as the demons were the fallen demiurges. Those of the creation of Christ via the Father, Mother were not called archons, they were called the eons, eternal ones. From the very beginning, there were the archons of the matrix illusion and the eons of reality. The archons became the gods that created this holographic fake universe, as A.R.G.'s artificial reality gods, or the program operators. The eons were the creators and recipients of reality and eternity, thus the name eon represents, for all ages, all time, eternal. This verse is revealing a heck of lot more than what most have ever dreamed. Let's read it again now with a better understanding. For our fight is not against humans, but against those of the spirit in the shadows who have defied the true divine reality. They are the archons of the matrix, the aliens in space, which dwell in our space heavens, and are also the creators of this universe from its origin. This is not a misprint. This is what this verse is reporting, and it supports Genesis 1:1 where the gods created the heavens and the earths as the matrix simulation. I am shocked this verse is still in the Bible, however it is cloaked in ambiguity through misrepresentation and faulty editing. Now we understand a little better what this next verse means. Wherein in times past ye walked according to the course of this cosmos, universe, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now works in the children of disobedience. The term prince here comes from the word archon also. It is revealing this one special archon controls the power of the air, or airwaves, meaning the spirit of dissolution created by the matrix, which creates rebellion and darkness. It is everywhere, Like radio or television waves, it is being broadcasted into all minds to create spiritual lawlessness via the knowledge of good and evil. It is the matrix of a simulated universe. What is ironic about all of this, as I just stated, is that in the last Gospel of John, Jesus tells John that the universe we exist in is an artificial reality, and he called it the artificial spirit. I revealed this in Book 1 of the Divine Secret Garden series. This is the same spirit that works disobedience and rebellion via the power of the air being directed from our space, heavens. These archons are from the very beginning the creators of this false universe, and they control this world and even beyond, using an artificial reality, or a virtual world simulation as an artificial spirit. Therefore, we are not living in the Father's realm of eternity. We are outside of it, experiencing limitation. Chapter 4. Christ brought the knowledge of the Father. For years, I have been uncovering lost knowledge and have willingly shared these things as I have learned them. It has been a difficult road to release much of what I had been taught since I was a child. Certainly, not all of what I was taught was wrong, but a portion of it was leading one in the wrong direction. All you need is a little arsenic in the water to foul up everything. Yet, as the years moved along, I would be given keys to unlock the codes, realizing that so much information that we were taught was filled with error or a false reality. I had to relearn, as well as make mistakes along the way until I could properly add it all up. When I learned the God of the Old Testament was not who we have been long believed, this was not an easy changeover. It took me years battling the error within me, and I didn't give it up so easily. I understand the fight and the process we all must maneuver through when we have been trained to believe in the opposite and have been educated by certain ideological concepts that are so deeply entrenched into the mind, it is nearly impossible to unlearn these doctrinal errors. My changes didn't come without battle and an internal war. I argued, I was distraught, I felt deeply angered within that how could so much of what I had been taught be a misdirection from truth that I had believed we were divinely given. Before you can accept reality and break away from the illusion, you must unlearn the error, and before you can unlearn the error, you already must be open to the idea internally that something is very wrong with the basics of your belief. The Father will not force us to believe anything, he simply reveals keys as stepping stones in the Spirit. When one can begin to start recognizing error, then we must take the bull by the horns and run with it. As we take this knowledge through the Spirit, the Father will add more nuggets of truth. When we fail to accept the change, then we will not receive anything else until we cooperate. If these steps of change have not occurred in one's life, then it is impossible for any real spiritual development, until one changes their thinking. If you are not yet, then it is best you move along and continue with your ideas, until you are ready, or else truth can become poison. Each time I was presented with a change, the Father had to work that new mind in me. I wasn't just handed a gift of knowledge on a silver platter, and then accepted it. That is not how the Father revealed things. I was led every step of the way, by clues that were integrated within my very psyche and spirit. I was challenged to the very core of my being, until it became a personal gnosis or knowing. As I continued to grasp the clues, more information was given to me deep within until it became undeniable that it was hardened fact. And recently, another block of deception has been torn down within me, and the truth has finally reached a new plateau. When I began to realize the real internal truth of why Christ came to this world and what his purpose was, it finally began to dawn on me that our entire foundation was wrong, because error was added into the Bible and in history. Even Christ said that no man had known the Father, had ever seen his shape or heard his voice. This was all code telling each one of us that we were separated from the Father. We were not connected to the Father at any time throughout all of Earth's history and prior, since the fall, until Christ came to bring that connection back within the true children. This means that none of the biblical personages and heroes of the Old Testament Bible, those amazing stories of people who followed God and resisted false gods, were ever connected to the Father. The stories may have been inspired to a point, but these people were not connected at that time. That means Moses, Elijah, King David, King Solomon, and yes, even as far back as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they were not of the Father. They were all following a false god. Are your beliefs shaken? If no man had known the Father, then this means these people were not mentally connected to the Father, or else they would also have known him. It was only when Christ came when that connection was brought back between the Father and his children, for future generations as they were led unto Christ via reincarnation. I am not saying that some of the people of the olden times were not the children of the Father. I am saying until Christ came that connection, which revealed who the true children were, was never there at that time. Whether it was Abraham, Melchizedek, David, or yes, even me and you, as we also had incarnated back in those days. Therefore, all the biblical stories in the Old Testament were nothing more than Lucifer copying the Father in certain areas and degrees to bring about his own lordship. Earth's occupants either followed the pantheon of gods as the fallen alien angels, or even the one God, or were simply being guided by their own personal views and interests, but none of them had known the Father. Without the knowledge of the Father, one is simply cut off, until the time of redemption and restoration, which can only manifest through Christ. The ancients were not connected to the Father. And even when the New Testament referred to these stories as part of an expression of truth, it was to reveal a spiritual nature of the physical aspect, or it was a false addition. When Christ came to reveal the true spiritual law, he used the old law to work from. He didn't remove it, he used it as a base of learning. These stories were all added as part of the false seed mixing truth and error together to create confusion. You cannot change the past. If they were not connected to the Father at that time, then their stories came from another source. I am sorry if this blows up a lot of theories, hopes and ideas. It is now time we learn who these people really were that existed in times past, and where their stories came from and why. It is time we were given a new story, so that we can discover within ourselves if we have a true connection with the Father and Mother of all reality, or will we discover that we have been following false gods and their agendas. Chapter 5. The Generations of the Gods. A very long time ago, alien gods came to this planet and began to live and work on Earth in the area we call Mesopotamia. The ancient myths all began from this area that dealt with the ancient gods. Mesopotamia was a large expanse of area from modern-day Turkey down south touching Iran and Iraq. The Garden of Eden had been revealed by the four rivers that were connected, the Euphrates, Gihon, the Pishon, and the Tigris, as shown on the map above, where it reveals that all four rivers connect in eastern Turkey. These rivers do not connect in Iraq, which is where many have always believed that the famed Garden of Eden was located. Right off the bat we have been subtly deceived as to where the earthly Garden of Eden was established. Interestingly, some modern-day explorers have recently come out and revealed the place of Eden was eastern Turkey, and it is called Göbekli Tepe, exactly where I am now referring to as the upper portion of this map where the four rivers come together. The Sumerian cuneiform tablets revealed how the gods from the stars had come down and began to rule over Earth, setting up royal lineages through the bloodline of the gods. What has been greatly misunderstood, due to rampant deception, is that this bloodline was spawned via Cain, as revealed in detail, in Book 2 of the Divine Secret Garden series. I have revealed the importance of Cain and how we have been cuckolded because we were led to believe that Cain's bloodline was destroyed during the flood and Seth's lineage is the one that continued. As I pointed out in the second book, that Noah came from Cain's bloodline, although Seth was later integrated. This was conveniently distorted so we would not recognize the truth of these blood royals and where they disseminated or were seeded upon Earth. Therefore, Noah and his family were not just some survivor of a great worldwide flood, but it is where the Bible begins to take us through three distinct royal lineages that were spawned by Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the three sons of Noah who were connected back to Cain. These were blood royals perfect in their generations as they had been since the time of Cain. There were obviously more humans living on the earth after the flood, of which brought into view many different races, creeds and colors, and that the idea that all mankind was erased except for this family of 8 members is not only incorrect, but is quite absurd. Even the Elohim giants continued to live on from caves that they had hid within all throughout the earth, even North America. If this family, as it was reported of Noah, was perfect in their generations, then they only represented one race. So where did the other races of humanity come from after the flood? Amazingly, the other races were survivors also of the Great Flood and were displaced all over the earth, but because they were not of the chosen race, at least, yet, they were deemed as non-existent. Noah's Ark was not about saving the last remnant of humanity. It was about saving the blood lineage of the gods that was inseminated earlier, so they could continue their rule again unabated. These 3 lineages began to roam the earth, as they did prior, and they began in the land of Mesopotamia, which was eastern Turkey, and many of Ham's lineage eventually migrated south into what we now know is called southern Mesopotamia, and then later to Africa and other regions. Shem continued to remain where they had begun, in eastern Turkey, and Japheth went east through Asia. How do we know this? Because where did the ark find its home? The Bible says the ark landed on Mount Ararat in eastern Turkey, the exact geographical area where it had all commenced from the beginning. Obviously, Noah's family didn't start moving around the earth as soon as the ark landed. It would have taken many generations for them to have even maneuvered away from the area that they had landed upon to sojourn around the planet. Their families would have begun to increase slowly, and would have leisurely built their homes, education ports, places of work, etc. It would have taken many generations for them to have moved a great distance. Now remember, we were told that Ham begat his son Cush, and then Cush begat a son named Nimrod. It was Nimrod that began to build many different cities. This is only 3 extant generations from Noah, that is all. It was not enough time to have conquered the world per se. One of the cities Nimrod built was called Babel, in a place called Shinar, which was a flat plain west from the mountainous area where the ark had landed. These people lost everything during the flood. They had to start all over as if it was the Dark Ages, and the only thing they carried with them was their knowledge that they were the children of the gods and they were granted power of rule upon the earth. It was their own children that would begin to migrate over the entire earth and then begin to mix in with other races that were survivors of the flood. These were the royal pedigree, the 3 aristocratic royal lineages. When the floods came, those of the original gods that were called the Watchers returned into the heavens of space. Many of the remnant of the gods that were left on earth were killed. It was then that this regal family of 8 were to start the process all over again, so the gods would reign over humans. The story of Nimrod and Babel was all about one thing, and that was they knew where their ancestors came from, and they wanted to build a city and machines that would allow them to have access to the stars. Nimrod was one of the sons of the serpent Satan, so they were looking for ways to get back into the heavens after they had lost the Great War. This was not going to be acceptable. The higher gods deemed that access to the stars was going to be forbidden to the children of humanity to keep humans separated from the gods. This new creed was also given unto many of the children of the gods, or the lower gods as well, and they also would be restricted, at least until the end of days. Therefore, many of the children of the gods were going to be cut off from access. And they were going to be forced to be land dwellers like everyone else. Like a serpent slithering on its belly. Ham's lineage was not chosen to be the true rulers of the scepter line. Although they were royal princes, children of the gods, they did not have the right of birth like Shem did, and therefore became like the rest of humanity, having some power of rule, but not like the power lineage that was being established through Shem. Noah's family had moved west away from Ararat, and they began to find land that could be developed near 2 rivers and other geographical regions that could easily be the foundational home for generations to come. Obviously, they didn't leave the ark and then scatter all over the earth. That is not logical, nor was it feasible. They moved to whatever location that best suited their needs to grow as a family and in time would later move about the earth. I maintain, when Nimrod, the third generation from Noah, came on the scene, that is when the city of Babel was being built. Noah and his family were still in eastern Turkey before they migrated east, west, and south, and that this is the area where it all began. Noah's children had not left Mesopotamia after the flood. In fact, they were not dispersed until during the building of the Tower of Babel, which the Bible refers to as when these people were then displaced upon the earth. It stated that their God had confused the languages and the people were then dispersed and were scattered around the earth. This is when Ham's children went into southern Mesopotamia, and Japheth's children went east into Asia. All of them were related to the blood royals who ruled over all the different regions upon the earth. When Ham's children moved into what we now call Iraq, this is when he set up his kingly lineage, and then Ham's children migrated west and occupied lands between Mesopotamia and Africa. However, there was a major difference between the children as to which son had the blood rule. Many can be princes, but only one line can be kings. Now this does not mean the other sons didn't call their rulers kings, but they were not accepted as the true lineage from a biblical standpoint. However, from a secular view they were also king and queens, often noted as pharaohs. Shem's children became the followers of the one God, a deliverer, the God that claimed that he was the only God, and there was no other gods before him. This is the same God who spoke to Adam and Eve in the garden. His name was Yhvh, or Jehovah, and the Sumerians called him Enlil, and as I revealed it was also Michael the High Prince. Ham's God was unique. Ham's children followed the other God that was in the garden. He was the magician and serpent healer and brother to Enlil. The difference was, the serpent allowed for multiple gods, races, creeds, cultures and various differing beliefs. Remember, he told Eve, if you take of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you will become like the gods. The serpent appeared to want humanity to take part of their godly power, but it was a deceptive supremacy, as the gods were not what many believed. Yhvh did not want humans to have access to their tree, or at least that is what it appeared. As I have revealed in my writings, it was all a ruse and deception to entrap humans as being slaves to the gods. This is the beginning of the greatest deception upon this earth. Ham and his children eventually moved to Africa, and there they ruled and set up royal lineages and began to intermingle with the black race who had come from other heavenly locations, who also became part of the nobility. I have written extensively how the God of the garden was not the Father. He was not Christ. In fact, these humans born of the gods never knew the Father or Christ. Their God was different. Their God was someone who was wrathful, jealous and filled with pride. Their God was Lucifer. Lucifer represents the one God and a central belief system, and the serpent, as Satan, represents multiple gods and beliefs. Now it is time to reveal one of the greatest deceptions on earth, and how it has led to the point where we are now in history. Chapter 6. Old Testament Patriarchs. Most of humanity is not even the slightest bit aware of where the United States of America fits into biblical prophecy. I have spoken to many people and been aware of a myriad of Western and Eastern religious prophetic views, and hardly any of them understand where the United States is mentioned in the Bible. People speak of prophecy. They speak of that tiny little piece of land in the Middle East that most believe is Israel, and they say all prophecy revolves around that area. However, the most militarily powerful nation that ever existed, that has ever been part of this world, most will say that America was not mentioned in the Bible. It is then that you would need to ask yourself, why not? Well, isn't it time we ask, how is this possible? Maybe prophecy is not so predictive after all. If it could fail to grasp the most powerful military machine historically, and nothing was foretold concerning the rise of this great nation? Let's not neglect Great Britain either, where at one time the sun never set upon its flag. Britain ruled the entire planet. Yet I ask, like America, where is Great Britain in the Bible? Well, of course, Obviously to my readers at this stage in the game, you already know, but for those that still do not understand, it is time for an expose. Maybe the truth is, the real identity of these nations was concealed to protect some very nefarious plans at the end of time. I do not want to bore you with a bunch of biblical information, but the fact remains, codes and clues were given in the Bible that few if any have ever deciphered because they were all looking in the wrong place. However, what many have failed to ascertain, is that many of these clues were added by the fallen angels as their own code book, not so much as prophetic insight into the future, but a diabolical plan being waged to control humanity inside a scripted program. So much of prophecy comes from these demonic creatures' own codes. Most Western religions believe that the Bible speaks of the Israelite nations, and that they were a race, a nation, a people, a standard-bearer of beliefs. And that somehow, they were here from the beginning, and now the world believes that tiny little land, which we call Israel, is the remnants of this race of people, and that they were called Jews, and supposedly these were God's chosen ones. Unfortunately for the millions of believers, most of this is historically false. I do not have time to expose everything here as I have painstakingly done in my other writings over the many years. However, what I will disentangle are certain myths that the world has been accepting while denying the real evidence, due to misrepresentation. What I am about to disclose leads to the very day we are living in right now and why certain events are occurring. This may be shocking, it may sound unbelievable, but you must look within yourself to understand that we have been betrayed from the beginning of time and that most everything that we have ever been told is a counterfeit deception and a fabricated delusion. Let's begin. Neither Israel or the Jews are a race of people. In fact, they are no more a race of people identified by that name than Americans are a race of people identified by the name Americans. America is a land, its people come together to create a nation and a country, but it is not a single race of people. It is a conglomerate of many races that create a national identity. Israel is also a national identity, and not so much a race, at least anymore. Now it is time to learn who they really were and are. If anyone were asked, where did Israel or the Israelites come from? The answer by many Christians would be rapid and to the point. Israel are God's people ordained by their father Abraham. You want to know what is interesting? If Western religions were asked, where did the Arab people come from? Guess what the response would be? Not sure, but they are not of God, would be one of many rapid responses. Strange, because Arabs also came from Abraham. The Arabs are the children of Abraham, but they never get any real attention or respect because people say they are not Israelites. The facts, which are based on the biblical representation, are, it has nothing to do with being an Israelite. You know why? Because Abraham was not an Israelite either. I can already hear the chatter of disbelief. Are you confused? It all comes down to royal bloodlines that I revealed in Book 2 of the Divine Secret Garden. It is all about firstborns, and who the father was and even who the mother was and their royal theocratic ascendancy. Abraham had a son with an Egyptian woman named Hagar, who happened to be Sarah's handmaid. The name of this son was Ishmael, and he was born a prince of royalty. Stop the presses. How was Ishmael born of royalty? We shall get to that. Ishmael was born so that Abraham could have an heir to pass unto the chosen one, since Sarah was barren. However, once Sarah did have a child, it changed everything. It was preordained that Ishmael was not going to be the chosen one. Later Abraham's wife Sarah gave birth to Isaac and he became the royal blue blood lineage that the Bible places the key acknowledgement. However, Ishmael was still royalty, and soon you will understand how this all transpired. It is time to comprehend who these people really were. Abraham's descendants were not Israel, because neither a race of people or a national identity, called Israelite, had ever existed during Abraham's time or prior. And if Abraham was Israelite, then why wasn't Ishmael an Israelite? No doubt, some would then reply, oh, because he was born of an Egyptian woman. At this point in time I want to laugh because the ignorance of many is paramount towards what I am about to reveal. Nevertheless, I will let the following expose bring forth a new reality, or a bitter pill to swallow. To find the origin of a person you must go back through their lineage, and that means since Abraham has started all of this through his bloodline seed, then it is imperative to discover where Abraham came from and who he was blood related to. Abram was the son of Terah, and Terah was known within the ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets as a high priest that lived in Mesopotamia, in the land of Ur of the Chaldea. Now the land of Mesopotamia was a name and forerunner of the chief rulers of the people who eventually became Babylonians, Assyrians, Egyptians, Africans etc., and yes, even the famed, non-existent Israelites. Beginning with the tribe of Shem, the chosen one, his children were still in eastern Turkey where Shem's descendants still lived. The Sumerians wrote all about this blood royal lineage as children who came from the gods of the stars. The people of Sumer and Egypt began in the land of Mesopotamia, and even after the flood nothing really changed. Now Terah, Abraham's father, might have been a high priest as the tablets confirmed, but due to the bloodline lineage, it is obvious, verified by secular historical accounts as well as some biblical narrative that also suggests that Abram was a blue blood royal, or within the lineage of kings. Logic prevails that Terah had a brother or parent who was a royal, making Abram a prince. Thus, Abraham was a Sumerian from the dynasty of kings. When Abraham was about to leave his land and heritage and move to Canaan, based on what the Bible references, he had taken a wife from his own bloodline, a daughter of his father, but not his mother. She was known as Sarai, but the problem was she was barren and could not have children. This is taboo for royalty. The name Sarai comes from the root, princess, so this wasn't just any woman, she was royalty also, born of the same father of Abraham. Terah was both the father of Abraham and the father of Abraham's wife Sarai. The only thing we do not know was who was Sarai's mother, but as I move along in this thesis, I will begin to unveil and unravel a lost ancient secret. What this means is, Abraham was from royalty. This wasn't just any family, these were not vagabonds roaming about as desert-dwelling nomads as everyone would have us believe. This family was from the royal kingly line of Sumer. These were blood royals from the gods of the stars. Therefore, Sarah was a princess and Abraham was a prince and his descendants spawned kings, which is undebatable, as you shall witness. It is seldom known that Abraham took another wife. He had other wives and concubines, yet the biblical narrative only speaks of Keturah who Abraham married after Sarah, and Keturah gave him many children also, which would have extended bloodlines of royalty. However, in the Austrian chronicles Abraham evidently married another woman named Susanna, who evidently was also a princess, maybe even a queen, and was the forerunner to the Austrian peoples. You do not just arbitrarily become princes, and princesses and kings and queens. You must be of royal blood. To grasp the backdrop of the greatest truths on planet Earth you must be able to decipher these clues. From the very beginning we have been dealing with kingly lines, and powerful emissaries from the area known as Mesopotamia, as well as Babylon, Assyria, and Egypt. As I stated, Abraham took another wife named Susanna, most likely because Sarah was barren until she was 90 years old. He probably took Susanna as a wife to also produce children, since this seemed to be the norm for these people, but the Bible doesn't really address too much about these other women. Susanna is never mentioned by name except via Austrian historical records. Per Austrian history, Susanna was extremely important, and it appears she may have been Austria's first princess, maybe even a queen. Below is a portion of this Austrian chronicle revealing information about Abraham and Susanna. The Austrian chronicle begins its consecutive history with a man of princely birth, none other than the patriarch Abraham. It is most unique that an ancient Austrian historical record should begin its list of rulers with a Hebrew name, yet, apparently, the compilers of this record who did their work in the 15th century, did not even realize this was the great biblical patriarch. At least this record nowhere states that this was the Abraham of the Bible. And yet this could be no one else because, when the chronology of the chronicle is matched with the story of Abraham in the Bible, all the dates fit exactly. There are no conflicts, the story is harmonious in every detail. Secular history paints a totally different picture than what we have always been led to believe. Yet one thing we know is that there was never any such thing as a tribe or race of people called Israel, until later. The key is, where did they come from and what was their purpose in this world? And who were they? We are now witnessing firsthand that the story we have been handed down, that these people were simply nomads without land or influence, is evidently not true. These were very important and influential people on earth. When I began writing this last book, I knew I was missing some of the pieces to the puzzle, as per the travels of Abraham, which did not make any sense as it was written in the Bible compared to our present-day map, linked with history. I ended up using the geography given to us by unknown academia until I could put the pieces of the puzzle together. I felt either way my story and revelation was sound, even if the geography was a bit askew. I have now begun to piece it all together. The Bible alludes that Abram was from the city of Ur of the Chaldees. He was told to leave his land, because his God was going to give him and his descendants the land of Canaan. If you look at any map, Ur is located directly east of both Israel and Egypt. And this was where Abraham was supposedly from. But then why does he travel to a place called Haran? Notice these two verses, and Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran, and dwelt there. So basically, Abraham on his quest to go to Canaan, which was due west, the family left Ur, and heading towards Canaan, but strangely enough, they ended up traveling north to Haran, and they lived there. The story continues, so Abram departed, as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. These are keys using the available information we have been given. These keys are telling us that the entire trip to Haran and beyond was southbound, and even when he got into the land of Canaan, he was still traveling southwest into Egypt, as it reveals. He went down into Egypt from Canaan. This could not have happened if Ur was where we have believed prior. Haran happens to be located just north of Syria, and it was still known as part of the Mesopotamian Valley. The problem with this text is somewhat confusing, in that it stated they left Ur, ended up in Haran, and there they lived. This is an odd journey for a guy that was told to go to Canaan. Why would he have traveled due north, found a city named Haran, and there they end up making it home for a while? In fact, it must have been quite some time, because Abram was already 75 years old before they left Haran, and most of the rest of his family remained there from that time forward. It is important to grasp that the entire land of Canaan where the Canaanites lived, was from the southern border of Turkey where Syria begins, all the way down to what we now call Israel, towards Egypt. So, when you are looking at a map, the entire area including Syria down to Israel was all Canaan, or the land of the Canaanites, not to mention the various other tribes of people. The map below shows the dark green from Upper Syria to the border of Egypt, south and beyond, where the entire land of Canaan existed. This is the land where with Abram was told his seed was going to conquer and control. We were told Israel dwelt here for a very long time. Notice the city of Ur below the famous Sumerian, Babylonian and Nippur region to the bottom right of the map. It is due east of the area we call Israel and Egypt. Now notice just above the dark green of Syria, this is where Haran is located. Instead of taking a direct shot to the west to find the land of Canaan, as was the initial purpose for the trip, They end up going directly north and moving there for quite some time. Notice closely the above map. 500 years later, after Abraham was promised this land to be given to his seed, it is still the land of Canaan. It would eventually all become part of the Egyptian Empire under Ramesses II. During the 15th century BC, to at least the 9th century BC, based on our accepted chronology, Egypt will eventually control the very area where Abram was promised by his God, that his seed would conquer this land. However, the Canaanites were still in this land, until about the 13th century BC, which I will reveal later. We were told the Israelites ruled here, even King David and King Solomon were supposed to have ruled there by the 11th century BC. So, what is wrong with this picture? Isn't it strange that Abram was promised this land, but it is in the hands of the Egyptians and will remain so until the Assyrians, Babylonians and then the Greeks conquer this area prior to the Romans. And notice above, in Turkey it is called the Hittites and the Assyrian Empire. So, where did Abram come from if he was traveling south the entire time? He obviously came from somewhere in Turkey as part of ancient Mesopotamia, based on what is revealed in the Bible. Abram left Ur and then traveled south to a place called Haran, after his brother Haran had died. Why do I say this? Because it's stated that they continued south when they left Haran. The term continued meant they were traveling south the entire way. How convenient that their entire entourage of people, including Abram and Lot and his family, all ended up finding a place called Haran, inside what we call Turkey of the old Hittite Empire, and it just so happened that they found a place that was named after the brother, who just died. They then stayed in Haran for quite some time, maybe for years, it's stated that, and they came unto Haran, and dwelt there. It goes on to reveal that Abram was already 75 years old when they finally left Haran. I do not believe they just happened to find a place where they moved to, called Haran, and then stayed there for a lengthy span of time. I believe they named the place they landed after the death of their brother, as a tribute to Haran, due to his demise. This means they had some power and pull as to where they went and who they were, due to their royal entourage. And most of that pull would have been in Turkey, not southern Mesopotamia, or Canaan, where Ham's children dwelt. As I stated, Abram and his family were Sumerians married into Egyptians, there is no doubt about it. They came from Mesopotamia, and as I revealed, Mesopotamia extended from eastern Turkey all the way down to southern Iraq. As more information comes forward, I believe Abram was never in southern Iraq. He was in northeastern Turkey, and this is where Ur was originally, until it was either moved, or changed in wars, or it was a created story, not unlike most of the stories considering this strange enigmatic family. Everything from the Garden of Eden, to the famed Noah's Ark and the re-establishment of humanity on earth all began in this same exact area in northeastern Turkey. And what is so interesting is there is a place called Haran, although with two R's, and it exists even today, just inside Syria to the northeast before it enters south of what was then called the land of the Canaanites. I find it odd to even fathom why Abraham would have traveled north, when he was told to go to Canaan in the first place, which was dead west from Ur. Do you believe this is just a coincidence? I don't think so. I believe this is the place where Abram and his entire royal entourage landed and lived for some time until his God told him to go south again, and then eventually his seed was going to be given the land of Canaan. Now this land above Canaan was called the land of the Hittites, which is Turkey today. It's also near the area where many of the disciples of Christ lived and preached, called Asia Minor. I'm beginning to ascertain that the Hittite Empire had become or was always the northern Egyptian Hyksos Empire, as you shall soon realize. But wait a minute, what about Canaan, and the land of Jerusalem and Israel? Wasn't Abram's seed given this land? Then doesn't this mean this was a true Israel? Yes and no, but with a twist. Remember, this land was conquered by the Egyptians. Abram and his family were linked to the Egyptians, as I will fully prove, and his God was from Egypt, as I will reveal. What is important to grasp is that Abram's God told him his descendants would conquer this land. The problem is, Egypt conquered this land, not some group of nomads called Israelites, and this is also validated in secular history to go along with what the Bible version was revealing. Chapter 6 continued. What does this tell us? Either his God wasn't telling him the truth, or his descendants were given this land as was proclaimed, but they were not whom everyone has alleged would be Abram's descendants. At this point is when things get strange indeed. When Abraham left Mesopotamia, breaking away from the Sumerian clan, he eventually went south to Egypt. He was told God was going to give his descendants the land of Canaan, which we now call a portion of Canaan as Israel today in the Middle East. However, Abram ended up going to Egypt after famine plagued the area of Canaan. This is extremely important and it has been downplayed in almost all churches. Before I reveal to you what this journey may have resulted in, let me set this up for you. Here was Abraham, a man of princely birth with his half-sister Sarah, who is also a princess through marriage and birth. Abraham was exceedingly wealthy and had many assets, and yet today the people have portrayed him as a vagabond, just trying to find a new home in a strange world. The following verse reveals a servant speaking of how much Abraham owned. Genesis 24:35 And the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great, and he hath given him flocks, and herds, and silver, and gold, and men servants, and maid servants, and camels, and asses. Notice the term, men servants. We are not talking about just a bunch of nomads following him, these were military personnel. More to come. The original name for Abraham was changed from Abram. The name represented, exalted father. This characterized his noble blood. He was royal. When it was changed to Abraham, it then meant, chief of a multitude, representing him being a top royal or a father of a great lineage, like a scepter ruling lineage. Abraham then enters Egypt with his wife and of all people he meets directly with the Pharaoh. That would almost be like some traveler going to Washington, D.C. on a vacation and somehow, they are brought before the President of the United States in a personal powwow. The likelihood of that is slim to none, but it was even more doubtful for a vagabond desert dweller to meet the Pharaoh, especially if he was, quote, end quote, a nomad. The Bible speaks of this story, but it is so compromised with ambiguity, missing information and misdirection that it leaves one wanting. And few have ever figured it out. However, per the Bible narrative, Abraham instructed Sarah his wife that they needed to tell the pharaohs that she was only Abraham's sister and not his wife, for the pharaoh would want to take her to mate with. Genesis 15:12 The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. Now why would Abraham do that? And why would the Pharaoh want her? Why would Abram feel the need to compromise his wife in this way? Right off the bat, Abraham doesn't sound like he had very good scruples. To even think of trading off his wife like this, was at best in very poor taste and at worst it makes him a pimp. What you need to understand about this story is that it was only a story, added later by rabbis after they had been taken into captivity in Babylon, and then these stories were rewritten by monks long after the event. These were stories revealing codes. Why do I say this? Based on the biblical satire, or the story, Abraham was acting like a coward. He turned his wife into fair game for other kings, because he was afraid of his own life being taken. This is coming from a man that was known as the father of the faithful, that was being led and directed by a god, and he was also of royalty, plus he had an army with him. What was he afraid of? However, this was not the only time this occurred. When the Pharaoh had learned Abraham had deceived him, and his god was punishing the Egyptians because they believed Sarah was fair game, this didn't end it. Yet Abraham's God stood behind him even though Abraham lied, and sent his wife to be bedded by a pharaoh, and supposedly all of this was because Abraham was scared for his life. And the Egyptians did nothing wrong. Genesis 12:17 And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai Abram's wife. Later it happened all over again. When they left Egypt, they ended up moving to a place called Gerar, where the great king Abimelech lived. Once again, Abraham told Sarah, when the king of this land sees how beautiful you are, he will want you as his own, but if he discovers we are married, then the king will have Abraham killed. Shouldn't we ask why, instead of just sucking down this story like it is porridge? Why was Abraham pawning his wife off as some sort of goods for trade to save his own hide? That night King Abimelech took Sarah into his bed, but he did not touch her. What was Abraham thinking? He allowed it to go this far again, and he didn't stop it. What I am trying to say is this never happened. It is a story, with a code embedded, and it had to do with who Sarah was, not what she looked like. This story doesn't end with Abraham either. A late period of time, when Isaac came on the scene, and was married to Rebekah, he also moved to Gerar, and also met King Abimelech, and if the writers couldn't be a little more inventive, they described the same exact event, but this time it was Isaac and his wife. Isaac told Rebekah that they needed to tell Abimelech that she was only his sister and not a wife because of how dang beautiful she was, and Isaac was fearful for his life. It was the same story, because most of these stories were allegories, they were not real events. They were stories that were invented to become a playwright that was set upon another history of another people, hiding from view what was really happening. Going back to this story written about Abraham and Sarah. This allegory is about as insane and ludicrous as can be. First, Abraham's pedigree and his caravan was one of royalty, not a bunch of desert nomads. These so-called lowly desert dwellers even had a meet and greet with the Pharaoh of Egypt, proving these were not insignificant nomads. Secondly, it was not that Sarah was so dang beautiful that some king would have to have her at all costs, even if it meant killing Abraham. Beautiful young ripe women were a dime a dozen at the Pharaoh's and the king's request. The problem with this theory is, Sarah was not some spring chicken. Remember when they left Haran, Abram was already 75 years old. Based on the biblical genealogical graph, Sarah was quite old, probably around 66 years old, and that is if they made this journey all in 1 year, she could have been much older. And then later with King Abimelech, she was even much older. Why would the Pharaoh want a 66-plus-year-old woman? Could it have been because Sarah was blood royal and somehow linked directly to the Egyptian kingdom? What? Hold on to your hat. This is where Sarah's mother comes into play. Remember, her father was Terah, but her mother is never revealed. How unfortunate. It drives me crazy when reading about this story from other writers how they all try to make Abraham and Sarah nomadic Jews, and how this is the mystery of Israel. It is all contrived nonsense. Abraham was not a Jew, nor was his wife Sarah, because Jews never existed. Yet, a pharaoh or king would want her as a wife because of her pedigree. It is that simple. They saw a chance to marry within the Sumerian, Egyptian kingly line and somehow unite clans. If it was discovered Abraham was married to her, then Abraham was an enemy because he had married someone who could be in line to be part of the royal house of the Egyptians, and that would make Abraham a threat to the pharaoh and his lineage and his kingdom. Now why would any of this matter? Because there were two lineages of pharaohs, one was the shepherd kings, and the other was the bull kings, or the sheep and the cattle. It was the difference between religions. Let me jump forward a little and present what happened when Joseph was second in command of all Egypt. Some of this information came from the book by Ralph Ellis called, Jesus the Last of the Pharaohs. Joseph was part of the Egyptians' empire that worshipped Taurus the bull, or the pantheon of gods. However, Joseph came from the shepherd kings who worshipped the god of Ares, the ram, or lamb, or the one god. Somewhere between the 14th-16th Egyptian dynasty a brand new people came on the scene and became pharaohs. When Joseph met his brothers and his father after they fled their land to come into Egypt, Joseph told them to make sure they tell the pharaoh these words. Genesis 46:33 And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? that ye shall say, Thy servant's trade hath been about cattle from our youth even until now, both we, and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians. The reason was these were shepherds, not cattle herders. But all of this was a code. When it was stated that every shepherd is an abomination, it wasn't implying Egyptians cannot stand to eat mutton, that they must have T-bone steaks. What was occurring during these dynasties is that the ages of the stars were changing. The age of Taurus the bull led by Satan was now changing to Aries the ram, led by YHVH. The stars gave these people their religion. Here is what Jacob and his sons told Joseph prior to Joseph telling them to change their story. Genesis 46:32 And the men are shepherds, for their trade hath been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks, and their herds, and all that they have. To decode this, what they were saying was, our people are the shepherds, or the followers of Aries the ram, and we make it our mission to feed or convert the cattle, to come over to the way of the one God. The original Egyptians followed the religion of Taurus the bull, and when it changed, many were never going to release their beliefs over to a new belief system. That was blasphemy, it was an abomination. This was all code of the different religions between the two houses of the pharaohs. Getting back to Sarah, how much do you want to bet that Sarah's mother was an Egyptian wife of Terah, from the lineage of Ham, yet also from royal Sumerian blood, from the lineage of Shem? She had the best of both worlds. Suddenly, this story takes on a new light. Sarah apparently took on the attributes and appearance of an Egyptian as well as Sumerian, because she was half Egyptian. What this meant is she could be used to help convert the bull worshippers, and an attempt to take over the lower kingdom of Egypt, via infiltration. And it is possible Sarah may have had a slightly elongated head due to the crossbreeding with the alien gods which many of the royal Egyptians had in those days, which is now being revealed in our time due to some of the skulls being discovered. I truly believe the video link below depicts Abraham and Sarah, and you will notice that there is an alien UFO ship above them which was of the Watcher gods, sent by Lucifer. And above them all is a female deity who I describe as Lucifer. And notice the two people, there is a sun above them, and this represents the sun god Ra or YHVH that leads them, who will later change to Aten when Moses comes on the scene. Therefore, Sarah would have been recognized as royal blood from an Egyptian lineage, because she most likely carried the marker of her ancestry via her mother with her, when she traveled as a royal emissary. Since Sarai, as she was called prior to marrying Abram, was known as a princess, she either garnered that marker from her father, Terah, and or her mother. Obviously, she had royal genes from both parents, one of Sumer and one of Egypt. It was never about how beautiful Sarah was. Even if they discovered she was Abram's wife and not a sister, then Abram and Sarah would simply have been ignored, if the story handed down to us was legitimate. Abraham didn't just marry his sister of royal blood from their common father, he married an Egyptian royal princess. Therefore, her name was characterized as princess, when she was known as Sarai before her marriage. That is why Sarai already had a handmaid, named Hagar, whom she gave to Abraham as a wife to produce an offspring. How could she do this if she wasn't royalty? And why would Abraham allow this unless he was also connected to Egypt? Now remember, Abraham also took his wife Sarah's Egyptian handmaid named Hagar, and out of her came Ishmael, who was also a prince of princes, so this is not some strange anomaly. Why did Sarah have an Egyptian handmaid? Could it be she was also royalty by pedigree? Genesis 16:1 Now Sarai Abram's wife bare him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. As you will learn, this entire Sumerian lineage had often married Egyptian women, or at least having their children. This practice is called royal intermarriage. Therefore, like Abraham, it is not that far-fetched that dear old dad Terah also had an Egyptian concubine and a wife as being different than Abraham's mother. What was it that the king saw in Sarah that really attracted him? Was it because she was so dang beautiful? You now realize, that would not make any sense. Think about it, a traveler in a royal entourage coming into Egypt and is married to a beautiful woman. The idea that this would make the husband vulnerable to being killed by the pharaoh doesn't really cut it. However, to say she is just my sister freed Abraham from the hands of the king who wanted to make her his Egyptian queen. But to find out that Abraham was already married to her, this would have been a direct threat to his power. Let's be honest, the danger that Abraham was in was far greater lying to the pharaoh, saying Sarai was just his sister, than just revealing that it was Abraham's wife all along. However, if this story was not accurate, then I would say, the king would have to question what Abraham's motive was, in coming to Egypt with an Egyptian queen that he was married to. Do you understand what I am relaying here? Royal intermarriages were used to conquer or unite together with kingdoms of other royal families. Why? Because even within our contemporary history it happens all the time when blood royals mix houses to forge their way into that kingdom to mix within or even conquer them. Marriages were arranged with other royal houses because often it brought about a combined kingdom. So instead of going to war, you simply married into the other kingdom, and voila, just like that you join forces in a collective effort. The story was revealing who Abraham and Sarah really were. And the fact that Sarai's Egyptian handmaid was with her proved Sarai was royalty before she married Abraham. And that is why her original name meant princess. And then to really stretch this, she gave her handmaid to Abram to marry and mate to have children that she couldn't have, at least yet. If they were not already connected to the Egyptians, then Abram could not have accepted this offer. Obviously, there was no problem for Abram in believing he could conceive his chosen progeny using an Egyptian woman, because he did better and they did have a child. This was the real story, the real allegory of Hagar the bondwoman and Sarah the free woman. One was an Egyptian, but it was a servant to Sarah, the other was also an Egyptian, but she ruled over Hagar. One was free, the other a slave. And what is so ironic, is the people of the law, the people of Israel, who eventually were born from the loins of Abraham and Sarah, were the ones in bondage. It was only through Christ that one was free from the law. So, what is this story really telling us? Chapter 7. After the Flood. The information in this book is stunning, nonetheless. Unless you have this information you will never ascertain what is occurring in our world today. Let us now take a few steps backwards in time from this period and let's begin to set it all up. After the flood, Noah's children began to migrate on this earth again as humanity had done prior, and some of Noah's sons and their children left Turkey where they very slowly moved south into the area we call Lower Mesopotamia, which issued forth Babylon, Assyria and later Egyptians, after they were dispersed all over the earth, from the Babel incident. I say slowly migrated because as stated earlier, the Tower of Babel was in Turkey and not in Babylon or Assyria as we have been told. It was after the building of the Tower of Babel is when the children of Noah and their families were then scattered upon the face of the earth. It all began in Turkey. Here was where mankind was reborn, so to speak. Remnants of the numerous and varied nations which all were born when they were divided by the confounding of the language, can still be found here. Turkey has so many archaeological sites that no one has yet been able to count them. Remember, their God confused the languages and then the people were scattered abroad about the face of the earth. And this is when some of the children of Noah, the ancestors of Cain, began to move south into what we now call Iraq and Canaan and then Africa, and east into Asia, but those who moved south began to take over Lower Mesopotamia and built cities and nations again as they once had been by the gods of Sumer. I revealed how Cain in Book 2 was the true lineage of the royal lines of Sumer, and Seth was marked out of history as insignificant. When the Bible, or what we call the Old Testament, was rewritten by rabbis after being taken into captivity in Babylon, in 586 BC, which did not come into print again until circa 7th–9th century and as what we have now called the Old Testament. This is when the story developed into something rather innovative, and Seth was rewritten back in, to make it appear that the Israelites were of Seth versus Cain's wicked line. Obviously, they didn't want the Israelites' leaders to appear as pharaohs. But we must remember, Seth's lineage still had to exist for the plan of enmity to be fulfilled. Obviously, Seth's children made it past the flood. And it is more than likely a crossbreeding was taking place in what we now understand as Genesis 6:1. Where the sons of God took a human woman, and married them. The sons of God would be Cain's lineage, and the humans would be Seth's lineage. So, it is possible that the children of Cain and the children of Seth were blended together after the flood. Therefore, afterwards the new humanity would become both Seth and Cain's children, and that is why we get the same names of both lineages, as I revealed in Book 2. Therefore, royal lineages needed to keep their power to separate the two. This now became more important than even pure blood. The problem is, didn't the scriptures say, Noah was perfect in his generations? Obviously, we do not have hard fast answers to every question, therefore we must stay with the flow as to the overall consistency of the issue at hand. And these other issues will eventually work themselves out. It truly no longer matters about Noah and his perfect generations, because both lines of Seth and Cain would now come together through the three sons who would be seeded with both groups. It is my contention that Noah's three sons were married to women of the Sethian lineage. Their wives were the catalyst to combine both lineages together. The only thing that separated the two was royalty. As stated in Book 1, both seeds now appear alike and almost impossible to tell the difference. Lucifer and Satan would seed their own into the royal lines through reincarnation since they operated this aspect of the program, but the father and mother also seeding their own into the world, and they were also integrated into the dual lineages, such as Esau versus Jacob, as you shall soon learn. However, no matter how you look at this, Shem, Ham and Japheth were brothers of the same blood. They were not three different races. Before the flood, it was the people of Mesopotamia that ruled this world, and this is the undesired fact that many do not like to speak about, is when the gods from above came to earth and began mating with the human women, as it states in General 6. Just like I revealed in my earlier books, how Eve was raped by the serpent and her children Cain and Abel came from this union. It wasn't until Seth was born as the first begotten of Adam that Seth was truly Adam's son. And it was in Mesopotamia where they began to create kingly lineages via the gods. But the flood basically destroyed all that, and when the ark settled it was back in Turkey on Mount Ararat where it all had begun. This is what I call a repetitive aspect of the programmed world. Everything begins again as it had once been. Sort of like a do-over. This area was known as Eastern Turkey, where the Garden of Eden had been located, at the Four Rivers. So, it all began again, and then later is when the Tower of Babel was being erected from where the people were migrating west, into the flat land of Shinar. Therefore, Terah and his son Abraham were directly related to the sons of the gods, from the stars through the blood royal lineage of Eve via the serpent and their spawn named Cain, and then continued even after the flood through Noah's children unto Abraham and beyond. And then the Seth lineage began to be reintroduced within the lineage of Cain, but they were rejected and passed off in history as of non-importance, non-royal, but were readapted to fit into all lineages. It is important that you grasp the fact that during this time, racial heritage or culture was not the key anymore to identify the children of the Father. It is where the soul was planted. If they were of the children of the Father, then they were identified by the soul, not the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood appeared identical, so the only separation was, where did the soul come from, either from the gods, or from the father and mother. Cain's lineage and Seth's lineage had the same exact sons in somewhat an askew order to foster off the deception that they were unique, but in fact they were the same named people. These were Cain's sons, but through intermarriage, they were also Seth's children. However, the one God was very jealous, and didn't want anyone else to be revered as the high God. And this is the crux of the story when the dragon kings from the east, and the shepherd kings and the serpent kings began to rule this world as separate entities, although coming from the same bloodline, through Noah, and his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. It was Lucifer that demanded through his earthly delegation that he would always be known as the one and only God, and Satan was the power and influence over many gods with many names and faces. Lucifer through his angelic counterpart, Michael as YHVH, as well as Melchizedek, chose Abraham to follow him and break away from the pantheon of gods and become an obedient lamb-like follower as one of the primary shepherd kings. Now understand a mystery. If one was part of the lineage of the kings or rulers, it did not mean they were not the children of the Father. The Father could have planted a seed soul into the royal lineage at any given time. I am repeating this because I want you to understand the mystery of man. This ruse has created so much deception on this earth because it appeared as Lucifer and his followers were of the true Father and the Christ. Abraham's dynasty became the royal house from the Sumerian blood ascendancy as the children of God, or children of the gods of the stars as the shepherd kings. This did not necessarily mean that any of their lineage were not the children of the Father. Of course they could have been, but it was hidden knowledge at the time, because until Christ, they were disconnected. From Ham and his children came the people of Egypt, or what was called Mizraim, as well as Assyria and many other nations including much of Africa. The only thing that separated them was the gods and their preferences. Think about that. There was only one race after the flood through the Noah lineage. Other races were now scattered about the earth, having fortunately survived the great flood in small numbers all over the planet, but were left to their own until they were amalgamated by the sons of God, as slaves. Noah's lineage was a single race, and they were Caucasian, as were the gods of Sumer who came from the stars. Not all the gods from the stars were Caucasian. There were different races from different parts of the galaxy when they were all brought into the Earth program. However, the Sumerian gods were Caucasian. It wasn't until Noah's family began to be integrated into the world as they would slowly conquer whatever races were left and then intermingle within them, giving their interracial children a form of royalty also. So now we have 3 kingly lines, one in Upper Sumer, and the other in Egypt, and finally the last one in Asia. The shepherd kings and the serpent kings, and finally the dragon kings. Yet strangely they were all common race related except for their beliefs and no language differences, but when they entered these other lands, that is when they found the diversity of races that had survived the flood. Some may wonder, what was the world like before the flood? The answer will surprise you. It was just like our world is today. Christ said, "So as the days of Noah were, so also shall be the end of days." It is simply a reduplication of events before the restart, called the end of the world, or the last days, or the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Now the Sumer lineage that was then extended through Abraham came from Noah's son Shem, and the original Egyptian line came from Ham. The Asiatic dragon society came from their father Japheth, and played a totally different role over a vastly different and unique people. Yet I won't be covering them much in this book, although they play a key role at the end time. Noah's children continued the blood royal lineages on this earth after the flood, but it was Shem's lineage as the shepherd kings that the Bible gives more weight to, because these were the sheep followers of YHVH. The lineage of Shem is where the biblical royal bloodline continued and remains all the way to Christ, but as you will learn, it is a false Christ and not the true Christ, due to the Jacob and Esau debacle. These 3 bloodlines are the central characters of how blood rule became the pattern of how everything was designed and blueprinted. The Shem bloodline were the followers of the one God. They had their own laws and rules and covenants. They were known as the Egyptian Sumerian Hyksos tribe, representing them to be the shepherd kings, those of the one God. So now we have 3 royal lineages. One was of the shepherd kings, of Shem, and the other was the serpent kings, of Ham. And Japheth represented the dragon kings of the East Orient. Little did I realize when I bought this silver coin, which reveals Noah's Ark, and was minted in Armenia, where Mount Ararat is located, that the world's oldest secret would be embedded into the design of the coin. The secret is revealed on this silver coin, revealing Noah's Ark on the front side and Noah's family crest on the back side. When I realized when I was about to finish this book and noticed this coin, that the crest obviously was handed down from the time of Noah and his 3 sons, and the people of Armenia kept this information. This family crest is revealing the 3 sons, placing upon each son a specific animal behavior, which revealed the nuances of their legacy. The lion on the right represents the shepherd kings, as Shem was the greatest among them. Later this same attribute was ascribed to the tribe of Judah, as well as linked to King David and his lineage, which carried the same scepter of kings, beginning with Terah, Abram's father. The eagle on the left represents Ham, the father to the serpent kings, of the original reign of pharaohs as well as the Babylonians and Romans, before they became interlocked with the shepherd kings in the latter portion of time. Remember Book 3, Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, which was of Ham, was the great eagle as well as the lion, which was of Shem. Obviously, he was a blend of both. And finally, I had revealed that from the east would rise Lucifer once again as the returning Christ, revealing that it was coming from the dragon kings, who were their father, Japheth. These are the kings of the Asiatic world of the Eastern Orient. And sure enough they are known as the White Dragons, and will be directly connected to the Shepherd Kings, proving all the brothers were always related to each other. As amazing as this is, notice to the right of the lion, on the coin and just below is what appears to be a dragon as it comes from the top of the tail, representing the Dragon Kings, which will play a different and unique role in this world. Ironically, it is located on the east side of the coin. From the lion's tail comes forth the dragon as the final son and his royal supremacy. This is Zara, as I will reveal later. From the Judaic scepter line will rise from the dragon kings as the second half of the lion. Therefore, the dragon is coming from the tail of the lion, or representing their rise to preeminence at the latter end of the world. This is the rising scepter of Judah that is now being passed down to Zara from Phares to represent the rise from the east as the breach being healed, as Lucifer is once again restored as king of the earth and Satan is diminished. This coin represents the family crest of Noah and his 3 sons that rule the entire planet under both Lucifer and Satan. It is one big family brought forth from the gods ruling over the humans. Although like the serpent kings, the dragon kings had their own language, as well as created their own creed and belief systems. Even till this day they are represented in the myriad of Oriental Eastern religions, most likely coming from their worlds before this Earth program, but they are all connected now to the same family, even though these other races are under the control of the Sumerian gods. The first one, the Serpent King, was like a predator, likened unto a wolf. The other, the Shepherd King, was a lowly lamb and a passive follower of YHVH, but because of the power of YHVH they had the power of a lion. Eventually, though, the two would meld together in the grand play as intermarriage becomes more prolific. And the Dragon Kings would be separated until they fulfill a powerful end-time role, as also being part of the orchestrated deception. At the end of days where we are at now, both the Shepherd Kings and the Serpent Kings rule from the same royal house of Britain, but the Dragon Kingdom is separate. All of this was prophesied, but most were never aware of who these entities really were. By the time Abraham came on the scene, Egypt was becoming the most authoritative kingdom on earth, and the kingdom in Sumer in Mesopotamia was beginning to wane in influence and power. It was up to Abraham to extend this vital lineage and kingdom over all the earth, via the god of Ares the ram. Lucifer wanted Shem to be the lineage and not Ham. Abraham, who was now high prince of the Sumerians, went to Egypt to do one thing, and that was to establish his rightful reign over Egypt also, thus marrying Sarai the Egyptian princess to create a royal intermarriage between Sumer and Egypt. When Abraham married his own Egyptian blood sister, Sarai, this gave Abraham more power to enter Egypt and take power to himself. Abraham returned to the land of Canaan, the land which received the name via the son of Ham, whom had been cursed due to Ham violating Noah in some sort of drunken misbehavior, causing Canaan to be made as a slave to Shem and his people. Abraham continued per the scriptures to enter the land of Canaan, still being royal blood of Sumer, which today we call Israel in the Middle East. It doesn't appear Abraham ever conquered Canaan. As we learned earlier, Abraham did some traveling, but either way you look at this, Abraham was of royal pedigree, and wherever he went, he was an aristocrat. I will soon show proof that the Canaanites were still very much alive in the land of Canaan, hundreds of years later, and even well after Moses and Joshua, who supposedly conquered the land of Canaan. The giants, many of whom were in Canaan, were some of the gods from the stars, and later continued as human giants due to the crossbreeding of the gods in female women, which was a no-no. There were many different groups of giants, like the Nephilim, Rapha, Amorites, and Philistines, etc. And even after the flood there were still giants, which is proof not everyone died in the flood. These are all codes and clues we need to understand via these broken myths and allegories. Abraham was alive and remained ruler until his grandson Jacob was about 15 years old, and then Abraham died. Isaac would have then taken over the right of rule after Abraham died. The passing of the baton would have been passed to Isaac in his later years, just prior to him passing it off to Esau. One thing we know for sure now: the Canaanites still lived in Canaan long after Abraham, because they were still there during a later pharaoh's time that I will reveal in this book. Canaan was conquered by the Egyptians, which I believe was the Upper Egypt or the Hyksos tribe, with more proof to come. This is Abraham's progeny, where his descendants conquered Canaan. But his descendants were Sumerian, Egyptians by race, not Israelites. As the story continues, an heir of Abraham would eventually come on the scene in the most auspicious ways, and then take over Egypt as a pharaoh. Before we get there, we must begin with Jacob, son of Isaac and grandson to Abraham. Because from here on out the story is going to morph into what we have come to believe today, and it is an atrocious sham. Here we are, from before the beginning of days all the way through Abraham and Isaac and now into Jacob. And yet there is still no such thing as Israel. The nation nor the people had ever existed at all. Chapter 8. The incestuous royal bloodline. Why was it that the main women of God in the Bible who continued to keep the royal line going as the scepter line were always barren, and many times very old before they gave what appeared to be a miraculous birth to a firstborn son? There are two possible scenarios, and I don't discount that both are somewhat correct. First, the women were not barren per se, but they only had daughters and no sons. Secondly, and the most likely predominant reason why I firmly believe that these women were barren is because of incest. Most of the marriages via this royal lineage seem to be unions between family members. It was very important, as I stated in Book 2, that the gods kept the royal lineage pure with more of the blood of the gods than the newly created humans. Just like Abraham married his own half-sister, this was common, and it continued to be common throughout the entire history of these people. Just like the royal houses leading up till our day, nothing has ever changed when it comes to these royal lineages. They all mate within the family. The connections become even more absurd when you begin to realize the incestuous relationships all through this lineage seem to be for the advantage of one royal house over another. However, many in these incestuous lines were born mentally askew, due to this mating. It was hardcore and most never gave it very much thought. When I was younger, being raised in a Christian environment, the story of Abraham marrying his half-sister was extremely downplayed. In fact, as we were indoctrinated with a tad misdirection, we were led to believe that Abraham lied when he told the pharaohs that Sarah was his half-sister, but that wasn't a lie. The lie was he didn't tell the pharaoh she was his wife. In fact, the lie was almost made to be commendable, in that it was stated that even a great man of God had weaknesses, yet he was still forgiven. The idea that he married his sister was extremely downplayed, as if to say, yea, he did marry his half-sister. As if that freed him from incest. And then the subject was never discussed beyond that. Because we were not to challenge Abraham, the father to the faithful, that was tantamount to challenging God. As we have seen, this was more than a lie. This was something extremely diabolical, in that due to the story we were given, It appeared Abraham was willing to give his wife over to some pharaoh and a king for his own protection. But I do not believe this ever really occurred as the story revealed. I believe there was some embellishment. I believe Abraham went to conquer the pharaoh and take over Egypt via intermarriage by religious protocol and decree, but it wasn't time yet. He was using Sarah to infiltrate Lower Egypt to gain followers for his god, because in retrospect this is what this was always about. Yet even though this story was of common knowledge to me as a youth, it never sank into my mind that there was incest, not only with Abraham, but all through his generations before and after. It was steeped in incest, intermarriages, and multiple wives. Everything we have been told is taboo, was quite the norm in those days. Abraham's father Terah had 3 sons that were identified in the Bible as Abram, Nahor, and Haran. These 3 sons were all royal children, and these men were at minimum royal princes. Abraham's brother Nahor, written at times as Nachor, took a wife named Milcah. Who was Milcah and where did she come from? Well, Milcah was the daughter of Haran, who happened to also be the other brother to Abraham and Nahor, the brother that died before their journey from Ur. The name Milcah means queen. These people were often named in these allegorical stories by how they were represented in this world, which dauntingly reveals that these names were added later to fill a historical record of the past, and these were not always their real names. Milcah just didn't mean queen, she was a queen. It is possible in this crazy family lineage that Nahor, brother to Abraham, was king of Sumer during this period. He carried the royal scepter. And that is why he didn't travel with the entourage as the rest did. Genesis 11:29. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah. As you can plainly see in the above verse, that Sarah and Milcah seem to be the most important. Sarah was princess, and Milcah was queen. Nahor married his brother Haran's daughter, Milcah, to keep it all in the royal family. It was just one big happy royal family. Now, Queen Milcah via this connection as the daughter of Haran, and wife to Nahor, had a son and he was named Bethuel. Then her son Bethuel begat a daughter, and her name was Rebekah. Abraham's brothers, Nahor and Haran, produced the lineage that led to the birth of Rebekah, and guess what? Abraham's son Isaac married Rebekah. Now Rebekah's name meant ensnarer, as you will soon learn why. An entire chapter in Genesis 24 is showing how Abraham in his old age was living in Canaan after his flight into Egypt. In fact, when he sought to go find a wife for his 40-year-old son Isaac, he sent his men servants to go back north to Mesopotamia to find a wife for Isaac, because he didn't want Isaac taking a wife of the Canaanites. The servant supposedly went to a city named Nahor, back in Mesopotamia. Genesis 24:10. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand, and he arose, and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor. Where did the city of Nahor come from? Remember when they left her, they came to a city named Haran, which I believed was simply named after their deceased brother. Therefore, Nahor must have had a city named after him also, from where they began their journey, or the city of Haran was renamed Nahor, which is doubtful because the name is still Haran today. What I believe this is saying is, Haran was the city where Nahor had also lived. It was not the city called Nahor, but the city of Nahor. And where was this city? It was in Mesopotamia, of Turkey, where it had all begun. But when did this happen? It does appear that Nahor and the rest of the family ever left Haran, on the rest of the journey with Abram to Canaan. Most of the family remained. So, it is likely that Abraham was split up with that part of the family. Remember, Nahor was most likely king because Milcah, his wife, was named queen. He was the top dog. Some scriptures even reveal him when it speaks of the God of Abraham. It also says the God of Nahor. He was also very important. Genesis 31:53. The God of Abraham, and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, meaning Terah. It speaks of Abraham sending a servant to find a wife for Isaac, and the servant went to Mesopotamia, where Bethuel was located, along with his son, Laban, and his daughter Rebekah. Abraham remained in Canaan while much of the rest of the family remained in Haran. The key to this is, when Jacob came on the scene, he began working for Laban for 20 years. He and his entire family were living where Laban was. Genesis 24 reveals that the servant went to Mesopotamia, where they found Rebekah, where her and her father Bethuel and his son Laban lived. And where was the exact location? It only said, Mesopotamia. However, we already know because later Rebekah reveals the place as Haran. Getting back to the kingly lineage. If Nahor was king, then that pedigree was passed down to a single lineage through his children. Interestingly enough, Terah's father was also named Nahor or Nachor. Normally when first names are passed down to their children of the second or third generation from the father, it is because they are the firstborn. Terah named his firstborn after his father Nahor. I think it is logical to claim the kingly line continued through Nahor, Terah's father. When Nahor begat Terah, and Terah had the 3 sons, Nahor, Abram, and Haran, the scepter line continued through Nahor, most likely being Terah's firstborn. Notice what Josephus had to say about this period. Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt at the time, descended on this land with an immense army and seized Sarah the princess, mother of our nation. And what did our forefather Abraham do? Did he avenge the insult by force of arms? Yet he had 318 officers under him, with unlimited manpower at his disposal. This is quite amazing, and a story we do not find in the Bible, but it speaks volumes. Who is Pharaoh Necho? Is this Nachor, or Nahor? And why does he want Sarah, that he would send an army after her and take her captive? I would lay all odds that Nahor, Necho wanted Sarah because of her Egyptian heritage. And that Nahor, Necho was king of Sumer. It is very possible he didn't want Abraham marrying into the line, giving Abram great power and possibly removing the power from Nahor and his family. Notice what Abraham did. Remember, we have been taught that these were simply desert nomads. However, Abram was able to muster 318 officers, not counting the army that went along with them. But notice how the biblical narrative changed this. Genesis 14:14 And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. Excuse me, what brother was taken captive? Haran was already dead and Nahor was not with them, he was back in Mesopotamia. What I believe we were reading here is that Nahor, Abraham's brother, who was king of Sumer along with his wife Milcah, which was queen, took their royal authority from his grandfather Nachor, and wanted Sarah because of her forging power into Egypt. This must be what Josephus knew, wherewith the Bible changed the story so we didn't figure out who Sarah really was. Either way, you can see Abraham was no slouch. If he could muster up 318 officers, how many men did he rule over as a military army? Was it thousands, tens of thousands? Again, what we are witnessing is a code, being revealed by these allegorical stories. Remember, all the sons would be princes, but only the one of the correct birthright would be king, as the scepter was passed down through the generations. Even till this day there is infighting between the royal houses. Everyone wants to get the upper hand. The Bible doesn't seem to define the firstborn status to either Abram, Nahor or Haran. They were all mentioned as Terah's sons at the same time. My best guess is, Nahor and Abraham were twins, but Nahor received the firstborn right. And then Haran came after as the youngest son. Unless Haran was the oldest, but because he died he lost the scepter. Therefore, Abram and Nahor were the next choices, and unless something took place where the firstborn lost its right of ascendancy, as was normal, I would guess Nahor was the firstborn and was in the line to be crowned king from Terah's father, also named Nahor, Nachor. It is possible that Nahor's grandfather, also named Nahor, had died, and then Terah died and the scepter was passed unto Nahor while living in Haran, and this it was why it said, the city of Nahor, because he was now king. Therefore, Milcah his wife would be queen, as it rightly states, and Abram was prince and Sarah was the princess. It is my guess that Terah had become king for a short time after his father died, while living in Haran, and that he must have died in Haran. Therefore, it said, the God of Abraham, Nahor, and Terah. And sure enough, Genesis 11:32 And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Abraham's God pulled Abraham away from the family royal house to forge his own royal house. And as the story continues down through the lineage, sure enough after Isaac married Rebekah he learned she was also barren. My friends, before we go forward I want you to think about something. Rebekah's brother was named Laban. Laban and Rebekah were both the children of Bethuel, and Bethuel was the son of Milcah, who was married to Nahor, and Milcah was the daughter of Haran. Keep that in mind for the next patriarch. When Rebekah finally could give birth supposedly, once again by miracle, she ended up giving birth to twins. No shock there, Esau and Jacob. It seems that this lineage had twins in their genes almost as a parody of the polarity twins Lucifer and Satan and or Enlil and Enki. It is my theory and a good one at that, after learning what was in the Sumerian codex, called the cuneiform texts, that the gods took many of these barren women and simply did some sort of surgery and inseminated the woman themselves, almost like an alien abduction. Then again, maybe not almost, maybe that is exactly how it was being done. The Watchers may have been implanting the seed in the woman to give birth, and this remained the case until Rebekah, where a strange god implanted a seed. But of course, they were called angels of God. The firstborn of Rebekah and the legitimate heir to the family's fortune and throne, was named Esau, and then the twin came out of the womb and his name was Jacob. Genesis 25:24-26 And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. There was never any doubt who the true birthright child blessing was to be transferred over to. The firstborn is always the true heir to the throne, whether good or evil, but for some strange reason, this often changed by diabolical shenanigans. Notice when Jacob came out he was holding on Esau's heel. This may not sound like much, but this is a code. There was verse in Genesis during the Garden of Eden, where the enmity curse was being handed over to Satan and his generations against the woman Eve, and her generations. This verse is revealing how Satan is being told what his curse would be. Nevertheless, as I revealed, he was never cursed per se, other than being stranded on earth. He was being given the power of royalty. Notice Genesis 3:15 And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Obviously very strange wording, but when you realize what happened with Jacob and Esau, this wording fits. Satan is being told that his head would be bruised, and interestingly enough, when Esau came out of the womb his feet were positioned towards Jacob's head, symbolically bruising Satan's head, because Esau was to be given the head blessing, or the firstborn benediction. Yet it states that Jacob grabbed the heel of Esau. If this is not a code for the birth of Satan's lineage, what is? Esau, the one that was chosen to be the head, is bruising the head of Satan, and while Satan's offspring is being born, he is bruising the heel of Esau. Remember, Eve and her generations to follow were set at odds with the serpent and his royal offspring, as you learned in Book 2, Alien Seed, Virtual World of Gods and Humans. Esau was the one chosen to bring forth the Son of Man unto humanity, but Jacob stole this birthright to bring forth the Son of God unto Satan. And the code above reveals it all. Therefore, it states God hated Esau, because of what he represented in the enmity plan. It is therefore revealing how the gods hated humanity. But Isaac loved his son Esau, but Rebekah did not. So, who do you think she was working for? Genesis 25:28 And Isaac loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. It all goes back to the two brothers who were the gods of this planet under Anu, called Lord Enlil and Lord Enki. The same thing happened to them from a higher level, and thus they patterned this world after what occurred in their realm. Or should I say, the world was a programmed simulation from what had transpired in the heavens. Thus, we see many of the same scenarios being reproduced for our earthly play. My friends, it is all a script. Before we go forward, let's go back to Ishmael, the son born of Hagar, the Egyptian handmaid of Sarai. Ishmael went on to become what we know as the Arab world. That's right. He was the half-brother to Isaac, who became the lineage that everyone deems as the most important, called Israelite, yet these two were brothers. Nevertheless, Ishmael's children and offspring were honored to become princes also. In fact, it was stated they would become 12 princes ruling over the house of Ishmael. Genesis 25:16. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns, and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. Now Ishmael doesn't mean Islam like we have today. Islam is a newly created religion that many of the Middle East took many hundreds of years later, as religious beliefs always tend to morph into something more or less radical. Nevertheless, during this period, they were Sumerian Egyptians also born of the same blood of Abraham and Hagar. And for the most part that is what we have had in the Middle East. All the countries of the Arab world had been controlled by Ishmaelite princes, who today are also Sumerian Egyptians. There is much more to these twists and turns, but it would take a book to review it all, so I am keeping it simple. You must use your discernment when reading any of this and ask yourself, what is valid or what has been added to create the stage play. As an example, in Genesis 31, Jacob and Laban get into a huge fight as to what belongs to whom. Reported several times, Jacob refers to Isaac, his own father, as the one he fears. Soon you will understand why. The royal houses, in my humble opinion, have never been for the good of humanity. They have been the direct connection from Lucifer over the gods, who rule this world. However, the next piece of the puzzle is even more diabolical as we begin to realize. Satan interceded into the royal houses and he brought about his own son of the lineage, and evidently just like the rape in the garden, which conceived the royal house of Cain, God YHVH is not about to do anything to prevent this. Chapter 9. The Great Treason against Esau. Esau was born as the legitimate firstborn son and had all rights of lineage rule endowed upon him for the passing of the scepter. At this point in time, Jacob was a prince by birth, but he was not the true royalty lineage like his brother Esau was, as the right of firstborn. Jacob did not have the right to continue the chosen royal line, and therefore was always a prince in this family, and nothing more. However, secular history may indicate he was a pharaoh also. Rebekah, Isaac's wife, conspired as the ensnarer against her own son Esau, as well as conspired against Isaac her husband, by tricking him when his days were numbered at the end of his life. And all this was said to have been set up by YHVH, the God of the Old Covenant. And while Isaac was blind, when he was about to pass the baton of firstborn and royal scepter over to Esau, Rebekah conspired with Jacob and made Isaac think Jacob was Esau when the blessing was passed down. This is royal treason. So often schemes of treachery, deceit, lies are all overlooked in the Bible and people just accept them as the will of God. This is because they are drinking all the mixture with poison and not using the filter. Interestingly, in Egyptian history there was a man about this time whose name was Yokebam. Here is his cartouche. It appears Jacob did become a pharaoh, but once again the Bible steers us away from these things because of the stories that were added to create a script. When one connects backwards during this dynasty of Egypt, they learn that these pharaohs were also called the shepherds versus the cattle. Once again borrowing from Ralph Ellis and his book, Jesus the Last of the Pharaohs, we learn that when you go back and see the name of the one of the original shepherds, you discover the cartouche of Pharaoh Mabra. Phonetically, what we have here is the word Mamibra. It appears someone did a little shuffling of the name and removed the last syllable and replaced it into the front. it would then become Abraham or Abraham. Read Ralph Ellis, Jesus the Last of the Pharaohs. If these people were already pharaohs, then why all the jockeying for position? Well, it is my belief that Jacob became the next pharaoh due to the theft of the lineage. It is my theory that Abraham's lineage of the royal line of Sumer was different than his lineage of the royal line of Egypt, yet in a strange sense they were both. But the lineage of Egypt, as the shepherds, was only at its beginning stages. So, Jacob could be considered pharaoh, but not a ruling or sitting pharaoh. It was just a title as of this point. Therefore, Jacob was given the birthright promise and went on to carry the scepter rights of the Abraham covenant, but Jacob was not a king from Sumer, he was still a prince of Sumer, but he could have also been a pharaoh, as a title only. And Esau was sent away and left to go back to their land in Mesopotamia, which today is Turkey, where he became a castaway, and a forgotten man. I believe Esau went into Turkey and finally part of his lineage ended up in Ankara, which was Galatia or the home of the Galileans, where his family lineage would continue until the true Christ was born. But of course, we were not supposed to know that, it was all hidden. Jacob went on to pass the bloodline scepter and royal genes down through his children, while Esau was displaced from the land of Canaan. If the scepter was in Nahor's line, how did it pass down to Jacob? My only answer is it must have passed down through Nahor's wife, Milcah, the queen, daughter of Haran, sister to Lot. Remember, they were all connected through incest. Milcah had a son named Bethuel, and Bethuel had a daughter named Rebekah. Which means, Nahor must have died leaving the throne to Milcah, as queen, who then carried the scepter from Nahor's lineage while they were still living in Mesopotamia, because they had never traveled with Abraham and the group. And then the scepter was passed over to Bethuel, who then passed it to Rebekah, wife of Isaac, or maybe it was passed to Isaac himself. The problem is Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and the birthright most likely would have gone to him. But wait. Breaking news just in. Rebekah had another unknown brother. What? Could this be why Rebekah played such a devious role in all of this? Because maybe she did not want the scepter transferred to Esau, but why? If her father Bethuel was still alive, which he was, then the scepter wasn't passed down, at least yet. So, chances are she wanted to make sure who this scepter was passed down to for very personal reasons. The sad truth about all of this revealed in the Bible is that Rebekah conspired with Jacob, because of how God was telling them what to do, at least per the script. Why would God do this? Why would he trick Isaac? And who really was this God? As I have said all along, there were two principal gods, one ruling from the heavens, which orchestrated many things through his early assistant, Michael, often known as the angel of the Lord. And then there was the serpent, the one called the Shaitan, or Satan. It appears that Satan interrupted things and began working with Rebekah and Jacob to overthrow the lineage scepter. It is my theory that this entity they were speaking with was the angel who interfered in the birth process. Now Enki was the god of the DNA, he was the serpent in the garden, and he could manipulate genes and do all manner of things when it came to the matrical birthing program, called the Matrix. Based on the Sumerian text, Enki was directly responsible for creating the human in the first place using the birth process through some of the alien female gods. Now either Satan was directly involved with Rebekah and Jacob, or he sent the angel who interferes in the birth process, the one named Gabriel, who was part of the Mary and Joseph deception later in time. Now when Rebekah's son Jacob had become ready to take a wife, Rebekah came up with one of her good stories to convince Isaac that Jacob needed to go back and marry a woman of her family, where they were still living in Haran, just like Isaac had done before. Genesis 27:43. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee thou to Laban my brother to Haran. She didn't want Jacob marrying one of them women of the land of Canaan, called the Heth, which were the children of the man named Canaan. My problem with this story is, I would think Isaac would be more in tune with who Jacob needed to marry to keep the blood lineage, than Rebekah. But what this story is revealing is how cunning Rebekah really was. I am sure Isaac never wanted Jacob to marry a daughter of the Heth either. So, Rebekah sent him away back to their homeland, and Jacob fell in love with a very interesting woman. His eyes and attention were set upon a woman named Rachel, who just so happened to be the daughter of Laban. Rebekah's plan is working like clockwork so far. Laban's youngest daughter is the one Jacob is interested in, which would be Jacob's first cousin and the niece to his mother Rebekah. However, based on the story, for Jacob to marry Rachel he had to work for her father Laban for 7 years, and then he could take unto himself the wife of his first love. Laban had no desire to give his daughter's hand over to Jacob for free, because something was really bothering Laban, something he knew. Jacob, who had left Canaan, moved back to Haran, and there he began to live and work. Now keep in mind, for this story flow to make sense, Laban was the brother to Rebekah, which was Jacob and Esau's mother. Therefore, Laban would have the scepter rights, unless there was another brother that we do not know about. And then the birthright switcheroo occurred, but this time with a twist. The scepter was going to be passed down to Jacob's lineage from Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, after the grand deception of Esau and Jacob. This is how the scepter snuck back into Abram's lineage. Jacob ended up marrying his uncle's daughter. But Laban tricked Jacob. Instead of giving him Rachel, it was said he gave him Leah, his older daughter, who was not as beautiful as Rachel, nor was it the one Jacob wanted. Now per the story. Again I repeat, it is a story. He laid with Leah and didn't realize she was not Rachel, and therefore he was tricked by Laban. Oh, too bad for the prince of tricksters, as the old saying goes, turnabout is fair play, as well as, payback is a bitch. Jacob ended up having 10 children, 6 by Leah, and 4 by handmaidens. The trick that Laban played on Jacob was that he had to work another 7 years for Laban, and then he could be granted the hand of Rachel also. And if that wasn't bad enough, he also had to work another 6 years for Laban's cattle. Nothing was coming free here. And that is what happened. He accepted the new agreement and finally did get to marry Rachel, but lo and behold she was barren too. Big shock. Time for an alien abduction. Now there is a story I have never really put together until now, and it will expose everything. It is when Jacob met Rachel for the first time. Now read very carefully. Gen 29:12. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son, and she ran and told her father. As Robin would say to Batman, holy incest Batman. Now get this, Jacob told Rachel that he was her father, Laban's brother, and he was also Rebekah's son. Wasn't Laban his uncle? Later Laban said, just because you are of my flesh and we are brothers, does this mean you should serve me for nothing? What is going on here? Laban was angry, therefore he tricked Jacob. Why was he angry? Maybe because he was losing the scepter right. Now if this story ended with Jacob telling Rachel that he was her father's brother, we might have passed that off as a lie somewhat akin to Abram's lie to the Pharaoh. However, there was something more here, because this was the lamest pick-up line in history. The question is, why would he lie about this to the woman he was in love with, and why would he say something that was absolutely disgusting once it was decoded? Why? What advantage was there to reveal this to Rachel? What in the world was in Jacob's mind to even think this was some bountiful knowledge he was passing on to the woman of his dreams? Was this supposed to impress her? Was Jacob bragging? Rachel ran away when she heard this to go back to tell her father, to speak to him about this crazy talk. I do not blame her. I would want to get to the bottom of this also. This may be the most mysterious scripture in the Bible because it was laden with some mystifying truths about what was happening in this diabolical plot. Laban did confirm that he was Jacob's brother, and this would mean Rebekah was also Jacob's brother as well as his mother, simply because Laban was Rebekah's brother. So how is it possible that Jacob was Laban's brother as well as Rebekah's son, who was also Laban's sister? It would mean Rebekah was both Jacob's mother and her brother. Why did Rebekah really send Jacob back to Haran to be close to her brother Laban? The only way this news had any likelihood of validity at all is, Rebekah had to be impregnated by her father Bethuel, and a son was born. That son would also be her brother. Talk about messed up, but this is what the Bible seems to be revealing. It is the dirty little secret no one would dare speak of. Rebekah and Jacob were brother and sister, as well as Jacob was her son. This is not something I feel comfortable with in revealing, but it will explain something as to why Jacob and Esau looked so different in appearance, even though they were twins. What this would mean is Rebekah somehow was impregnated with the seed of her father Bethuel at about the same time she had sexual relations with her husband Isaac. Chances are Rebekah must have been pregnant with the twins and claimed they were both Isaac's sons, and of course, how would Isaac know any different? This would also reveal that the twins' birth was of great rarity, and that if Jacob and Esau were indeed twins, as it was revealed, then they were brothers from different fathers. It would also mean Jacob was not to be given the right of heir as firstborn. He was a bastard child born of some strange diabolical fornication and not the son of Isaac, who was the rightful chosen heir from Abraham. How is this even possible? It is possible when a woman has been inseminated by the seed of two different men within the same time frame of the ovulation window. The result can be bipaternal twins, known as heteropaternal superfecundation. This is the only way Jacob and Esau were twins, as well as Jacob was the brother to his wife's father, who was also the brother to his mother and son of her father. Talk about twisted. Why was Rebekah known as the ensnarer? She was a player, and she was devious, someone Satan could get his hooks into. And why was Rebekah so absorbed about making sure Jacob was the chosen one that she had to trick her own husband? What evil deals did she make with the devil to bring this about? My only explanation: without Rebekah having sexual relations with her father, because the possibility of this would be remote, since her father was still living in Haran, and she was living in Canaan. So, how could this have happened? Well, we have our first Mary and Joseph deception. Rebekah must have been taken in an abduction where she was impregnated by the alien watchers, which among these aliens was the God she was speaking to. And they impregnated her with the seed of her father. So, when Rebekah was first revealed this by one of the gods who were actively speaking to her as an angel, they told her she was going to have twins, and that the elder would serve the younger, and her seed by this union would be massive beyond reality. This was all planned. Genesis 24:60. And they blessed Rebekah, and said unto her, Thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. Well, my first response to this is nonsense. There is no race on earth that possesses these many people. Thousands of millions would be at minimum of 3 billion, if not much more, unless it is referring to all the people that were ever born and then died and then reborn again. But then again, it would be the same people, would it not, simply being reborn? If God wanted this to occur, why all the deception and deviousness being played to contort and twist this thing in all directions? God could have told Isaac this, and if he was truly the God of his father Abraham, he would have obeyed. But something was wrong here. It is obvious another God came on the scene. This was not the same God of Abraham, it was another God. In all honesty, this story is revelatory and tells us that something not above board was going on here. I hate to say it, but the scriptures are revealing that Rebekah may have been a spiritual whore. She was dabbling into things that were evil. She might have been a witch. She knew what was happening, and she was playing the vixen, to entrap and ensnare others towards this new God that Abraham and Isaac did not know. Therefore, she had to deceive Isaac. The term ensnarer represents how a woman ensnares men for sexual dalliances. However, spiritually it means using dark magic to seduce others to follow a forbidden path. Obviously, Jacob must have been told what happened, and he knew he was not the rightful heir. In fact, he was a planted seed of Satan, the Dark One. This must have haunted him, and is most likely why he spoke often of his great sin that he claimed an angel had to forgive him. Even in their weird incestualized world, this would have been taboo for black magic to be used to issue forth a bloodline that was not acceptable to the original plan. This was alien intervention on Satan's behalf. Is this why Rebekah did everything she could to deceive Isaac and make sure Jacob was the chosen one? There has got to be some reason why she was so moved to ruining Esau and install Jacob as the true heir. And obviously, Isaac had no clue what was going on. If the scepter had to be passed down to a brother, it usually passes to the firstborn, which I would think was Laban in this case. But when the dalliance of Rebekah produces her own son, which also was her brother, I can easily see how this was switched, as it had been often in the past, and the scepter was given to Jacob as the son of Bethuel, because of this strange voodoo. Therefore, Isaac was not Jacob's father, and most likely why Jacob lived in fear of this reality, even though Isaac was long gone and buried. It meant Jacob was not of the Abrahamic covenant. If this is not why, then there is something even more nefarious occurring here that may make one question who Jacob really was. It could be he was not even of the bloodline at all, that he was planted into the human genome, as a fallen angel. It may have literally been the seed of Satan, as was the birth of Cain. I am sorry to bust a lot of bubbles here, but we are left with no other conclusion than that the spawning of Jacob was through incestualized, bastardized, alien, satanic, whoredom. There is no way any wisdom could state that this was for a righteous cause. And why would any god besides a deviant god accept this as grounds for a royal lineage continuation? Jacob was a bastard and an illegitimate child because Isaac was the true blood father of the correct heir, and only his son or daughter could be given the birthright to be passed down to generations. Finally, Jacob's wife Rachel was miraculously given a child like all the rest, and they named him Joseph, and then she had Benjamin also, where she ended up dying in childbirth. So now we have 12 children that were born unto the bastard Jacob, and still there is no Israel. You know, I always wondered when Jesus was speaking to the religious hierarchy of his day, when he said, "Your father is the devil." I always wondered why they came back and said, "We are not the children born of fornication." I asked myself, why were they responding in such a manner? They may have been saying, "Listen, we are the direct children of Judah, from Leah." Could this be what they were trying to say? Could it be that when Jesus said, "You are the children of Satan," was he referring to Rebekah's mysterious impregnation of a foreign seed? It really sounds like we are talking about Damien, the story of Satan's offspring. In my humble opinion, there is no greater offense anywhere in the Bible than what happened here, and it does appear that Satan set this up, to steal the birthright lineage. Yes, indeed. I believe now that is exactly what Christ was referring to, and these people around him knew that this is what he was referring to, and that is why their strange response was interjecting that they were not the offspring born of fornication. They were talking spiritual fornication. Didn't the God of Israel claim he hated Esau but loved Jacob, before they were ever born? Why was this? Romans, the 9th of November 2013, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. It was said unto her, The elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Why would God hate someone before they were ever born, without even showing the fruits of their nature? Could it be because Esau was the true lineage of the Christ? Was this the real purpose for why this black alien magic took place, to establish the kingdom of Satan as being the lineage of Christ? Is this why Christ told the hierarchy of his day that they were the children and offspring of Satan? Yikes! John 8:41-44 Ye do the deeds of your father. Then said they to him, We be not born of fornication, we have one Father, even God. Jesus said, Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks a lie, he speaks of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. It seems plain to me that Christ is revealing when Jacob came along that this was all part of a satanic takeover of the true lineage of Christ. This is why the people rejected Jesus as the Christ, because he was not of their true lineage. He was from another. We are looking at a large interwoven incestuous family called Sumerian Egyptians who were all born of royal seed from the land of Mesopotamia, but somehow the children of Seth were brought into this line, so Christ could be born of humanity, as the Son of Man and not one of the sons of the gods. Therefore, the name Esus, which some ancient documents referred to Jesus as Esu, and Esa, which phonetically has the sound and appears to come from the direct lineage of Esau. It is very probable that Esus means, son of Esau, or the son of man, as the lineage of man. I find it a tad ironic how Jesus' father in the flesh was named Joseph, and his father was named Jacob. Strange coincidence? Now it is time to take the next step. After these events, something did happen that brought about the people we know as the Jews. Jacob's fourth son born unto him by his wife Leah, was none other than Judah. All the male offspring of Judah were known as Judah's sons, or Judeans or Jews for short. Judah was granted by his father a great and powerful blessing as the chosen son who would carry the royal scepter for blood rule. He was the only one chosen who became the royal attaché from the lineage of Nahor that now switched over to Abraham. Judah became the royal family of kings and queens. This is very important for later. We might ask though, why did Judah, as the fourth son, be granted the scepter? Why didn't Reuben, the firstborn of Leah, get the scepter? I am thinking that Jacob didn't want to pass that down until he had a son by Rachel, but since she was barren, he felt he had no other choice but to pass it to Leah's son before it was too late, and that decision must have been made while Jacob was getting miffed that Rachel was not producing an heir, and so when Judah came along, he anointed him. Of course, this is all speculation, yet the fact remains, Judah was given the scepter. Yet what was odd is, the blessing, the special blessing where land was to be given and great world power was to be handed down, was not passed down through Judah. That blessing went to the firstborn of Rachel. Judah, by proclamation, was to be a scattered people, and only 2 apparent heirs came out of Judah, which would take on the royal scepter that would be passed down to even our day. The twin sons of Judah were Pharez and Zara. And as if the story never seems to change, Zara was born first, even having a royal identification thread attached to his hand, from the womb, at birth. Obviously, this was part of the allegory to recreate this scenario, unless once again, this was another alien abduction and they slapped a little piece of thread on the baby. Zara was the rightful scepter holder, and Pharez was born second. But lo and behold, through trickery and chicanery once again, the royal scepter was passed down through Pharez instead of the rightful twin, Zara. They called it a breach, but in this case, it revealed this breach was going to eventually be healed, where Zara would take back his rightful reign. And this is a huge key to remember for the time just before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. There is even proof now that the true Zara line lives and exists in the Dragon King's Society of Asia, from the east. And there is one right now who claims to be of a direct descendant of this lineage, waiting to be crowned the royal king of Zara of Judah. Whether this story is true or not, it is up for debate, but the fact that anyone even understands the breach, makes me feel there may be truth in it. Chapter 10. Israel, only a name hiding their origins. We must realize that the name Jacob meant supplanter. It went right along with his mother's name, ensnarer. The name of Jacob was just another name closely related to the beguiler, meaning he took something that did not belong to him through intrigue. He replaced something via trickery, and he removed something that was not his through deception. This was a bitter pill for even Jacob to swallow because he lived with great guilt. Now some will contend that Esau sold his birthright for food, but again, this was all done by trickery. You can't sell your birthright, it is by blood. Even in the New Testament it makes Esau out to be the fornicator because he sold his birthright for meat. And once again it is located in a very suspect book called Hebrews. Hebrews 12:6, lest there be any fornicator, or profane person, as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. So now Esau is the fornicator, and Jacob looks innocent. Once again, we are witnessing the dark side plant their information in the Bible to deceive and confuse. Esau was at the point of death, being famished. He needed food or he was going to die. Jacob was using this over him to steal his birthright. It is odd, but once again people blame the one being ill-treated, and let the abuser go free. It is tantamount to a woman being raped, and then she is the one accused and the rapist is set free. Jacob had the food to give his own brother, but he withheld it until Esau gave in. Esau's answer was, "What good is the birthright if I am dead?" Sounds logical to me. But the key is, Isaac still was going to pass the baton to Esau. It didn't matter whether Esau was tricked into selling his birthright or not. If it did, all Rebekah and Jacob had to do was tell Isaac that Esau sold his birthright. That didn't happen. There was something more nefarious occurring here, because you can't sell your birthright. If this could happen, then Jacob and Rebekah would not have had to play their game of deception, by tricking Isaac. Yet the New Testament joins in with the deception, accusing Esau of selling his birthright, and says nothing about Jacob and Rebekah stealing it by fraud and deception. Nor does the New Testament mention that Jacob was not even Isaac's son. What you don't know won't hurt you, right? Think again. Jacob had a problem. He was known as the supplanter for good reason. And he was filled with guilt about something. And yet we already know what that was. He stole the birthright promise from Esau when he was not even a rightful heir, and went on to forge his own path as the birthright people. The term supplanter meant, the one who replaced the true lineage of Christ with a false one. This deception is the greatest sham ever brought about upon this earth, and it has created a vial in this world that would end up corrupting millions of people. The God of Jacob decided it was time to rename him, because walking around with a name that literally meant thief of the birthright was not good for business. Again, I remind you, this is all part of the allegorical story. It was then where his God said, "No longer will you be called Jacob, you will now be called Israel." Let me backtrack a little. Once again these people were given these names from the future, and then they were replaced into the past as an allegory to recreate a story. Doesn't it seem a little suspicious that these ancient people were always named with an appellation that represented what they would do in life? To me this is greatly suspicious, because it proves some foreordained conclusion, tossing free will out the window. Just like before Jacob and Esau were ever born and had not done any good or evil yet. It says, God hated Esau, but loved Jacob. This is rather fishy. We either accept this is some sort of divine validation, or we recognize it for what it is, in that these people were never granted these specific names at birth. They were added later to become part of a story to pass off the illusion that some divine clairvoyant power could see into a future that had not yet existed and somehow could foreordain its reality. Well, in a sense, there was, but it was not the Father or Christ. Now granted, the Egyptians named one of their pharaohs Jokabam, but most likely this was changed also after the name Jacob was invented, or they simply changed the meaning of the name to suit the story. It is true, parents name their children, and often names are given to presuppose a character trait, but parents do not usually name their children with a name that has deep negative connotations. If anything, they try to name their children with something of a positive nature that might reveal an optimistic future. In this story, however, it would be tantamount in saying, well, my child is going to be a thief when they get older, so I will name them Bandit at birth. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? It just doesn't cut it. So right off the bat, we must deduce that these stories were indeed allegories, and names were added or changed to fit a storyline rather than it being a reality. And then they were dropped on another history that pre-existed, and the names were simply changed for certain individuals of another time and place. And the new names ended up being carried over into the future. For some reason, even the New Testament made mention of the story of Abraham marrying two women, and they produced children, one of which was a bondwoman representing Hagar, the mother of Ishmael, and the other was a free woman representing Sarah, the mother of Isaac, as stated earlier. But what is odd is the use of the term that is used to reveal that this entire story was an allegory. Galatians 4:22-24-29. For it is written, that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman. But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise, which things are an allegory. What this means is, this history is not completely valid. The definition of an allegory means, the symbolic expression of a deeper meaning through a story or scene acted out by human, animal, or mythical characters. Of course, the allegory here as you continue to read Galatians represents the two covenants that God made with man. One was the covenant at Mount Sinai with Moses, which is supposed to represent Hagar. And the other was supposed to be the true covenant with Christ, represented by Sarah. However, the very fact that it is revealing, the covenant at Mount Sinai was a covenant of bondage, reveals the secret about everything. Why would the Father give people a covenant of bondage and then turn around and give them a covenant being free from bondage? As well as the story of Sarah didn't really represent the freedom from the bondage. Remember, Hagar was her slave, as we the children of the Father are the God's slaves. Sarah was a slave owner, which is another allegory that she was part of those of the gods who acted as rulers, who had taken captive the true children. One that is truly free does not place others in bondage. The story was revealing a mystery even though it may have not been its intention by the authors or editors. It is revealing the two types that were seeded upon this earth, one from the gods, who created the flesh, and brought unto the true children, bondage. And one from the Father and Mother, who created us in spirit to learn how to become free again from the world of bondage, that was initiated by the gods. It goes on to say in verse 29, Nevertheless what saith the Scripture? Cast out the bondwoman and her son, for the son of the bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of the free woman. Here we go again, cast out the bondwoman and her son, for they shall not be heir to the free woman. Very strange, the person that is in bondage is to be cast out, but those who brought this bondage upon others, they are to be free. I have maintained that many of these stories and the names being used were all borrowed and then changed to suit the new course of action stolen from another group of people, and it is their history that we are dealing with. Thus, a new history was created to overlap an original history so we would never be the wiser. Sort of reminds me of the old TV show Dragnet, where it said, only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Now the definition of Israel above has been horribly tainted. Notice what was said to Jacob when his name was changed. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. Notice immediately that his God is calling Jacob a prince, as I have repeatedly reminded you of their royal house. Once again revealing they were of royal pedigree, not desert nomads. Now this is where we get the definition of Israel, but it was terribly butchered via the Hebrew language and mostly faulty translators. The name Israel is represented by three Hebrew names that are fashioned together as one. It is Israel. Now it states to Jacob, as a prince, thou hast power with God and with men and hast prevailed. This is not a very good description. The word Ish is man. The word El is the singular form for God, derived from Elohim, gods. It means, God is the power over man and he has prevailed over them by the power of this royal family. Yet the funny thing is, Ra was left out. Why did the translators leave out the most important word in this name? Well, maybe because Ra or Ra means evil in Hebrew. However, it also means the sun in Egyptian or the sun god or the sun is God. Ra was the sun god in Egyptian law. Therefore, the truth in this statement is, Jacob, as part of a ruling family as a prince, will rule over mankind using the power of the evil sun god, Ra. Now understand when I use the term evil referring to these gods, it must be maintained that these gods were the gods of both good and evil. We must not ignore the good, simply because the gods who are orchestrating these things are indeed affiliated with evil. We must separate that which is good from the evil, or error from the truth. Just because these gods dabbled in all sorts of diabolical things, does not mean that their teaching of proper human conduct and civility were wrong. These statutes were often things we should aspire towards, as a good behavior and morals, as even Christ revealed. Whatever is correct using the fruits of the Spirit must be adhered to, whatever is inappropriate must be purged. Therefore, who was the sun god? Who was Ra? Ra represents Lucifer, the sun, which rises from the east as the bright and morning star. More on this later. Voila, there it is. This is the very first time Israel was ever introduced into this world, and it was simply because Jacob's name was changed to Israel. And now this Sumerian people from Mesopotamia from here on out will be called the Israelites, but it didn't miraculously change who they really were. They didn't just become a different race of people. All that had occurred was Jacob's name changed, to create a new religion of the Aries followers versus that of the Taurus followers, the shepherds versus the cattle, or the rulers versus the slaves. Everything is code. This reveals how all 12 sons, that were Jacob's children, or Jacobites, are now Israel's children or Israelites. Just like that, a new religion was created simply because of a name that changed, and a unique people were created within a storyline of another history, all because one man was cast from the future and then placed upon the past, over a people that already existed. Yet none of it occurred the way we have been told, other than a people did exist, but under different names for different games. These people were given a new name on behalf of someone that did exist. And it had nothing to do with Abraham being an Israelite. His pedigree never really changed. They were still Sumerian Egyptians who now would then be called Israelites. A brand new people were instantly created by fiat, but only for deception, because their history remained the same. It is important that I also reveal that the name Hebrew does not mean Jew. It is simply the language of the Sumerians from the land of Mesopotamia. To stress a point, the Hebrew language had already existed long before one of Judah's sons had ever been born. What I am trying to reveal is that a continuation of a false lineage that was set up by Lucifer, via Eve unto Cain, and then validated through the shenanigans of Jacob and his mother Rebekah, continued a royal lineage that would lead to the coming of the Christ. The problem was, it was a ruse leading to a false Christ. Wait a minute, you mean the lineage of Judah through Phares, unto King David through to Christ, is a false lineage? Then where does the true Christ originate? Evidently, it appears that the sacking of Esau was probably a good thing after all. The deliberate attempt to steal his royal authority away from Esau ended up serving a better purpose, so that blood lineage didn't define the true Christ, but spiritual connection did. Nevertheless, it has deceived the entire world. As it was stated of the Father, flesh and blood cannot please him. This was a code, revealing, he is not behind blood lineages, he only works with the soul within the body, if it belongs to him. It didn't matter that Esau lost the blood lineage of the scepter because Christ was not to be a son of God from the royal family. He was the Son of Man. He was one of us, the fallen humanity, using this realm to change. The true Christ is not about bloodline lineage, but he did come from Abraham's seed. However, the Esau lineage was damned. Therefore, everything important about blood was removed from Esau and he was relegated as a madman, and a red-haired ape. From this point on no one has followed him. They have all been engineered to follow Jacob and his lineage. Thus Esau was scattered throughout the world as an unnamed lineage. The question is, what do you really think Lucifer and Satan would have done with the birth of the true Christ? Do you really believe he would not interfere and attempt to deceive the world by creating a secondary bloodline aristocracy? And then try to claim that their heir to providence was the king of the world? Isn't this what we have been told about this Jesus, that he was born to be a king? Yet as I revealed in my books, Jesus taught this was not so. Today our entire Christian world has bought into the Israel and Jerusalem deception. They will not even dare to look the other way, because it has been so entrenched into their brains that their DNA has been changed. Yet I have shown proofs that will soon be compounded with even more proof, that something is wrong with this entire scenario, And it all comes down to one thing. People believe Christ and the Father are connected to Israel, as if this is some fabulous nation and group of people, but this is all a lie and can easily be proven in the Spirit. And why do they believe this? Because they have accepted that the Bible is infallible and that every word has some divine orchestrated meaning. They didn't believe Christ when he said the evil seed word would be planted side by side with the word of the true seed. Christ warned everyone in the parables what was happening and what was going to happen, but as it was revealed, most would reject the spirit of truth, and be influenced by the letter of compromise. Many cannot accept that Lucifer and Satan combined their efforts to pollute the word and have contaminated it using false doctrines. And yet, as I said, if they killed the living word, what do you think they did with the written word? Wake up. Chapter 11. Israel finally comes on the scene. It is time now to see where the blessing of land and power was given to Jacob's children. It came down to his 2 grandsons, who were given the blessing of land and dominance. None of the other 12 children were given this blessing. It was handed down to Joseph's 2 children. Then Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it on Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands knowingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. The angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, let my name be named upon them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Did you see it? Jacob, who is now Israel, is saying, let my name be named upon these 2 lads. His name was changed to Israel. The name given to these 2 children was Israel. It is obvious he is not saying, let my name, Jacob, be named upon these 2 lads, for we know what that name means. Notice also how he stated that he was redeemed from all evil by an angel. This is where he was said to be forgiven from some horrible past evils he committed, as we discussed earlier. Since when do angels have the power to forgive or redeem anyone? 2 Corinthians 11:15. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising then, if his servants masquerade as servants of righteousness. Their end will correspond to their actions. Jacob didn't give his name Israel to any of his other sons, he only gave it to his 2 grandsons. What does this mean, you might wonder? Well, it means, only Ephraim and Manasseh are now Israel. The other sons are known as Israelites because they are the children of Israel, but none of them took Israel's name. In fact, when Jacob was blessing his other sons, he said, the name upon them will come from their fathers' names. Meaning, Judah had sons, they became Judeans or Jews. They did not become Israel. None of the sons were ever named Israel. This name was only given to Ephraim and Manasseh. Just like Dan, his name continued as a waymark of his true ancestors. Dan is not Israel. I want you to let this information permeate into your mind. The only Israel that exists on planet Earth belongs to only 2 nations today, Great Britain and the United States of America, as you have learned from Book 3, The Mystery of the Pyramid and the All-Seeing Eye, that these 2 nations have ruled the world for over 200 years. And as you can plainly see, that the United States and Great Britain were indeed revealed in the Bible, but the world has been deceived as to who these 2 nations are. Who do you know that is brave enough to tell you this? Israel in the Middle East is a fraud. Everything that has been ordained about that country in the Middle East is fraudulent. In fact, it is not even the home of the true Christ. Everything we have been told is a megalithic fabrication. It was to throw everyone off the track as to who plays what role in the evil predictions in our future, and who really rules and governs this planet. Chapter 12. Judah bloodline in Ephraim. Wow, we just hit pay dirt here, revealing a boatload of amazing information, and it can all be proven in the Bible. That Ephraim would be blessed first in this covenant made by Jacob unto his grandsons, and this is also where the scepter will be found, as kings and queens would come out of Ephraim's loins. Remember, this was the blessing to Judah, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet. Judah carried the scepter of royalty. Now we are learning the prophecy of the future is setting the blue blood royals inside the covenant that was given to Ephraim. And God said unto him, I am God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply. A nation, Manasseh blessed second, and a company of nations, Ephraim blessed first shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. Now we know how Joseph and Judah link up. It is when the royal house of Judah that carries the scepter will find its way in Ephraim, who happens to be the seed of Joseph. This is how it all begins to interconnect. Joseph's seed was going to be granted a covenant of world ruling and governing nations, while the scepter of Judah also reigns from within Ephraim. These will be known as the covenant sons, or covenant man. But the royal lineage would only be inside Ephraim, until Zara's breach is healed, and then the power all shifts to the east, where the scepter will change back to Zara's line. But only for a very short time before the great and dreadful day of the coming of the Lord, Nibiru. Therefore, the Hebrew word for covenant man or sons is Berethish. I want you to take a good look at this word. What does it look like? It is obviously a phonetic name from the Hebrew for British. Ephraim is Great Britain, and who rules as the scepter within Britain? It is the Jewish royal family who are linked to King David directly, which goes back to Prince Jacob via the false lineage. Therefore, under the coronation chair is the pillar stone, or pillow stone, called Jacob's pillow stone, or what is also coined as the stone of destiny or the stone of Scon. Jacob set this up for Rachel after she died. The belief is, this is the same exact stone carried by the prophets until our day, and it has been used for hundreds of years in the coronation of kings and queens in England and Scotland. Here is a replica of the stone online via Wikipedia. This is the revelation of who these people are. The royal scepter is the special blood lineage of Judah. It does not represent all Jews or Judah, just this one lineage. And this specific bloodline makes their home in Great Britain as Ephraim, the firstborn of the covenant's sons, named Israel. As well as Britain, did indeed become a commonwealth of nations, whereas the British at one time ruled the entire earth, where it was stated, the sun never set on the British flag. Now when Joseph was asking about the switching of hands, he said, Manasseh was born first and that he should receive the blessing first. But Jacob said, not so. He then went on to say that Manasseh would also become a great nation, but it will never be as great as Ephraim, as the heir of firstborn right. It is saying another great nation under the flag name of Israel, as the second brother in the blessing. Manasseh would come on the scene after Britain, as their power wanes, and Manasseh would become a single great nation. Meaning, it did not have other nations under its flag as did Ephraim, nor did they have the scepter, but of itself it will be a single great nation that will have power over the world. So, a single great nation would come out of the same group and become Manasseh, which obviously reveals the United States of America. But why is all this important? Because what is about to be revealed now could uproot every religion on earth. It all deals with Jacob and the covenant sons. Remember, Jacob now is no longer named Jacob, he is now called Israel, and Joseph's two sons are the only Israel on planet Earth today. This is who the United States and Great Britain really are in prophecy and history. Chapter 13. Joseph the Forgotten Pharaoh. Now it is time to enter the story of Joseph. Joseph was the firstborn son of Rachel, the real love of Jacob, whom also had been barren. Yet like all the past chosen wives, she seemingly had a miracle to create a birth when it wasn't physically possible. So, their firstborn child was named Joseph. This was Jacob's favorite, yet the problem was, Judah had already been bestowed with the royal scepter. And even though Joseph was also a prince due to the Abraham pedigree, he didn't carry the scepter. There is something unique in this story about Joseph that few have ever discerned, and that is his brothers hated him. Joseph was a strange kid because he would have dreams, and these dreams did not bode well for the future of Jacob's other 11 sons. In fact, in one such dream, Joseph told his brothers that he was going to become great and rule over them, and all the other brothers and their father would have to bow down before him. Now this did not go over very well, especially since Judah was the rightful heir to the scepter, and if anyone was going to bow down to anyone, it would be the rest of the brothers bowing down before Judah. It appears for one striking moment in time, the royal scepter had changed hands, and was given instead to Joseph, but of course it is all part of the story. And there is a great reason for this assumption. It was all due to something that was taking shape to form the big picture in this allegory. You see, Judah was the one who was going to carry the scepter. That was never going to change, but where was Judah going to rule from? Understand, Judah by prophecy was told they were going to be scattered throughout the earth. They were never given a nation, they were never to become a powerful people or any nation-state, and yes, that even includes Israel. They were simply known as the scattered remnants of Judah. Genesis 49:11. He ties his foal to a grapevine, the colt of his donkey to a choice vine. He washes his clothes in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. The verse above was revealed about who Judah would become when Jacob was passing out the blessing to all his sons. Of course, this one was rather strange, and not very clear as was the blessing to the other sons, because it was a code. It states that he ties his foal to a grapevine. This is a code for Judah's children and offspring throughout the generations to come. He is placing his children on a grapevine, which represents being scattered about the world. A grapevine spreads to many different places. Then it states, he will place the colt of his donkey to a choice vine. Once again, within this lineage, a special group of people called the colt will be tied to a choice vine. The colt is the scepter holders, the one special lineage which carry the scepter as well as being the lawgiver. This is the royal pedigree of Judah. It states that this royal aspect of Judah will be tied to a choice vine, which means the chosen Israel, that of Ephraim. All of Judah's children will be scattered, except for this royal lineage, they will be tied together with Ephraim. When it states its clothes are washed in wine, it is referencing the purple and scarlet color of royalty. When it stated his robes in the blood of grapes, it is referencing how he is using his royal power of judgment, and much blood is spilled on the earth, due to this governing power. Within their lineage was a royal scepter, where kings and queens would rule over humanity, but where would they rule from? This is the key. If they are scattered unto all the nations of the world as a grapevine, they, the one single important lineage having the royal scepter, needed some place to rule from. Therefore, Joseph was made royalty because for a time and a season, Joseph was going to be the father to two powerful nations. His seed would eventually reign over the entire earth, as he was assured. None of this was given to the other 11 sons. Each of them would eventually become people of nations, except for Simeon, Levi and of course Judah. Levi was the priesthood, and from him came the Levitical priesthood lineage, or what we might call today the secret societies. The other sons would eventually be granted a homeland as they migrated north, and they were called the lost 10 tribes, but of course, they were never lost, just hidden in history under different names. Even today there are many people connected to these so-called lost tribes. One of them was called Dan, as I remarked earlier. Dan was called the judge of Israel, and he was known by such names as the Danites. It seems his generations placed his name everywhere they went, that which the Bible called the serpent, by the way, in which reveals Dan's offspring left name markers of their family identification along their path. Such places like Denmark reveals Dan's mark. This is proof he left his name wherever he went. And such places in Ireland also carry the name Dan, under Dun, like Donegal, Dundalk etc., and of course, the Danube River. All the sons migrated north into Europe after their captivity in Assyria, and that is where they found their homes. Sons like Reuben, who appears to have become the French. And of course, we have all heard of the Saxons. This is an amalgamated name meaning Isaac's sons. It wasn't just the lost Israelite tribes who migrated north, but also the Assyrians, their captors, many of them became the Prussians of Germany. In fact, when Adolf Hitler was finding men to become part of the SS, which was the Schutzstaffel, as the protection squadron, he insisted that the blood must be pure Prussian, which went back to the time of the Assyrians, the same ones who took the Israelites captive. The same title, SS, known as the Secret Service, within America that protects the presidents and their families, is derived from this same ideology. So, here we see what happened to the last 10 Israelite tribes. But none of them were granted the Great Covenant as Joseph. And this brings me back to the story, what happened to Joseph? We have all heard the story of how Jacob made a coat of many colors to give to Joseph. This coat represented royalty as well as it represented control of the entire earth. The many colors were nations of the world. Therefore, the true meaning of all his brothers bowing before Joseph was prophetic, meaning, the nations of the world and even his brothers would be subservient to Joseph's 2 sons in the future. But for the time being the story was added to relay an earlier history. Therefore, from Joseph's seed he was going to represent global power. So, as the allegorical history continues, what happens is that the other brothers became so jealous of Joseph they decided to get rid of him. One night the brothers grabbed him and took him afar and ended up selling him to some Ishmaelite slave traders, who then proceeded to take him into Egypt. The brothers had stripped him from his new coat his father had given him, and they killed a nearby animal dripping its blood over the coat while they tore the coat into shreds. They then returned home with the story that Joseph was killed by a wild animal, which had carried him off. But as any good Hollywood movie might reveal, the story didn't end there. When Joseph was taken into Egypt he eventually found firm setting, and to make a long story short, he was made second in command over all Egypt, while he assisted the Pharaoh. I need to make this brief because it is not as important to the entire story. Nevertheless, the fact remains, Joseph, a supposed Israelite, was made number 2 in command over all of Egypt, and this is where everyone decided to take a nap. And they never question how an Israelite, a foreigner, someone who had different beliefs, concepts and desires could have ever been made second in command where he ruled over all the Egyptians. My friends, Joseph was a prince. He was not just someone rattling about the desert. Secondly, he was a Sumerian Egyptian due to Sarah, his great-grandmother, being obviously part of the Egyptian higher class. This is how Abraham's children are now being forged into Egypt to continue the reign of the shepherd kings as ruling pharaohs, but this knowledge had to be hidden at the time. The biblical narrative wanted us to believe it was only because Joseph could interpret dreams and that made him magnetic. But no dream is going to make a foreigner in charge of the Egyptians. No one ever asks the question, if Joseph was second in command, wouldn't that mean he was next in line to become Pharaoh? This is where everyone goes to sleep since the Bible makes no more mention of this, but secular Egyptian history does. In fact, Egyptian history mentions this very person by another name. Now let me explain something. I will reveal certain names that appear in Egyptian history as coming from different dynasties, and one might believe it was different people. The facts are, our entire history in this world was manufactured from allegorical stories that were duplicated throughout time. And yes, every empire recreated these stories to make one believe time was consistent down through the ages, but in truth, they were duplicated stories of the same history. A pharaoh named Imhotep oversaw the grains during a famine that was atrocious and lasted for 7 years, just like the story of Joseph revealed in the Bible. Joseph revealed to the pharaoh what the future contained after the pharaoh had a dream about the great famine, and because of this Joseph was placed in control of the grains. And the secular history reveals, Imhotep saved his own family from this famine. Well, if Imhotep was Egyptian only, what was the great historical relevance about him saving his own family? Obviously, he would do that. But this is referring that Imhotep is not who everyone believes. A famine did hit all the lands in those days. It was so horrifying. Jacob had to take his entire family to Egypt to try to find food, and strangely enough, Joseph was the one who controlled the grains and disbursement of the foods as he saw fit, per the biblical story. So now the historical Imhotep matches the Bible's Joseph, the only difference was the name. This is all due to the story we have been given, which was an allegory that had replaced the original story, which belonged to the ancient Hyksos Egyptians. It was then when all of Joseph's brothers and his father came to Egypt that they bowed down before Joseph, just as Joseph revealed to his brothers in his dream that they would all eventually do. Joseph's brothers and father were starving and had little hope but to seek the mercy of the man who the brothers would then come to realize was none other than their brother Joseph, which they sold and left for dead. As the story played out, Joseph forgave his brothers, especially when he learned he had another brother Benjamin from his mother Rachel, and if they let him see Benjamin, then Joseph would give them food and allow them to live. Of course, the brothers believed Joseph was going to kill Benjamin as some sort of retaliation for what they did to him, but as the story played out, Joseph just wanted to see his brother, and all of them became very close again as Joseph protected and fed his own kin. When Jacob discovered that it was his son Joseph that had been named second in command of all Egypt, he was overjoyed. And from this point on, Joseph took special care of his entire family in Egypt, where they were blessed greatly even during the times of the famine, just as reported about Imhotep in Egyptian history. And unbeknownst to almost everyone, this is when the Israelites, meaning Jacob and his sons and their families, went into Egypt and lived in Egypt for 430 years until they were delivered by Pharaoh Akhenaten, who appears to be none other than Moses. Oops, another cover story. Now forgive me for being a little skeptical, but the fact remains, if you and your people are living in Egypt for over 400 years, then you have now become Egyptians, whether you are or not. Just like the Europeans who moved to America in 1620, no matter where these people came from, or what their race or creed was, they are now all Americans. Now we have always been told that this was just a desert nomad family who ended up being imprisoned in the powerful land of Egypt, having to serve under the evil power of the Pharaoh. But this is not the true story at all. In the beginning, Joseph went on to become the next Pharaoh, and he led his family to another part of Egypt so they could practice their rituals and beliefs as a separate clan. They were not prisoners, they were an extremely sanctified people. One of the beliefs of these people was there was only one God, the Sun God, whereas the rest of Egypt believed in many gods. This was the crux of the difference. Just like later Ramesses II also believed in one God and even built a temple for him. His name is Ra Mases, or son of Ra, also known as Solomon, or Solomon, the Latin form of the Son of God, who also built the great temple for his God. But hold on, it only gets better. These were Sumerians who came from the Hyksos tribe, which was later translated into Shepherd Kings, as I have pointed out. These people were Sumerian Egyptians, and were never Israelites. Israel was just a name, and that is what it always has been. And because of this, religious people will deny all of what I am saying, because they must believe Israel came from the beginning as a special and unique people, diverse from everyone else in the world, but this is not the case. It was made plain that the Father via Christ said that flesh and blood means nothing, there is no spiritual inheritance in flesh and blood. Therefore, blood lineage is meaningless to the Father. It also revealed, the Father does not have a respect of persons, meaning, no race is superior unto the Father. He sees all as one, and it is only those who do His will that He esteems above another. It is not based on race, creed, color, or blood, it is all about divine spiritual connection. But we have been deceived into believing a certain race of people are special, and hardly anyone understands who these people really were. And this brings me to the most important point in this story, and that is, what became of Joseph and his seed. Joseph did indeed get married, and guess what? He married an Egyptian woman. Now how about that? He did have 2 children by her, once again, twins. Their names in order of birth were Manasseh and Ephraim. Before Jacob, Israel died, he would meet his 2 grandsons, and there he made the special covenant with them. As I have revealed through this book, it was unlike anything that he gave to his other sons. He took Manasseh and Ephraim and told Joseph, "Your 2 sons' seed will become powerful world-ruling nations and would rule over all the seed nations of the earth." The 2 Egyptian-born sons of Joseph would go on to become the greatest empires in the world. These 2 Egyptian sons would become the only Israel that exists on this earth. Talk about being blindsided. Israel is the Sumerian Egyptians, who later due to mixing blood became Great Britain and the United States of America. And where is everyone looking towards to find Israel? They are still lost in the land of Canaan, trying to find a people that was supposed to amount to thousands of millions, which of course is basically the entire population of the planet, and yet most are still stuck in a place that has nothing to do with prophecy today. It doesn't even fit. Now it is time to move this story to another story where the god Ra is going to be changed to the god Aten. Aten was also the sun god. And as we peruse over 400 years into the future, we come upon another man who happens to be a Hyksos pharaoh, but never knew who Joseph was. However, Aten was different. It is not the same God that was over Abraham and his early descendants. This God also follows Lucifer, but he is a different God. And he is even more bloodthirsty. This is the God of bondage, unlike the God of Abraham. Chapter 14. Moses the Forgotten Pharaoh. We are now 430 years into the future from where we left off, within this allegorical story to create a separate group of people. We come upon an Egypt that is in the process of transforming. This new Egypt despises anything that is of the new religion of the shepherd pharaohs and their people. For 4 centuries, the Egyptians remained vigilant to the law of Taurus. And anything of Aries was forbidden and considered blasphemy. However, one was beginning to make some changes. During this time, a man was born in Egypt being prepped to become a pharaoh. This man ruled in Egypt for 17 years. The problem was, this man had an issue with his fellow Egyptians. He didn't like what was occurring to the people who were following the laws of Aries of the shepherds, the ones that Jacob had brought into Egypt 430 years earlier. The reason was, he was secretly one of them. Of course, the allegorical story presented the idea that a Hebrew-born child was sent into the river Nile in a basket, and then an Egyptian daughter of the pharaohs found him and raised him as an Egyptian. Whether this is true or not, it exposes something that may indeed have occurred. During this period, most of Egypt were followers of Taurus the bull, even those who came with Joseph 4 centuries earlier. I say that because remember what happened when Moses went to access the 10 Commandments from the God of the mountain. He was gone so long the people were worried that he had died, and they thought it was part of the punishment brought upon them because of their blasphemy against the pantheon of gods. They felt they were going to be stuck in the wilderness to die. So, what did they do? They took all their gold that they looted from their fellow Egyptians, while being delivered. And they made a golden calf as a tribute to the god of Taurus. The Israelites were made to become part of the Taurus Egyptian customs and laws while living there, and many of them obeyed, figuring this is what they must do, because they were stuck. When Moses was breaking ranks, they were excited, believing someone was going to support them for their updated religious beliefs. Yet one must never forget, these people were also Egyptians, from the land of Sumer. These were not strange Israelites that were different than anyone else. They simply had a different religion. Life was not easy anymore. Life was hard, work was a struggle, and Egypt was not a place to live if you had different customs or beliefs. Yes, some of the people remembered the old days, but most of them forgot. Remember, we are talking 4 centuries. And many began to believe that their ancestors back then were simply out of touch as to the religion of Aries. It was easier to be a slave to the system and do the bidding of the harsh pharaoh, than to challenge them. Sort of sounds familiar in America today, where people are being forced to go against their religious beliefs to follow new national laws. People have forgotten the earlier times and what it was like to live in freedom with law. Now they would fight to defend the subjection rather than return to the better days. This is what was happening in Egypt, as more pharaohs turned to great evil and wanted to exact terrible hardships upon the people. There was class warfare, and most of all religious warfare, and the people who were at Joseph living in the land of Goshen, were made worse than slaves. This is what happens when evil rulers take over as tyrants wanting to change the past and create a damning future. Today we would call it socialism. As Egypt prided itself on its multi-god beliefs in the land, anyone wanting to worship the Aries shepherd god was deemed dangerous. Therefore, Aten, who was also known as the sun god, began to change the heart of Moses, and he led him away from Egypt to learn of the ways of Joseph, that now has been long forgotten. For 40 years Moses was being trained to become a new Hyksos Aries the ram, believing Pharaoh, while hiding in the wilderness with a new god, a different god, one that even the fathers Abraham, Isaac and Jacob never knew. When Moses left Egypt, and went into the wilderness, he then met a man named Jethro, a high priest who was a shepherd. Now once again we must crack the codes. Jethro was powerful, obviously being a high priest as well as a shepherd. It is referring to him being an Aries the ram believer. Jethro was a true shepherd as a high priest, a Christ-like figure. Jethro also had 7 daughters, and Moses married one of his daughters and began to serve Jethro for a very long time. The book of Jasher revealed that the god of the mountain where Moses was brought before the burning bush, it stated that Moses' God was Jethro all along. He was the one training and teaching Moses. And this makes perfect sense. However, the Bible stated an angel spoke to Moses. I do not have any doubt that this encounter was both an alien angel, most likely from one of their watcher ships that could move to and fro back and forth from space. More than likely, this angel was telling Moses to obey Jethro, for Jethro was one of them who had come into the flesh. After Moses was trained in the new religion, his job was to go back to Egypt to free the shepherd followers out of the hands of the Taurus, the bull believers. A man named Ahmed Osman told a story that Graham Hancock reveals, where Akhenaten, pharaoh of Egypt, was brought up by Israelite slaves, and then he ruled Egypt for 17 years. He began to change the pantheon of gods to follow the one god, Aten. He was then forced to abdicate his throne. He then was forced out of Egypt and went to the Sinai wilderness with many of his followers. The following reveals direct connection to these two entities. This individual later revealed that Akhenaten was killed by Seti I, which is interesting as I will examine him in a few chapters. The overall picture reinforces the fact that Moses was also a pharaoh of the lineage of shepherds, but he was following a different god. This was verified also in the book of Jasher, and it was written that Miriam, Moses' sister, had stated that Moses was following a different god, and not the same God as Abraham. Either way, Moses was supposed to be the great deliverer. It is my belief that the one called YHVH from the garden left earth and a new representative came in his stead. He was a little more brutal and harsher than the previous Lord. Although the previous God over Abraham appeared to have nuked Sodom and Gomorrah, or else it was a massive volcanic eruption. Either way, this new God was stricter. If it was a volcano that destroyed these two cities, then this event did not take place in Canaan. It most likely was Italy, with Mount Vesuvius. This is when 2 cities were destroyed by a sudden volcanic eruption. Their names were Pompeii and Herculaneum. And this could be the original story that was then backtracked onto these people from a future event. Therefore, Miriam was defamed and pushed aside by Moses. The Bible speaks of this a little, but Jasher reveals the history in more clearer detail. Miriam was a high priestess and she did not agree with the slaughter this movement was engaged in, as they destroyed cities, killed the people, and their livestock and looted them. She felt this behavior was not acceptable. Moses did not agree, for his God was unforgiving. Chapter 15. Who was Elijah? Elijah was an Old Testament prophet to Israel, and one strange oddity about him. is he never tasted death. He didn't die in his first incarnation. I say first, because he will return 2 more times after this period. He was removed from this earth by all descriptions by a spacecraft, or what we may call an alien UFO by some of the watchers. And he was taken up into the heavens and never seen again. Of course, the transition had to create a form of death, as a human cannot exist in the heavens for too long. Elijah served the same God of Abraham as well as he was a prophet to Israel. I King 1836, and it came to pass at the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, that Elijah the prophet came near, and said, Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that thou art God in Israel, and that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word. Elijah was taken from the earth by a flying chariot. 2 Kings 2:12, and it came to pass, as they still went on, and talked, that, behold, there appeared a chariot of fire, and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and the horsemen thereof. And he saw him no more. It was interesting that Elisha called this heavenly vehicle the chariot of Israel, or Israel. Did this become Jacob's chariot? As we continue, Jesus also claims during his lifetime, that John the Baptist was in fact Elijah. The Bible also claims this same Elijah will return, right before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Elijah's final job will be the restrainer and restorer. He will come to the end time Israel, as the warning shofar as well as to redeem the land. Mal. 4-5-6 Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, and he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. Yet I ask, who really was this Elijah? Even in the famed transfiguration when Jesus took a few of his disciples upon a high mountain, they all saw Moses, Elijah and Jesus transformed into what could best be described as beings of light. Now think about this, who do these men represent in one form or the other? Well, Elijah was a great prophet of Israel. And he was taken in front of Elisha into the heavens. Who does that remind you of? Doesn't this sound like the Christ story, when he was taken up into the heavens before his disciples, as they watched him go up into the clouds? And note here, in the end time 2 other people like Elijah and Elisha will appear in Israel. I won't address too much here until the last chapter, but it is the 2 witnesses, and one of them I believe is the reincarnated Elijah and the other is Elisha. And these men stand before the God of this earth. I believe this is when they are in confrontation with Satan, while they are working for Lucifer. And guess what? When they are killed, as Israel always kills the prophets, they are left in the streets and not buried, and after a set amount of time, their bodies are restored 3½ days later, and both stand up and rise into the heavens. Same story, different day. And who was Moses? Wasn't he the deliverer of all of Israel and the lawgiver coming directly from the God Aton, YHVH? Again, another form or type of Christ. As stated earlier, I am not so sure Moses' God was Abraham's God. Remember, Moses didn't speak to God, he spoke to an angel. As well as, both Lucifer and Satan seem to play these games back and forth. The real reason for this transfiguration was never revealed to us from our known religious academia. I say this with clear intention to prove it, because I believe I know its revelation. I want to add something very important here because certain keys need to be understood to put this entire puzzle together as well as remedy the deception. First, Elijah was a high prophet to Israel and he spoke of the God of Israel, which was YHVH or Michael the Archangel. In a sense, Elijah was like the one who was leading others to the good God, that is Lucifer, of the good and evil game. And after Elijah did his duty he was transported into the heavens to go back to be with God, Lucifer. If this doesn't sound like Christ, then what does? How many of these stories do we need to reveal there was some heavy-duty copying and editing occurring? We now come to the place where Jesus took James, John and Peter up into a high mountain, and it was there where these 3 disciples were chosen to witness something that must have blown their minds. As Jesus was walking up the mountain, he began to change. His body was turning into a white glow, a light so bright that it would not be possible to imitate here in this earthly world. And then suddenly, Moses and Elijah appeared with him. Many people have read this passage and have believed that Moses and Elijah were special, and they were important to the plan, and they were already part of God's kingdom on earth. However, based on what I am reading and how the Spirit is teaching me, is that these men were counterfeit Christs, and Jesus was wanting to reveal to these 3 disciples, who were specifically chosen to learn this mystery, beyond even the rest of the disciples. Therefore, James the brother of Jesus, along with Peter the oldest disciple and John the youngest disciple, all came together on this mountain to witness this amazing transfiguration of Jesus. But then lo and behold, here comes Moses and Elijah. Their entire lives they had been taught that the ancient scriptures revealed how important Moses and Elijah were. In fact, as I said, they were in-type Christs, and many would listen to them as if these men were the true Father also. Throwing out a thought here, one disciple named John, that seemed to better understand the change or the truth that was being revealed by Christ here, better than all of them, and he was the youngest. John the Beloved spoke of these people and their customs who they were surrounded by all their lives, which would include Moses and Elijah as their true heroes. And he spoke of their creeds and culture, as Jewish customs and Jewish laws. He didn't refer to them as the Father's laws and customs. I believe he learned this while on this mountain with Christ, as he and the other 2 were about to be blown away. In returning to the passage where it described this amazing event, I began to realize that different versions of the Bible were translated somewhat unique, and therefore, we never really understood why this transfiguration occurred. It needed to be described in a more fluent way, to help us understand what was really transpiring and why. And even after this event, the 3 chosen disciples were told not to speak to anyone about this, not even to tell the other disciples, until after Christ was crucified. I began to put these verses together using the Strong's exhaustive concordance, that revealed the definition of the terms being used a little more clearly, and suddenly it all came together to prove what I had been shown was valid. Moses and Elijah were not of the Father, they are of Lucifer YHVH. They were his top prophets in Old Testament history. And what Christ was trying to show them was that these men were in type, false prophets, false Christs. As shocking as that may seem to the average everyday Christian, Jew or Muslim, the modus operandi of Christ was all about revealing mysteries. Now let's notice what happened step by step. Mark 9:1 Jesus went on to say, I tell you the truth, some standing here right now will not die before they see the kingdom of God arrive in great power. Jesus is telling them that some of the disciples listening to his discourse will not die until they see the power of the kingdom arrive. He was not speaking of some end-time return of Christ, because that is not going to happen. He was talking about that some will see the kingdom's power before they die. Now many speculate what this could mean, based on the timing of all of this. It was revealing that some of the disciples that were among the 12 were going to witness something out of this world. What is it that they were going to witness? Mark 9:2-3, 6 days later Jesus took Peter, James, and John, and led them up a high mountain to be alone. As the men watched, Jesus' appearance was transformed, and his body became dazzling white, far whiter than any earthly bleach could ever make them. Here it is, these 3 chosen ones began to witness a power that was astounding, a power of a metamorphosis occurring right before their eyes. Jesus was turning into a being of light. This was the power of the kingdom, and these 3 witnessed it before they died. Now watch what happens next. Mark 9:4 Then Elijah and Moses appeared and began talking with Jesus. Here we are right after Jesus changes before their eyes. 2 more men appear to be with him. They were none other than Moses, and Elijah, the two ancient prophets. Most everyone that has ever read this passage have believed that Moses and Elijah were side by side with Christ, and this proved they were part of the kingdom of the Father. Didn't Jesus tell them that they would be privileged to see this amazing power? So, isn't it obvious that these three disciples witnessed three important people that were all connected to the kingdom of the Father? Answer: no. Jesus did not take these three up into a mountain to do a carnival trick. There was a purpose, there was an expose occurring. This is what was happening. Jesus was about to teach these three disciples something that would have been tantamount to absolute blasphemy in their day. He was about to teach these three disciples that these other two men who these disciples had been reading and following all their lives from the books of the law, as being important in their process of learning and growing, were not who they thought they were. However, Peter, being the oldest and realizing just how important these other two men were, decided to speak on behalf of the other two disciples. Mark 9:5 Peter exclaimed, "Rabbi, it's wonderful for us to be here. Let's make 3 temples as memorials, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." He said this because he didn't really know what else to say, for they were all terrified. Did you just read that last part? Let me set this up for you. Peter, witnessing this most amazing event, as well as the other two disciples, were scared out of their minds. They didn't even know what to say. And Peter just started blabbering. Here 2 of the most important prophets to Israel have appeared right before their eyes, along with the transformation of Jesus. In Peter's mind, these 3 were all gods. And what did the people do for gods? They made temples and dedicated them unto the gods. These 2 men, Moses and Elijah, were the foundation of their religion. To these 3 disciples, these 2 prophets were angels and gods in their minds. That is how important they were. Can you imagine believing all your life that someone of this ilk was the most important people on this planet, and then out of nowhere they show up appearing as gods? I bet they were scared out of their minds. I bet they were wondering what it was they were witnessing. Many have taken this passage and concluded they were witnessing the kingdom of God, because that is what Christ told them. However, Christ was from the kingdom of the Father, not the other 2. I am sorry to break it to you, Christ didn't bring these 3 just to show them the power of the kingdom. There was a message no one has ever revealed before. Christ was showing the power of the kingdom, but he was also showing the power of the Antichrist, or the false power of Lucifer, and shockingly, just like the 2 seeds, they looked identical. Now that the disciples are witnessing this event, the Father decided to teach them why it was they just met 2 of the greatest prophets of old. The Father begins to speak. That is right, you read this correctly. The Father began to speak to the 3 disciples, and this is what he had to say to them. Mark 9:6 Then a cloud overshadowed them, and a voice from the cloud said, "This is my dearly loved Son. Listen to him." As the disciples were watching these 3 men of light, standing before them, as gods, the voice directly from the Father tells them, "This is my dearly beloved Son, listen to him." He used the term ego. He told them that they must listen to Jesus. What was the Father trying to say? What was the point being made? Well, the next verse reveals the reason. Mark 9:7 Suddenly, when they looked around, Moses and Elijah were gone, and they saw only Jesus with them. Wow! Moses and Elijah disappeared, and all that was left was Christ. What happened to Elijah and Moses? They were removed, they were displaced, to reveal the true Christ. It is almost like the TV show called To Tell the Truth. 3 people were chosen to appear on stage, and all 3 people reclaimed they were the same individual, and it was the panel's job to ask questions to determine which one of them was the real individual. So, Moses comes out and says, "I am Christ, I led the people of Israel out of Egypt, I am the deliverer." Then Elijah said, "I am Christ, I was the one taken into the heavens, to be with God. This proves I am the true Christ." The Father then decided to spill the beans, that only Christ Jesus is the one you are to listen to. none of the others. All their life they were taught that Moses and Elijah were magnificent men and they belonged to God. They were prophets of Israel. Now they were being told, only Christ is the one they should be listening to, not to these other men. Therefore, the two prophets vanished, for they were removed not only out of the picture, but out of the kingdom of the Father. Think about that. For the first time in their lives they were told their religion was false. Their leaders of this religion were false gods and false Christs and false prophets. The entire religion was built on straw, and the leaders of this religion were straw men. The problem is, how were they being deceived if they were aligned with the true Christ? This is where John the Baptist comes into play. Only these three men were chosen to witness this event, because none of the others could handle it, not yet, until they witnessed Christ rising from the dead to prove who he was. Then and only then could they accept this. Mark 9:10. As they went back down the mountain, Christ told them not to tell anyone what they had seen until the Son of Man had risen from the dead. So, they kept it to themselves, but they often asked each other what he meant by rising from the dead. Many people believe that Christ came as an adherent of the Judeo-religion and its laws, and this is not even close to the truth. He simply used their religion as a way to reveal the true mysteries, because he already knew Lucifer had copied all the true wisdom from the Father and he attempted to duplicate it, using signs and symbols to make people believe it was always of the Father. Nevertheless, only Christ came from the Father to awaken the true seeds, not these ancient prophets, kings, lords or gods. At this point in time these three disciples were perplexed. Their entire religion was destroyed, everything they had believed in was being torn apart. Their world was coming unglued and now for the first time they were realizing that many things they believed in were simply not accurate. The oddity of what Christ was revealing to them was these two men, Moses and Elijah, had long been gone, and yet they returned, and the key to this puzzle was Elijah had returned as a human, as you will learn in a few chapters. Elijah will also return a third time as a human. None of these events are of Christ. They are manufactured events by Lucifer to deceive humanity. However, they do represent the good in the good and evil game. The three disciples began to wonder, what about the verses in the Old Law that spoke about various things? Are any of these things correct now, or was it all a lie? Christ had to tell them the truth. Mark 9:11. Then they asked him, why do the teachers of religious law insist that Elijah must return before the Messiah comes? Suddenly, their entire world has come unglued. Now they can't even form an argument that makes sense to them anymore. They didn't reply as to say, hey, the scriptures say Elijah is to come before the Messiah. Instead they said, why do the teachers of the law insist that Elijah must first come? They had just been revealed that Elijah was a false prophet, and served another god, and they were not to listen or even place great importance on his words anymore. They were only to listen to Christ. They then formed their question as, then why do the teachers of the law say these things? It would be tantamount to one of us saying, then why does our ministers, rabbis, pastors, priests, bishops, and teachers in our churches tell us these things if they are not true? Jesus then responded that what they are saying about Elijah coming before the Son of Man is true. Notice what he says. Mark 9:12. Jesus responded, Elijah is indeed coming first to get everything ready. And the scriptures say that the Son of Man must suffer greatly and be treated with utter contempt. Did you read this? It says the Son of Man must suffer greatly and be treated with utter contempt, not someone else. So, what did he mean that Elijah had to get everything ready? If Elijah is a false prophet, then what is he getting ready? Well, this was also answered. Mark 9:13. But I tell you, Elijah has already come, and they chose to abuse him, just as the scriptures predicted. It almost sounds like Christ is saying that this Elijah was a part of the Son of Man suffering. Wait a minute, didn't the scriptures predict that Christ was the one that was going to be abused? But this is saying Elijah came and he was abused as was predicted by the scriptures. But Christ said, it was he the Son of Man, that was to go through this. What we are witnessing here is how Jesus is trying to teach the disciples that what they were being taught was a setup, a deception that could lead them astray. That a false Messiah was going to come and seemingly go through the same things the true Messiah was going to have to go through. But the first one is false. It is a setup. The disciples finally returned, but the message was revealed to all those who had an eye to see and an ear to hear. Elijah in the form of John the Baptist had come prior to Jesus, and it was John the Baptist that was gaining a following based on the old law and scriptures, and it was John the Baptist who was abused and put to death, before Jesus was. John was beheaded. What Jesus was trying to tell his disciples is that a forerunner, a copycat, a false prophet would incarnate of who had been the ancient Elijah, and he would be closely related to the Christ and his family lineage, somewhat like Jacob and Esau. And he would become the one the people listened to and looked to as the Redeemer. And the funny thing was, none of them even knew John the Baptist was Elijah, until later. Remember, many of the disciples were called unto Christ after they were already followers of John the Baptist, and the Father drew them away from him to follow the real Christ. Christ told them to follow me. If John was already like Christ, then why remove them from him? But the Father made it plain, these other men are false prophets, and they were to listen to Jesus Christ, and none other. What was really happening? Well, a false Christ was being set up to remove the people away from the true Christ, and obviously, the false Christ always comes first to prepare the way, the setup, the con. Christ was not backing the power of Elijah. He was breaking it. All throughout our existence in this world there has always been false gods and false Christs, and they always come on the scene as a good force that is only denouncing the evil force. The Antichrists always come right before the revelation of the true Christ, to deceive the people into believing they are the real deal. Obviously, it could not be other way around. I have warned many in my writings that the true Christ is interlinked within your soul. The Father's kingdom is within you. It is not some exterior kingdom, nor is it something of this world. But the false Christs and false gods always try to present their kingdom as established upon this world. And that is why I have warned, even though these false Christs look good, and often say the right things, and they do seem to fulfill Scripture in a positive light, it is all to deceive the people to follow something that is Antichrist. Meaning these are entities who are of this world and love this world and are not of the Father. Their entire religion is one of seductiveness, and it lures the soul into deception, because it really does seem right, proper and true. Therefore, I say again, truly Elijah the prophet will come again to restore Israel, the true nation, and turn the hearts of the children back to the Father and the fathers back to the hearts of the children. So how can this be bad? This is to happen right before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, which is the return of Nibiru and the beginning of the time loop, when non-awakened souls must be replanted to go through this whole deal all over again, because they were tricked. My friends, Lucifer has always known how to play the good God role, and he always comes on the scene to plant one of his own, who will reveal the wiles of Satan, making the prophet seem real and true all the while they are being deceived in the good and evil game God and devil. Malachi 4:5 Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Now the question you must ask is, why is he coming again, and what is the real purpose? Remember, this man will come to save, to change hearts, to restore everything that is seemingly good and proper and wise. But what is the real intention here? He will come and be in type as Christ the Savior right before the end of the world. My friends, the Antichrist never comes as an evil one, like the man of sin or son of perdition, or one who destroys. He comes to save, and help, and restore, or else why would anyone follow, except the morbidly deceived and destitute of all things true? It says the man of sin will sit in the temple of God showing himself that he is God, he will make things happen that no other man could. But Elijah is the restrainer, playing the good role, as you read in Book 3 of the Divine Secret Garden series. Remember, the disciples wanted to build temples for Moses, Elijah, and Christ. The temple of God is the chief seat in Israel, and it is in Israel, which I have proven is the United States of America, as the last nation of Israel, that this man will come and restore all things right before the coming of Nibiru. And what is so desperately ironic is, the restoration is a very good thing, because it is being removed from the power of Satan for a little time. However, it is being returned to the power of Lucifer, and not Christ. Therefore, we cannot give our power of emotion, mental, spiritual and physical minds unto this man. We must always listen to Christ and the Father only. No wonder Christ said that in these end days, that if it were possible that even the children, or the elect could be deceived, because the deception is so great, because it looks and appears to be so right. It would be something that even the children of the Father would say, this is good and this is right, and ironically, they would be correct, but it would be leading them in the wrong direction, if they are too emotionally attached. Chapter 16. Solomon and Ramesses. As we move forward in history, we now come to another piece of the puzzle. A long time ago there was a secondary Egyptian lineage that led through King David and King Solomon all the way to a false Christ. This is going to be surprising to most, but I believe it is solid. Now the question is, where did David and Solomon rule from? Where was their headquarters per se? Was it Israel in the Middle East, from the land of Canaan? It is my feeling King David and King Solomon were located somewhere else. In this period, it seems the original line of pharaohs was all but swallowed up, leaving only the Hyksos, shepherd pharaohs, controlling Egypt as well as the vast area around the Mediterranean from Alexandria all the way up to the area we now call Istanbul. Both Alexandria of Egypt and Istanbul were port cities which allowed great access to the Mediterranean Sea and Black Sea, which is important here. He who controlled the seaways also controlled the world. It appears that David and Solomon may have ruled from someplace else, that somewhere down the line that many of the Israelites and children of Judah were no longer in Canaan but they were located elsewhere. Now I realize it states that David was king of both Jews and Israel. And we have been told that Assyria under King Pul took the Israelites into captivity as well as Nebuchadnezzar took the Jews into captivity in Babylon. I realize the connecting points based on the story in the Bible do seem to line up here, but I am being led to where I believe the true connections are. And that is, I do not believe the Israelites were in Canaan anymore until Solomon conquered the Canaanites under a different name. I have done extensive research and have come to no other conclusion, that King David never existed in our known secular history, at least under the name David. Also, Solomon never existed in name, in our known history. This alone should raise red flags. Now we can better understand why they cannot be located by secular historians, and that the story we have is a replanted allegory from some time in the future after Judah had been taken into captivity by Babylon, and this is where their history began to morph into what we have been taught today. Remember, Judah held the royal scepter. This was the kingly line, and if everything I have been saying is accurate, then Judah was linked to the Hyksos pharaohs and not to some invented story of a nomadic tribe. Somewhere between Moses and David, Israel and Judah had located somewhere else. Here is our dilemma. The Bible shows Israel taken into captivity by Assyria, circa 800 BC, before Judah was taken into captivity by Babylon, circa 600 BC. All of this is a nicely tight package of historical events, if the dates, times and places we have were correct in our accepted history. Also, this means the Israelites were taken into captivity about 200 years after David was king of both Israel and Judah, circa 1000 BC. The Bible reveals that the Israelite tribes after their captivity were already expanding northbound to where they disappeared out of history, and then later termed the Lost 10 Tribes, whereas Judah and some of Benjamin had already been separated after they left the captivity of Babylon. But where did these events occur? There is another reason also that David and Solomon were not known to exist in the time frame we were given. In my research, Two individuals kept popping up having the same experiences and identical historical data. What I discovered was, King David aligned nearly perfectly with Pharaoh Seti I and King Solomon was Pharaoh Ramesses II. Their stories are nearly identical from two different cultural historical perspectives. Biblical history shows, David was living in the land of Canaan, which we now call Israel. Solomon also lived in this area when he became king. However, our secular history shows that Ramesses II conquered and defeated the Canaanites. What is odd about this? Based on our secular history, Ramesses conquered this area 200 years before King David existed. This means the Canaanites were still very much around long after Moses and Joshua took over the land of Canaan, as their land of milk and honey, after being lost in the wilderness for 40 years. It is at this point I think the story became twisted because one must ask, did the Israelites basically move around in circles for 40 years, or did they move in a specific direction towards someplace else? And to call this area the land of milk and honey without flowing rivers is quite odd. I do not think I would call the land of Canaan the land of milk and honey, even back during this period. Moses never saw the land of milk and honey. He was taken before Joshua led the Israelites into this area. This seems odd at me, unless the Israelites didn't remain in Canaan, and that they traveled northeast to Upper Assyria, once known as the Mitanni state, before the Israelites eventually fled north through Turkey and then Europe. Now understand, the Bible states Israel was taken captive by Assyria. This wasn't just a few people, there were millions upon millions of Israelites by this time. You do not just take a people captive and then hoard them in a massive group to parade them hundreds of miles across the desert towards Assyria and Babylon, unless they were already there. I mean, if it took Moses 40 years to get the Israelites someplace else, then how could a pervading army do this in a short time? And by this time, the numbers of the Israelites were far greater than what Moses had to deal with. Now it is possible Assyria simply conquered them where they were. However, I do not believe it was Canaan. My theory is the Israelites of Moses and Joshua's day left Canaan and moved to northeast to Upper Syria, called the Mitanni state, which was connected to ancient Assyria, and this is one of many places David and Solomon governed, hundreds of years later, as Hyksos Egyptian pharaohs and not Israelite kings per se. And Babylon, where the Jews were taken captive, was just south of this area during the time they became powerful under Nebuchadnezzar after Assyria began to wane in power. What we see on maps today just doesn't cut it. These were empires that ruled a great portion of land, not the tiny areas we now recognize. Therefore, it is easy to understand when the Jews were taken captive in Babylon, it is because they were nearby or already in part of the vast area, which was all under Babylon. The problem is, what about Solomon's temple? If that was in Canaan, then that had to be the area. Notice on the map above, that the Mitanni state is also part of the area where the Garden of Eden was at. The real land of milk and honey northwest of Canaan. Notice the exact same four rivers coming together near Ijua. This tribe of people must have been taken back to their ancestors' homeland, back to Eden. It is my theory that the Jews later were in the area we call Istanbul. That they were separated from the Israelites and traveled further west. Now let's get to some of the connecting dots. What is interesting, is the name Solomon from Latin is, Sol, Amen, and it represents the sun as Sol and Amen or Raman as God. And Ramesses is Egyptian for sun god. Two different names from two different cultures, yet both representing the same name. Solomon was named later in time, whereas Ramesses was the name of an Egyptian pharaoh. Therefore, it is my contention, with much more proof to come, that Solomon was Ramesses II, the great pharaoh of the Hyksos Egyptian Empire. If Solomon was Ramesses, then he conquered the land of Canaan after David his father was supposed to be ruling there. I say this because Ramesses is the one who conquered Canaan, and if Solomon was Ramesses, then he came after David, as Seti I. In history, Ramesses was one of the Hyksos pharaohs, who believed in the one God, and he entered the land of Canaan and conquered the Canaanites, who still lived in that land, and Ramesses took it over and led the live captive Canaanites back to Egypt as prisoners. Therefore, Ramesses and Seti did not live in this land prior to them conquering it. And if they were David and Solomon, where did they come from? When David and Solomon ruled, they were by this time mostly blood Hyksos Egyptians. They were pharaohs, Seti I along with his second-born son, Ramesses II, and they are paralleled exactly as David and Solomon, and they were also the scepter holders of Judah. Therefore, it is my stand that these two pharaohs were operating out of the vast land of Egypt, which reign over a large area around the Mediterranean Sea as well as Turkey, which was around northern Assyria or the Mitanni state. The Egyptians were in power during this entire period. The lower or southern region where Egypt and Alexandria is located was the origin of Egypt as we know it today. The expanse of both Upper and Lower Egypt was vast, and the only thing that separated the powers was the land of Canaan. So, what do you do to combine two major empires? You conquer the infidels that are separating the two. And thus, your seed has conquered all. Some have no doubt wondered that maybe God was saying Abram's descendants would be given this land after the Egyptians. It was Abram who was told that his seed was going to conquer the cursed Canaanites and take their land. It was never stated that he was going to conquer the land of the Egyptians after they had conquered the Canaanites, and in truth there is no history where Israel ever conquered Egypt. So, add it up, why was this area so important to Abram's seed? Because it connected Old Egypt with the New Egypt or the Hyksos people, which had become leaders over the Israelites by name, who used to live in Canaan as Abraham and his children, but I believe they moved north during the time Moses and Joshua, removing them out of Egypt. It was Ramesses II who conquered the Canaanites as one of the Hyksos pharaohs, also known as a shepherd king after the lineage of Abraham. Moses and Joshua never defeated the Canaanites because they left the area during the 40 years in the wilderness, and they ended up moving north to a new land where rivers were abundant. In fact, it was near the same area where it all started, once again called Mesopotamia. The children of Israel or this sect of Egyptians were taken back home. So, if Ramesses conquered the Canaanites, then Ramesses must be one of the descendants of Abram. And of course, if Solomon was indeed Ramesses, then we have our connection. Could it be that the famed temple called Hagia Sophia, which is still located in Istanbul, Turkey, is Solomon's temple, restored? Is it one and the same? Is it that hard to believe that Solomon ruled a vast area of the earth, as the richest king of the world, known as Ramesses II? And why would it be hard to believe that the area we now call Istanbul was also under ancient Egyptian rule as one of the many sites in this empire? Even the one who restored a great temple of God supposedly around the 16th century in our recent history, who just as Solomon did, used a bricklaying mason. He was the one who restored the project, supposedly the famous temple that Justinian had built. And his name was Suleiman the Magnificent. A name speaks for itself, Solomon the Great. How convenient. And this temple looks just like Solomon's described temple, located in Istanbul, Turkey. Chapter 17. The Mystery of Canaan. We were told Abraham was to be given the land of Canaan for his descendants, and then later Moses and then finally Joshua conquered that area. And they were the ones who took over the land and made it their own, called Israel. However, hundreds of years later, history reveals, Pharaoh Ramesses II defeated the Canaanites in their land. They were obviously still there. How is this possible? How could the Canaanites still have existed long after they were destroyed? Let's go back to this small portion from Wiki. First Syrian campaign. The immediate antecedents to the Battle of Kadesh were the early campaigns of Ramesses II into Canaan. His first campaign seems to have taken place in the 4th year of his reign and was commemorated by the erection of what became the first of the commemorative stela of Na el Galb, near modern Beirut. The inscription is almost totally illegible due to weathering. Additional records tell us that he was forced to fight a Canaanite prince who was mortally wounded by an Egyptian archer, and whose army was subsequently routed. Rameses carried off the princes of Canaan as live prisoners to Egypt. Rameses then plundered the chiefs of the Asiatics in their own lands, returning every year to his headquarters at Riblah to exact tribute. In the 4th year of his reign, he captured the Hittite vassal state of Amurru during his campaign in Syria. Riblah was headquarters and was in northern Syria. Obviously, the reference to Syria reveals we are not talking about another part of the world. It is revealing how Canaan was in the Middle East, just south of Syria. It also reveals Ramesses. Solomon captured the Hittite area, which so happens to be southern Turkey. Very likely where Riblah really was. Before I move on, I wanted to add something here because the information we just read has a ring of familiarity to it. Read this again. Additional records tell us that he was forced to fight a Canaanite prince who was mortally wounded by an Egyptian archer, and whose army was subsequently routed. Does this story sound familiar to you? It should, because it is the David and Goliath story written about from another cultural viewpoint. In this case, the story is revealing about an Egyptian archer. It says that he went up against a Canaanite prince. This would have been someone of great stature, because many of the Canaanites were giants. Goliath was a Philistine, and one of the areas where the Philistines lived was, you guessed it, Canaan. Many tribes of giants were dwelling in Canaan long after the flood. This Egyptian archer, without being given a name, was said to have killed this Canaanite prince. So, the Egyptian archer morphed into David, and the rock in a slingshot was morphed from an arrow in a sling. Slingshots, or also called sling bows, can be adapted to shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They are not just for rocks. Notice now how this Egyptian story parallels with great accuracy to the King David story, killing Goliath, but it was an allegorical story that came out of the Ramesses history. The Canaanites were still in existence until Ramesses conquered this area. Yet by the 20th century BC we were told via the biblical tale that Abraham's descendants were going to be given the land of Canaan. And then finally by the 16th century BC we know Moses brought his people out of Egypt, and then under Joshua he took over the land of Canaan and with their God's help, defeated the Canaanites, and then the Israelites settled there and made it their home. The Canaanites should have been erased from all of history since God gave the Israelites this land as their land of milk and honey. However, let's not stop here. I find it ironic that Solomon also came on the scene 480 years after the children of Israel left Egypt in his 4th year of reign, and he does something strangely alike to Ramesses too. I Kings 6:1 And it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month Sif, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of the Lord. Look at this closely. After the people were freed from Egypt, it states that it was 480 years later, which came to the time of the 4th year of Solomon's reign, when he began to build the temple of the Lord. Now think about that and go back to what Egyptian history revealed. The immediate antecedents to the Battle of Kadesh were the early campaigns of Ramesses II into Canaan. His first campaign seems to have taken place in the 4th year of his reign and was commemorated by the erection of what became the first of the commemorative stela of Na el-Kalb. Did you catch this? The 4th year of Ramesses' reign is strangely alike to the 4th year of Solomon's reign, where both were in Canaan and both erected some sort of architecture. Egyptian history reveals it was obviously not the famed temple that Ramesses later built as their temple of God. It was, however, a structure maybe leading towards that direction. Nevertheless, it is the same story tweaked a bit. Ramesses erected some temple showing his prowess as a great military pharaoh. And this smaller structure that Ramesses built is still partially the near Lebanon, but the great temple is nowhere to be found in and around this area. Strange again, right? What this means is, David did not rule over Israel in the land of Canaan, he was ruling from someplace else, as was Solomon, until Solomon came into Canaan as Ramesses II and then took over that land. So where did they come from? Where was David and Solomon ruling from as Seti I and Ramesses II? It is my belief that they were ruling from multiple cities all over and around the Mediterranean, and one of their places of reign was obviously Egypt and another was from what we called Turkey, or ancient Mesopotamia, which at that time was a province of Egypt, because Egypt was a world empire around this time. Istanbul, as we know it today, and Alexandria of Egypt were the two greatest port cities in the world during this time, as I have already stated. And both must have been controlled by Egypt. Having access to these cities would allow rulers to rule the entire world, conquering land and have a fleet of ships all over the Mediterranean and even the Black Sea. And that is exactly the power Ramesses and Solomon had based on their historical identity. Both had fleets of ships and conquered cities all over the known world. Solomon's power was revealed in the books of the kings, as a world power. He wasn't some nomadic minor king ruling from a small blip in the map called Canaan. Egypt was no longer divided, it was a singular empire. And this happened because of the takeover of Canaan, which divided the two lands. Egypt became the empire of Yhvh, and this was part of what Abraham was told would happen, but they needed Canaan, which they had not yet accessed in their power grip. Both Solomon as Ramesses built numerous temples. Therefore many temples could have been built all over the Mediterranean area, including what we see in Egypt today. And it is my belief that the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, Turkey is the rebuilt temple of Solomon/Ramesses/Herod. But these were not the only temples that Solomon or Ramesses built. Temples were erected everywhere. What we see in Egypt today are the ancient temples to their many gods as well as the temples to the one God. It just doesn't jive with history. How could Canaan still have existed by name if it was already turned into Israel by the time David and Solomon came on the scene? Yet we learned that the Canaanites were still very much in their land, and then after Ramesses conquered them the Canaanites were finally removed. Why doesn't Egyptian history mention the Israelites in the land of Canaan if they had conquered there? And why does it still mention the Canaanites as a race and nation around the 13th century BC? However, if Solomon really was Ramesses II, which I would bet the farm on, then we have a serious problem. King David was supposed to be the king over all of Israel in the land that used to be known as Canaan. And per history, King David is 200 years after Ramesses II. This is even more confusing. Most biblical scholars would say, this is because the Israelites had that territory as far back as Joshua, so it fits in their eyes. They would say Egyptian history is wrong. But where is the verified biblical history? Where does the Bible even make mention of this? Prior to David we had King Saul, and before him we don't know much about this tribe called Israelites for approximately 400 years after Moses. So where were they all this time after they entered the land of milk and honey? The book of Judges is right after Joshua, who was to have taken that land, but strangely enough if you read the biblical account the Canaanites were still there. The books of the Kings jumps right into the world of an aged King David. So, tell me what really happened to the Israelites. Were they in Canaan or was all this an added play by some future editor? Solomon could not have taken over Canaan if he was Ramesses II, because his father David already ruled over that land before Solomon, if the story that was handed down was correct. How can we decipher this puzzle with these clues? Well, either biblical history in this area is wrong, or neither David or Solomon were ever in this area to begin with, that they reigned from somewhere else, most likely somewhere in the vast expanse the Egyptian Empire. Or maybe it is all another duplicated history with one group being forged upon another. It is then possible by the time of Ramesses II, most likely being Solomon, that they then conquered the people of Canaan. And somehow this story was misreported as being back in the past as far back as Moses and Joshua, and even Abraham. What this is telling us, is that these perceived stories in the Bible where we have been told surrounds Canaan, was an overlapped story of another history. The Egyptian history was stolen and the rabbis simply converted it into their history because the rabbis did not want anyone knowing that the Israelites were Egyptians. That would just throw a gigantic rock in the middle of their convenient little contrived picture. This is what I have been realizing through my studies, that Israel's history was placed over another people, tribe, and nation. There is little doubt in my mind that Israel's history was a rebooted Egyptian history as the Hyksos Shepherd Kings, Chapter 18. David and Solomon, did they really exist? Why is it that two of the most powerful kings over the Israelites are never mentioned in secular history? Both King David and King Solomon, who were to have ruled upon the earth at one time, are never mentioned. Why is it that one of the most amazing temples ever built by King Solomon shows not even a single building part or trace today in the Middle East, Jerusalem? How is this even possible? Some may contend that it was stated that not one stone will lay upon another when the temple is destroyed. Again, nicely added to cover their tracks for a rebooted allegorical story from another timeline. Some contend that Christ said, "The temple will be destroyed, and in 3 days will rise again," but he was speaking of his own body, and 3 days later his body be restored. It is because Israel and Judah are not a real people. They are a created people who happen to be Mesopotamian Sumer Egyptians, and they didn't live in the Middle East beyond Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. An author named Herodotus of the 5th century BC, who was known also as the father of history, that wrote volumes about the timeline of when King David and King Solomon existed, for some reason never mentioned these two kings. He wrote about the Egyptian rulers and pharaohs during this time, but he never mentioned these two great kings. Now Solomon was the richest man on earth, and he controlled cities, and seaways, and had many ships. He would have to have been a major target of the Egyptian empire to have that much wealth and power, if he really existed, yet he is never mentioned. He is not even a concern in ancient literature. He could not have been missed in history. But the man Herodotus never mentions Solomon or David. Herodotus came from the Greek world of Turkey also. His claim to fame was how he regarded history so important that he made sure it was accurately portrayed. Or maybe he made sure it was portrayed the way he wanted. One thing about history and its many flaws is names were not always changed enough to deter one from finding the connections. Like Solomon and Ramesses are both the same name. Herodotus, the great author, from the Greek world of Turkey, seemed to have left out the most important information about David and Solomon. And yet a man named King Herod 500 years later knows all about Solomon because he supposedly rebuilt Solomon's temple. It is my theory that Herodotus and Herod are the same people used in historical revisions for the allegory to unfold. So how in the world does he forget to mention David and Solomon? How is this even remotely possible? Herodotus supposedly was living circa 5th century BC, much closer to the period of David and Solomon than even Herod. Yet Herod knows and Herodotus doesn't have a clue. Herodotus speaks of the Egyptian kingdom, of how powerful it was and how it occupied many lands. In fact, the area where supposedly David and Solomon ruled from as Canaan, per Herodotus, was under Egyptian rule also, which was true. Now granted, David was supposedly ruling the Israelites and Judah in 1000 BC and Solomon had his rule about 960 BC, however, Herodotus reveals this period and yet still no mention of these two famed Israelite kings. And one of them was the most powerful and richest ruler in the world, named Solomon. Isn't that strange? What is interesting is that two pharaohs existed approximately 200 years before David and Solomon, and both are nearly step-by-step perfect likenesses of these two Jewish kings. I have always cautioned, never believe the dates we are given, because all of history was redacted and changed and covered up by the lie. As we are witnessing right here, even the biblical information was controlled to create a story called an allegory. Chapter 19. Similarity of Solomon and Ramesses. Let's continue with the comparisons of these historical men. We have people today who know more about this period than any other time, and yet they will not combine the two histories of Seti and David together. And even though they realize that Seti I and Ramesses II are identical to King David and King Solomon, for some reason no one can find them in secular history. They simply won't connect the two, because it doesn't fit into our accepted chronology. Even to their length of reign, David was said to have ruled for 40 years, Solomon was said to have ruled also for 40 years, which combined equaled 80 years. Interesting comparison is that Pharaoh Seti I ruled for 13 years alone. Afterwards it stated that he co-ruled with his second son Ramesses II, who they say ruled a total of 67 years. Since we do not know how long the two co-reigned, we do not have the exact amount of time for Seti I. Strangely enough, however, their reign together also equals 80 years. Just a coincidence? I think not. And another interesting fact is, Seti I, among many of his wives, also married his daughter, in which she lost her firstborn. It was Seti's second-born unto his daughter, who became Ramesses II. Now the story we were given for David was he took another woman to be one of his many wives, named Bathsheba, who had been married to Uriah the Hittite. Notice that Uriah was a Hittite from the land of Mesopotamia and was working for David. David then had her husband sent to the front line and he was killed in battle, freeing Bathsheba to be married to King David. Now the story goes on to say that they also lost their firstborn due to this sin of intrigue, where David had her husband murdered so he could marry her. And it was their second-born, Solomon, who became king. Ralph Ellis in his book, Jesus the Last of the Pharaohs, writes about this in a very convincing manner. The only problem with his work is, like so many others, he would not veer away from the contrived history we have been given, and he could not connect Seti and Ramesses with David and Solomon. To me it is a no-brainer. Once you read the combined histories, these are most definitely the same people. However, what Ralph Ellis brought out allows one to even make the case how connected these four really are. As an example, when David married Bathsheba, Ellis revealed that Sheba was the Egyptian name for star, which was the identification marker for the Jewish David. The term Bath means daughter. Therefore, the name Bathsheba means the daughter of the star, or the daughter of David. It was when David took Bathsheba to become his wife that he took his own daughter, which reflects perfectly how Seti I also took his own daughter to marry, and it fits in perfectly how this was always done to keep the bloodline intact. Now Bathsheba is a title, not really a name. It is another allegorical story imprinted upon David and his kingdom, using pseudonyms to reveal their true history. Remember, there should be no shock to this revelation that this entire lineage was filled with incest, as I have proven. Ellis goes on to reveal a bombshell, in that when Bathsheba married David, she lost the name, daughter of the star, and she became their Queen of the Star, or Queen of Sheba. We have all heard of this name from within the pages of the Bible, because for some reason Solomon was very close to this rather enigmatic and unknown Egyptian woman of our hidden history. If this story is accurate, this means the Queen of Sheba was Solomon's mother and sister, and now everything begins to fit in place. There is a multitude of comparisons uniting these four together as the same two pharaohs that we have read about in history. Anyone trying to find these two kings in our secular history will fail. David and Solomon are nom de plumes as another allegory covering history with a created story of two Israelite rulers, rather than them being who they really were, Egyptian rulers, as the Hyksos shepherd kings. The rabbis conveniently installed David and Solomon over the true history of Seti and Ramesses, and simply moved it forward a couple hundred years so no one would catch on that although being slightly different it was the same people. Sadly, because so many worship the dates we have been handed down, they cannot put two and two together. I maintain the reason Herodotus never mentions David or Solomon is because that was not their names. Nor was it the proper time frame. Those were names given them by rabbi authors after they had been taken into captivity in Babylon, and then the names changed from Egyptian to Latin, when the Roman Empire came on the scene. They changed their Egyptian names, and made them Hebrew names, using Latin in the mix for Solomon, proving it was done much later. They simply inserted the facts concerning the pharaohs and turned them into Israelite kings to give more power to this contrived movement that never existed under the banner name Israel, in the first place. They were always Mesopotamian Sumerian Egyptians that followed the lineage of the shepherd kings, which came from the Hyksos tribe, prior to the fisher kings of Jesus' time, known as Pisces, as it came in after Aries. A new religion began. One thing of importance about Ramesses II is that he had hundreds of wives and hundreds of concubines. Solomon also had 300 wives and 700 concubines, per the scriptures. Solomon was the richest ruler in the world, so was Ramesses. Solomon was the great temple builder and law-giver, just like Ramesses. Solomon had many ships in the sea and conquered many cities and a vast amount of area, so did Ramesses. And yet there is little to no secular history about a man named Solomon, whom obviously was named allegorically, hundreds of years later, because of the fact his name is also in Latin. However, there is a boatload of information about Ramesses II. How could Solomon have been missed, if the two were so alike? Chapter 20. Manipulation of the New Testament. Those of you coming to realize via my work and research is that the written word is not as pristine as many would like everyone to believe. That as the living word was brutally murdered, so also was the written word assaulted with a vengeance. There is a code, and the keys that are needed to decipher the code. Once one realizes what the key decipher is, suddenly, the scriptures begin to take on a whole new light. I have stated before, my job is not to remove your faith, or destroy the true source in your life, if you are a true child of the Father. My job is to give a refresher class to teach how these things may have been manipulated to create a major deception over the masses. I do not believe that any of the Father's children will be destroyed, however, it may take much time for them to awaken to the error. And most of all, my work is to steer the children of the Father and Mother back to their origins, the very children that have been kidnapped by the God of this world. And although one may feel they are operating correctly believing the Bible is the primeval word, as I always say, a little arsenic in the water is still deadly. Our job is to restore the filters. I am not now nor have I ever said the Bible is totally invalid. What I am saying is that the Bible is someone else's story blended together with the true antiquity, to make sure we are all poisoned by the combination of both truth mixed with error. I have taught over the years that the Bible was manipulated to create deception, which if taken internally could be lethal. Drinking the entire word or eating the entire word without using a filter is extremely poisonous because one is not discerning, nor are they properly separating the chaff from the wheat. The filter is the key I revealed in my Divine Secret Garden series, and it is located within you. Today I want to present some anomalies in the New Testament to reveal something very shady that took place, and it has created a whole host of problems. One of which has combined Israel with the New Testament Church, calling it Judeo-Christianity. I am not going to try to intellectualize with you. I won't speak over your head. I will present this as easy as I can to reveal something unnatural occurred, and it has caused serious issues even till this very day. Most do not dissect the biblical scriptures. From cradle to grave they have allowed someone else to be their mental surrogate or proxy when it comes to the Bible. People tend to trust others and never really question what they are being fed, until someone else tries to fill them in with a differing version, and then at that point they suddenly want to question everything, if it doesn't support their prior belief. Strange but true. The true children in one sense have always been gullible to trust the wolf in sheep's clothing. Many are led astray because they trust someone they believe might have the answers that they do not have, or they come to believe they are not qualified to have. This is the first mistake. However, it is high time that everyone realizes that there were certain keys to codes that if understood you would not be tempted to believe error, nor would you fall into the shell game of trickery. You would have the edge and discipline using discernment. My series of books, The Divine Secret Garden, will help you unlock the code and use the keys to always stay ahead of the game. This way no one will be able to pull the wool over your eyes. It doesn't mean you will always be correct, but you will always be on the right track, in a deeper searching mode. I have revealed that the Bible has been manipulated, and even as I expose this there are at times where I still make mistakes and incorrectly surmise certain matters. The key is, I am always willing to adapt and prepared to change. The mistakes are not the issue, it is being able to eventually and finally ferret out the truth from the father and mother, and not exclusively rely on others. If one cannot acclimate, they are lost. As it stated, when in times past one has taken the milk, they now should be on the meat, but instead they are babes in Christ, still yet carnal, sold under sin, implying they are still nursing. It is my desire to teach where one may discover the key within themselves to enable them to merge through this process without anyone else directing you, beyond Christ and the Father. One should never blindly trust or follow anyone. Let your internal protective guardian be your divine inspiration. If my work can convey this message, then no matter where I may have erred, you will still be moving forward. Have you ever wondered why the term wolf in sheep's clothing is used? Wool is the clothing sheep wear. Sheep are often noted as the followers of Christ. However, often wolves have been allowed to sneak in wearing the same sheep's clothing, and they can use the sheep's skin as a device to trick other sheep. Therefore the term, having the wool pulled over your eyes, or wolves in sheep's clothing. I have revealed this as a parable that the gods and their children have entered humanity wearing the same avatar clothing, called the human body. And they have used this to infiltrate, malign and destroy anything of the Father or the true Christ. These are the wolves in sheep's clothing. My job is not to point you to some religion, Bible, or even the government or church, nor is it to even point you to me, of which I want no part of. I am not your proxy or surrogate either. I am only here to help you find the Father and Mother within you, and once that is done, my job is finished. All our jobs should be to help alert those who have begun to awaken and to redirect the children back to the Father, Mother, returning them to their divine ancestry before the harvest. So, there is nothing any more special about me that is not already within you. We are entering the time of the harvest now, it is imminent. Therefore, there is no time to waste. If you were deceived even slightly, wouldn't you want to know before it is too late, before this cycle or age ends? Let us look at the New Testament and begin to ask questions that might aid in your awakening. Your belief in Christ is commendable. Your belief in a higher power is also judicious. However, being deceived is not merit for an award. What if your beliefs have been subtly altered to make sure you do not understand important keys that could set you free, and in turn, they lead you astray? Wouldn't you want to know? Just for a moment take a few minutes to allow yourself to be wrong in a few areas, not in everything, but just a few. Allow yourself enough humility that maybe just maybe you were deceived in a point or two that is now leading you away from the desired goal. I have had to do that all my life. Before I could learn more, I had to be wrong, first. Isn't it time that you realize who this deceiver really is that manages this world? This deceiver is none other than the androgynous Lucifer, Satan represented in two different entities. Do you believe Lucifer is powerful enough, wise enough to maybe throw in a curveball and some false concepts that could lead people astray? If the majority are believing the same things, then chances are good it is Lucifer and his minion, Satan, that is controlling that field of thought. As I have written about before, that Christ revealed, the majority are on the wrong path, a path that leads to destruction, and the few are on the correct path, the path that leads to life eternal. It is time that we begin to understand who the ruler of this world really is, and how this demonic warlord has deceived the whole world. The very artistic quality of Lucifer and Satan is they know how to deceive humans. They learned that art because they deceived angels. They are the greatest con artists that have ever existed. As magicians, They can manipulate your awareness to see things and or to hear things you would not believe possible. Their hands are much quicker than the eye. They know how to use subterfuge to dislodge one's awareness, and they have had a very long time to perfect this art. They have deceived, tricked and maneuvered angels out of their first estate, who at one time were aware of what was occurring. And if angels could not withstand these tricks, what makes anyone believe humans cannot be fooled by this power? And more importantly, why would anyone believe they did not throw and or add confusion into the scriptures to deceive the very people that believe they are being freed by using them? Now let us begin to recognize some keys that will reveal the game is afoot, as Holmes would say to Dr. Watson. First, let us take the story of Christ's life, and what is often referred to as the harmony of the Gospels, that is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. From the beginning, we recognize 4 authors, each revealing the story of Jesus' life, from between 12 years of age unto his death, somewhere around the age of 33 years old. For the most part there is very little to nothing in our modern Bibles written about Jesus until his ministry, which began around 30 years of age. And none of the writings by the supposed authors seem to have any recollection of his younger days, even by having a direct relationship with Jesus himself, who would most definitely have spoken about his youth often to them. You would think that Jesus would have spoken about his younger years growing up as all being part of the witness testimony. We all tend to discuss our past in one form or the other. And I am sure that each of them wanted to know as much as they could about his early life. Let's be honest, he is the great teacher, the Messiah, wouldn't you want to know? But of course, there is little to nothing said about Jesus' early life. Why? Secondly, who are the 4 authors of these Gospels? They are named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now right off the bat we should recognize something very bizarre. 2 of the authors were not part of the original 12 disciples. Only Matthew and John were of the original 12. This should raise red flags. Who are these other men? Why are they the ones witnessing the life of Christ? Peter, James, John, Matthew or Levi, Andrew, Bartholomew or Nathaniel, James, the lesser or younger, Judas, Jude or Thaddeus, Philip, Simon the Zealot, Thomas. Where is Luke and Mark? Now Mark was known as the evangelist, and he was possibly the first bishop of the church in Egypt of Alexandria, but he was not one of 12. Now Luke is an anomaly also, very little is mentioned about him, and yet some believe he was the author of 1/4 of the New Testament, since they believe he authored the book of Acts. Again though, he was not one of the 12. I find Luke a little out of context in the scriptures, as well as he was supposedly Paul's personal physician. And that also raises monster red flags, as you will soon learn what I reveal about who Paul may really have been. Why choose 12 men to be witnesses of the life and death of Jesus and only use 2 of them who could recount what they saw, and then allow 2 strangers in the mix that were not even of the original 12? They came afterwards. How are they supposed to know what happened personally with Christ when they came on the scene later? I am not saying they were infiltrators, or somehow of how the dark ones, but I could not discount it. However, what I am saying is, this does not make any sense. I think by now, after you have read what I have revealed so far, you now fully understand that Lucifer always seeds his own followers along with the true seed followers. He loves to implant the enemy among the true seed. A real detective would find this more than strange to realize 12 people were chosen as personal witnesses to Christ's life and his teachings, and yet only 2 of them reported on it, along with 2 men who were not even of the 12. I am not trying to tell you what to believe, but you should realize the anomalies because they represent keys to the code. Next, which disciple would you believe wrote more content than any other disciple in the New Testament? Again, strangely enough, none of them. It was Paul, who was never even a disciple or follower of Jesus until after Jesus had died. Paul had been struck down with blindness by a flash of light, and then speaks of his encounter with Jesus in the light. In fact, Paul, as Saul, was a persecutor of the true followers, while Jesus was still alive. Jesus just got done training and working with 12 men as witnesses to his life and death, teaching them secrets, revealing mysteries, and right after he dies he goes to someone different while most of the remaining disciples are all very much alive and doing their duty, by feeding the sheep, as Christ asked of them 3 times before he exited the scene. Feed my sheep. I have a major problem here. I won't address it all, but the fact is, during the time Christ was in his ministry, the disciples and Christ would share the message as far as they were able, but only in parable. Obviously, it was limited in scope. This was only the preliminary work. Most of these people gathering were simply looky-loos, and not real followers. There were no churches yet. They certainly were not Christians per se, because none of them were even converted with the Spirit. In fact, the Spirit supposedly never even came down until after Christ left. The major work began after Christ had died. Therefore, if Paul was persecuting the true believers, then the believers would have known who he was. However, later this is proven untrue, because there was not that many believers around in the beginning, and most assuredly they were not spread out that far. In the book of John chapter 6 it states that everyone who was following Christ abandoned him and only the original disciples remained. The entire story of Paul has the air of someone who came much later. I do not believe Paul could have been persecuting true believers until long after Christ died, maybe generations, but this is for another story at another time. I would only assume if we can make assumptions that one would believe that these 12 held the keys, because Christ taught them the mysteries personally, whereas no one else received them directly at the time. And he spent years teaching these truths. Nevertheless, one guy that has a flash vision is then held up as the top dog, having had none of these personal experiences. Nevertheless, as we were told, right after Christ dies, he comes back in spirit and supposedly opens Paul's mind, and Paul becomes the avatar of reason and spiritual knowledge as the top author in the New Testament, where most of all Protestant religions were spawned from. In fact, Paul even had the gall to state that none of the other disciples added anything to his knowledge. That mindset is a very proud, vanity-driven, and ego-led, especially knowing these 12 men were trained personally and taught things no one else had ever known, directly by Jesus Christ. Where was the respect, not only to these disciples but towards Christ, and to the Father, for choosing these 12 men? Now I ask in a clear conscience, what is wrong with this picture? Let's look at these anomalies. First, we are told 12 men are witnesses to the life and death of Christ. Usually a witness is one that holds the visual, literary and/or oral account of what had occurred in another situation. Yet the main Gospels that reveal this account, only 4 have written anything, and 2 are not even of the 12. Now this alone should foster questions if you are thinking intelligently. This alone should cause one to be amazed in wonderment. And then lo and behold, the top author, the main teacher of Christianity, is not even of the original 12, but someone that never even witnessed the things of Christ from a personal standpoint. In fact, he was a persecutor of the real followers during and possibly after Christ's time. Now shouldn't this raise a red flag, an alert, and a warning shofar, blaring in the wind? Paul's ministry has all the earmarks of something that was added to the story much later by a scribe that was talented in creating stories within allegories. What is interesting about the 4 Gospels, or what many call the harmony of the Gospels, is the very fact that there was harmony, reveals altering and massive trickery. Yes, you read that correctly. The reality that anyone could spend several years following a single person and each give their account at separate time periods over the following years, to even have 5% matching one another, would be a miracle or great feat. To have that kind of matching testimony would take 10 lawyers making sure their clients all say the same thing. Many try to find fault in the Gospels because of the few areas that do not match. They scream, "Ha! There is a problem. These two Gospels said something a little different. Yet the facts are, that should have often been the case. The differences of what each person saw gives the account more validity and enhances a greater harmony. You might ask, why is that? Simply because, no two people ever see the same things even when witnessing the same activity. The harmony should have been the blending of the eclectic energy of the entire event, and not the exact wording. Each person would recognize a key point that would stand out in their minds, that would be revelatory from a personal viewpoint. These 12 men were chosen to give a bird's-eye view of the entire account from different perspectives, not to have them all say the same things. If they all were going to say the same things, then why even call the 12? One would be plenty, right, just like Paul? Now think about this. It was stated that if one were to write about all the works of Jesus, it would fill an entire library. It was even stated that it would fill the entire number of books in the world. Do you understand what this means? John 21:25. And there are also many other things which Jesus did, the which, if they should be written every one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that should be written. Amen. Libraries contain hundreds if not thousands of books. Yet the Gospels are not even books per se. They are short musings, often poetically introduced, and they all basically say the same things. All 4 Gospels combined would scarcely by right be considered a book. Percentage-wise, if Jesus' life and works could have filled an entire library, then the little bit we have been given, called the Gospels, would only amount to a pittance of all that he said and did. So, obviously, something is erroneous here. What are the odds for even 2 people to watch a person's life every single day or thereabouts for 3 or more years, watching how they live, what they say, how they react, what they did, where they traveled, etc., and all them come up with the same basic minuscule storyline? And then years after this person is gone, these witnesses from different points in time, not even being together anymore, write about what they saw and miraculously each reveal the same events even to the same exact wording, with a few tiny discrepancies. And these events represented only a tiny little bit of sand on the seashore, of what really occurred in the life of this man. What are the odds that the works of Jesus could fill tens of thousands of books, and yet 2 witnesses, let in all 4, see the same events, and they harmonize with each other in almost the exact wording, on what amounts to barely 1 manuscript? I can barely remember what I did years ago, but to recall exact conversations to the letter, that would be very difficult. I can recall an account of things, but to the exact wording, it isn't remotely possible, and even if I could recount an exact wording here or there, who else that may have been around me would have remembered it exactly as I did? And to think if there was even just 2 of us who both could recount the same single event, even to the letter, that would be highly improbable. And even if these disciples wrote down what they were experiencing at the time, each one would see the event of their choice differently. Yet these guys wrote about their experiences from over 3 years of viewing Christ in the man of Jesus, and they all happened to recall nearly the same exact events. Even down to which road or town one traveled through, realizing we only were given a tiny sampling of their many journeys, and yet the same precise events were the only ones that were recorded. Some may say, well, God could have inspired them all to see things alike. I don't have a problem with the idea that the Father could place these things into one's mind. The problem is that is not what these 12 were called to do, and that is not how the Father works. If the Father was planning on placing these things into someone's mind, then why make them personal witnesses to this course of events so they could have a testimony, if the Father was simply going to manufacture the account for everyone anyway? The very fact the Gospels much or are extremely alike proves altering and fabrication. It is just not possible that this could have happened without collusion and changes. Also, if each author revealed what stood out in their mind the most, then it would hold much more merit than what we were given. Because then we would see the vast array of Jesus' life and what occurred from different perspectives, it would have a far greater and a more astounding effect on future generations. Now some may say, well, maybe only these 4 guys could write, maybe the rest were illiterate. They still could speak, right? The fact is, we know that Peter, Thomas, James, both Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene, Philip and Jude all wrote, or at least were professed to have written stories about Christ along with many more. Yet much of their writings were not part of the Gospels or the Bible, based on the Vatican canons. Why? We also know that Paul and many others were supposedly called later, and yet they had no real personal knowledge of Christ's life, and yet there are many authors also connected with them, such as Barnabas and Timothy and others, which were all protégés of Paul. We also know that some of the others had written stories, like Philip and Thomas, because their works were spoken of by contemporaries. Chapter 20 continued. We also have the lost books discovered in the Nag Hammadi, that were also rejected in later Roman councils, and yet we never ask why they were rejected. Even Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of Jesus supposedly wrote their accounts, but they were also rejected because they lacked harmony to the original Gospels. Nevertheless, we are now beginning to recognize that harmony overall may be a good thing, like on jury of one's peers, but when it comes to witnessing something personally and to experience it over a long period, harmony is a blatant deception. It proves someone else is controlling the personal witness viewpoints. Most of the other disciples that wrote about Jesus all gave their accounts of what Jesus told them personally, not so much what they saw. Often many of them spoke of the mysteries that Christ taught them while they were alone, but these works were never accepted, and if they had been, they were not openly shared and were also rejected in the canons. And strangely enough, not one mystery is ever revealed in the Bible. Think about that, not one mystery. We know Jesus taught in mysteries, nevertheless, the actual revelation of them were never revealed in the Bible. Why not? I explained this in my books, how Jesus knew that what he taught would be altered, so he spoke in mystery so the dark ones would not understand. This way the message could still be sent to the children who hold the key within to crack the code, and the evil ones would never be the wiser. Even Judas Iscariot wrote his personal testament about Jesus. Now some may contend that these lost books were fabrications of people later over the centuries. However, we also know this is not true, because top individuals, as we have been told, as such, one named, Father Irenaeus, living supposedly during the 1st and 2nd century, revealed these lost works existed, whether rejected or not. We know from these contemporary accounts that both the individual and works existed, but for some reason they were rejected, and most likely it was because they lacked harmony. They never found their way into the Bible. Why? Who was the authority to keep these other works out? Why were they blackballed and banished? These other works presented a unique variety of the setting we have all come to believe in, or at best have learned about. But their uniqueness drove some to withdraw these amazing works out of the limelight because they revealed a different order of things. And why should that bother anyone? Because if someone is altering or changing views, they don't want opposite ideas or opinions that may represent the original views that had been purposefully transformed. Also, we know that Constantine, the Eastern Roman emperor, had a major role and hand in manipulating the scriptures, maybe more than anyone else did except for the Roman Justinian and the English kings. They even had councils to make sure the written word correlated exactly with what the fundamental philosophy and accepted dogma was to be, for their opinion of what they wanted others to believe in. This is not hearsay, rumor or contrived nonsense. This is on the historical record, as in type, the Council of Nicaea, one among many councils that came supposedly long after Christ. Strangely enough, Constantine, like Paul, also had a mystical revelation where he claims Christ came to him as a bright light in a vision. Now it is time I lower the boom on some accepted traditions and viewpoints concerning the Apostle Paul. I did quite a bit of thinking about the oddity of Paul, and how he was chosen after Christ had personally worked with the 12. I was pointing out that this does not make a lot of sense, since these 12 were chosen to be the witnesses of the life of Christ and what he taught. Yet after Christ departs, after spending all this time with his chosen 12, he then returns in some sort of bright light flash vision, and who does he come to? It was none other than Paul, who was first named Saul, who had been a tormentor of the early followers. I also said, this same thing happened to Constantine, where he supposedly met Jesus as coming in some sort of a bright light flash vision, and he was also a tormentor of Christians and then changed and became the emperor who called for the Council of Nicaea, where much of the Bible was then arranged as we have it now. Now some believe Christ came to Paul so he could administer the gospel unto the Gentiles, whereas we were led to believe the early disciples only went to the Israelites. This also never made sense, because it was not Paul who was chosen to go before the Gentiles. It was given unto Peter, based on the scriptures, if you remember the teaching of the clean and unclean meats, in the book of Acts. Peter was revealed, and he said unto them, Ye know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company, or come unto one of another nation, but the Father hath showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean. This represented that the Father was not a respecter of persons. It was not about being a Gentile or an Israelite. The Father was sending his call out to all nations and peoples of where his true children were seated. Peter was confused. As a Jew he thought that the vision he was given was a forbidden Jewish rite of clean and unclean meats, at first. He then realized, it was about different tribes of people. So, Peter was being taught that the disciples should also bring the gospel to the Gentiles, so this was not something that was given to Paul as many believe. What was the need to go directly to Paul after Christ returned? Why was this not given to his chosen 12? As one reads the book of Acts, it gives off the appearance that Paul was traveling like a fiend all over Asia Minor, Syria, and Greece. He had developed this large growth of churches throughout this entire area, even before he met the disciples. Based on the story, when he finally came to Jerusalem, the people wanted to kill him, saying he was an Egyptian, because they heard reports from other travelers, of someone likened unto him, vis-a-vis, of his travels through Asia Minor. He tried to quell and calm the people, telling them he was a man from Tarsus, born as a Jew. The problem with Paul and this entire story was, did he ever tell the truth? This is the same guy that said, when in Rome do as the Romans do. Really? Is that part of the spirit of the Father? To lie and deceive? Were the Israelites taught that when in Egypt do as the Egyptians do? And where would the people get the idea he was an Egyptian? And why were they not afraid of an Egyptian? Could it be they were related to Egyptians also, but they saw Paul as an infidel and traitor? As the story unfolds, when the people were about to flog him to death, he then said, Hey, wait, I am a Roman. Let's get this story straight. He told them, I am a Jew, just like you, born from Tarsus. However, now that they are about ready to kill him, he said, Hold it, don't get your undies in a bunch, because I am really a Roman. My question is, did Paul just tell them he was a Roman, or did he tell them who he really was as a Roman? Or is all this a contrived story from Paul? This terrified the people and they let him go. Why would the knowledge of him being a Roman terrify them? Maybe it was because they were under Roman rule, where they were living, and they began to realize who he really was now. Was any of this true? Was this all invented to create a storyline? Well, let's learn some more about Constantine, the Eastern Roman Emperor, the one that was supposed to have combined Eastern and Western Rome. Constantine had a vision where Christ came to him to reveal that he would conquer his enemies under the sign of the cross. This is where the deception of Christ dying on a cross came into vogue, rather than a tree. Paul often spoke of Christ dying on a cross also. Constantine was given a vision where he became converted over to Christianity. These were the same people he was killing and torturing for their beliefs, as Paul also did. Now remember, Paul admitted he was a Roman. After his vision of Constantine meeting the Christ, it then stated Constantine made it a goal to meet the elders of the church and to learn from them more about this new way of life. What is of great interest here is, Paul also wanted to meet the disciples, and learn more about their ways. When I was writing this topic in this book, an internal voice in my thoughts told me, these are the same people. But I ignored it because my mind was on a separate issue. And then when I reread what I wrote, it happened again. The voice in my thoughts said, these are the same two people. I wondered internally, how can this be? They were separated by more than 300 years, historically. However, I learned long ago not to question the Father when He is revealing something to me, even if it is way out in left field. My job is to take the bull by the horns and discover for myself, if it is even spiritually practical. One of the things written about Paul is that he made the comment, in paraphrase, that the disciples were no better than him, and they added nothing to him. I always thought that was totally disrespectful. Paul was not an original disciple. He was not the being trained personally by Jesus, being shown in-depth mysteries that no one else had access to. He was an accuser, a tormentor, and it was written he even murdered the true followers while Jesus was teaching the 12, the mysteries. As I said above, this is extremely suspect. In truth, the entire story of Paul comes across to me as giving permission to allow wolves in sheep's clothing to enter and then be accepted. Think about it. And yet Paul comes along, and is supposedly converted, and what does he say about the original disciples? Paraphrasing, well, who in the hell are they? They added nothing to me. I am Paul, and I am just as good as they are. Once again, for the third and final time, the internal voice says inside of me, Paul is Constantine, and then suddenly I went, holy cow. Paul is Constantine. Paul claimed to be equal to the other disciples, even though he was clearly not equal, in the sense of having been trained by Christ personally for 3.5 years. So, I decided to check into Constantine again, and look what it says in the Wikipedia. Constantine the Great, also known as Constantine I, or Saint Constantine, in the Orthodox Church as Saint Constantine the Great, equal to the Apostles. It was Constantine that built the place of the Holy Apostles as a burial ground in the city of Constantinople. He did this because he also wanted to be buried there, as in type, being one of the original apostles. Obviously, we are talking about a big ego here. If these two were the same, then is the story of Acts completely accurate? Are the letters that were written to the churches in Asia Minor really Paul's works? Constantine believed he was equal to the apostles just like Paul. We know Paul wrote more of the New Testament than any other follower. In fact, many look to Paul's work as if they are more official. We also know Constantine was the creator of the New Testament, as we know it today, starting with his Council of Nicaea. Why didn't I ever put these things together before? Paul was a tormentor of Christians just like Constantine. He was contacted by a bright light vision from the sky, supposedly of Jesus coming to him to convert him, just like Constantine. And who was Constantine? He was Greek from the area we now call Istanbul. He was emperor of Eastern Rome, and was also the sun worshipper, which is the worship of Lucifer. He then came in and brought Sunday as a form of worshipping God, in deference to the Saturnalia worship of Saturday, as the Jews' special day. And now most Christians today worship on Sunday. Many have also wondered if Paul was Flavius Josephus, the early author many believers looked towards for his understanding of that period. I was always turned off by the writings of Josephus, so I never got into them. However, it is sort of ironic that Constantine's first name was also Flavius. Staring at us right in our face with possible proof the New Testament is the new decree brought about by Constantine, and what did Constantine do as his claim to fame? He changed things in scripture that he didn't like, and then he rewrote it all and replaced it with a new version. It became a mixed bag of tricks of truth and error. Today, I question whether Paul ever worked with the original 12 if he was Constantine, or the historical dates we have are all scrambled on purpose. I might go as far as to claim, since Constantine is about 300 years after Paul, that much of the New Testament that was written, was by the other disciples that we have been told is Paul's work, and was added under a pseudonym of Paul. However, it appears to have been changed by Constantine. It was a direct attack against the early church that had been given the teachings of Jesus direct. Therefore, Constantine decided to play the wolf in sheep's clothing, and then he recreated himself as Paul, within the so-called sacred, impenetrable word. What better way to conquer Christianity than to join within them and change everything as a Roman emperor? Constantine most likely had a scribe who could create an entire philosophy and then added it within some of the true writings as the mixture that I have been speaking about. He did this to recreate Christianity into what it has become today, filled with lies and deceptions as a mixture of his old beliefs of sun-worshipping mixed with old Judaic philosophy. He is the sole reason people today believe the Bible is infallible, because that was his edict after he changed it all. He then took the early writings and transformed them into something else completely, and there he began the creation of the canons, known as the New Testament, per Constantine. And of course, why not portray himself as a pseudonym to create an additional author of Christianity? If we begin to add this all up, the ministry of Paul was most likely that of John and Peter, along with a few other disciples, which was then reformed into the ministry of Paul, via Constantine. It is no wonder why the Father had to encode his true children with the truth from the inner voice, because we were conned, and now it is being revealed how this all began. Once again, why the need for 12 disciples if you are going to use everyone else and their brother to witness the testament through some later mystical esoteric vision? Every step of the way that which we call the Bible was manipulated to create a certain belief, and those responsible for this manipulation did not work for, nor had they been inspired by the Father. These would have been the top moguls of their time who would have been serving Lucifer, as the fruits of their life proved. Afterwards the Western Roman Church along with the orders of Constantine from the Eastern Roman Empire came together to canonize the Bible. What this means is, they decided what books were allowed and what scriptures were valid. And they denounced everything else. I am sorry, but why should we have placed our trust in a man that was part of the grotesque kingdoms that ruled this earth? There is a whole lot more to this, much of it was revealed in the mystery of the pyramid and the all-seeing eye, considering the beast empires. And I also believe very strongly that Constantine was in fact Justinian, but I do not have the time to reveal these connections. I simply am allowing you to realize that the scriptures we have today were indeed manipulated to make sure the harmony of thought remains to deceive, and the eclectic energy of real knowledge was removed. You do not need a college degree to comprehend what I am saying, you just need to use the keys within, and to learn how to access those keys you need to find all my books and read them free of charge, as all my works are gratis, at one of my many websites. Or they can be purchased at wholesale by third parties. The only cost is when one purchases the books from a distributor. Their costs must be covered, I do not receive a dime. www.thedivinesecretgarden.com. I am not going to give you the keys, you already have them, and my books will reveal where they are and how to recognize them within you, if you are a true child of the Father. Truth should set one free. It should not be so complicated that it takes a myriad of degrees to comprehend, whereas most are never able to attain to that level of education. The truth should be simple, the yoke should be easy and the burden light. Chapter 21. Who was John the Baptist? I want to take the time here to insert something very interesting. Mary was never barren when she had Jesus. In fact, Mary was of a very ripe young age when she gave birth, which seems to differ greatly from the women of old. Some even say she may have been as young as 14 years old. Of course, this was not odd considering the customs of the time, but it is debatable. However, Elizabeth her cousin was barren, and like many of the Old Testament women, she and her husband were both old when they had their first son that came about by the Old Testament miracle once again. Alien abduction? Elizabeth ended up giving birth to John the Baptist 6 months before Mary gave birth to Jesus, in the same fashion as had occurred with the kingly lineage of the gods of Sumer. Let us review the story of John the Baptist and how many may have been deceived by another story that was added to create misperception. I do not lay claim to absolute accuracy here. Much of my work comes in bits and pieces. I am shown various codes and symbols, and using certain techniques along with the Spirit, I try to unravel the confusion. As I have said before, nothing is ever handed to me on a silver platter. Oh boy, that would be great. However, the way it has always worked, is a little here and a little there. The information begins to unfold into a storyline. It is via this method I begin to have greater comprehension of what I am supposed to learn. And then at that point I can share it. Sometimes, I jump the gun, like I am doing here with John the Baptist as well as Elijah Pryor, but the storyline was coming together quite nicely, as they usually do when I am on the right track. So, let us begin. Every day on this planet about 7,000 people die every hour. Think about that, 7,000 per hour. One full day goes by, over 168,000 people die. My friends, we live in a world called death. Bit.ly web link. It matters not how many people are born or reborn, the sad fact is that death is the ultimate experience for everyone. I have tried to illustrate all through my work that the father and mother have nothing to do with this world or cosmos. This entire realm is a death realm. We exist here knowing one thing for sure, that one day we will all die. Our history paints this picture better than any other ideology. And yet in total irony, the greatest fear most every soul has is the fear of death. And it is compounded by religion as well as secular society, and that religion offers the fear that even after death one is likely to be sent to hell, to become toast on the table of demons. Heaven seems to be only allocated to the few, whereas hell is a tortuous realm for the many who suffer for the mistakes wrought in one lifetime. And some believe they just burn up in flames and perish or roast and toast forever. Either way, it is a massive judgment of death. Death rolled over upon death. Those of the secular belief insist this life is all there is, so life to them is the apex of adventure. Therefore, death is the constant enemy of existence. Everyone fears what they cannot control. They fear the ultimate because they fail to ascertain this world is not real. The truth is, life here is not real, and it is no more real than a dream. It is an existence, having an experience that the consciousness is moving through, believing it is real when it is obviously a virtual realm. We have been mind-raped. We have been taken prisoners by an evil so grotesque, and yet we never awaken to the truth about this artificial spirit. After many lifetimes of the same lies that we have been programmed with, we keep accepting the falsehood, not realizing that the tree of good and evil is being mixed like a cocktail from a devious bartender, which becomes our apex of realism here. Therefore, we exist only to die, and then live again without memory of the past that we had done all this before. We become so afraid of death because we believe it is the finality. It never occurs to us that we are recycling constantly through life and death, eternally, until we are awakened by the Christ within via the Father. And even though the soul has been bewitched and is asleep, every time we come here the soul is feeling the pain, feeling the ultimate that something is not right here. And only when the soul finally awakens to the truth of this cosmos, will it begin to break free from this eternal prison. As Descartes said, I think therefore I am. The I am is the revelation of eternal consciousness via everlasting existence. This fraudulent consciousness that we are experiencing now belongs to Lucifer's mind. We are living and existing in his mind of controlled death and rebirth. We have lost the true consciousness of Christ, which connects us to the Father of life. And therefore, we are stuck in Lucifer's mind and his mind realm, which is eternal death. Once this gnosis becomes understood, then the truth about water baptism is revealed. Baptism is an ancient celebratory rite that represents something many do not understand. The baptism of water that John the Baptist brought in, is representative of the body, which is mostly water, being buried into its death. The name comes from the Greek, baptisma, and it refers to a complete submersion underwater to represent one being buried alive, as the alive soul is buried in the dead body. This submersion represents a soul being covered over inside an illusion and delusion, and when the person is brought out of the water, it is supposed to represent a new life where Christ begins to live within one and links them back to the father and mother. However, this was a deception. We have been lured into the grave of death so that we will remain. Only the baptism of fire and Spirit can remove us from this eternal death. John the Baptist brought unto us eternal death, and Christ brought unto us eternal life. Now we must choose. Jesus supposedly made the claim that when John was born there was none greater ever born from a human mother. This verse has always bothered me. It didn't make any sense. We have the Son of the Father, who was born of Mary and Joseph, and yet Jesus is saying there was none greater ever born from a woman than John the Baptist. I call this part of the mixture of truth and error. I do not believe Jesus ever said this in this vein or light. I think someone was trying to maneuver our attention away from the true Christ onto a false Christ. Jesus made it very plain, there is none good but one, and that is the Father. So why is he saying John was the greatest ever born of a woman? Just like many of the original disciples, they were all followers of John the Baptist, but Christ came and called them away from him, to teach them their life was life of futility. Now ask yourself, why were many of the disciples following John the Baptist? Could it be Satan was trying to steal them away from the Father? Many say John the Baptist was a forerunner to Christ, yet no one ever asks, why did we need a forerunner when the Father calls you unto Christ? He doesn't call one unto a forerunner. Just like when Christ spoke to Peter and Andrew and he asked, "Who am I?" Peter said, "You are the Christ." Christ then said, "No man has revealed this, only the Father has revealed this unto you." Well, that is strange. Shouldn't he have known, since John the Baptist was the forerunner, as many believe it was because of him that Jesus could be identified as the Christ? But what is Jesus saying? One only knows these are things because the Father opens their mind. The initial teaching of baptism has been lost because few understood what it really meant. John the Baptist came to reveal that baptism was a rite that teaches we have entered the world of death in these human bodies. It was a celebratory rite that represented our imprisonment. When we are baptized by water, it is teaching us the truth of who we are and where we came from. It is not delivering us. The problem is most have believed that coming back out of the water was symbolic of our rising unto life. The water baptism was not a spiritual baptism. It was purely a physical reenactment of our coming into death. We cannot rise unto life until we have awakened from death through fire and Spirit of the true Christ. And the baptism of death keeps us stuck in our bodies. It is a ritualized occultist activity, and therefore, Christ had to draw the disciples away from John the Baptist. Of course, it was all written to make it appear John and Christ were complementary of each other. Only the baptism of fire and Spirit can awaken us so we may become alive having Christ within. And only the true Christ brought with him the true baptism. In a sense, the true baptism reveals we are becoming alive, using a different consciousness awareness via another mind. It is all spiritual, not physical. There are 4 aspects to the lower world and higher worlds. They are called water, earth, air, and fire. Water is likened unto space-time or the heavens above, and earth represents the ground of the 3rd dimension as linked to the body. Fire is spirit, and air is the breath of the Father, and they represent the higher dimensions of perfection, as linked to the soul. When we are being baptized into water, it is exactly like being buried into the earth. It represents we are dead. As Christ stated at one time, "Let the dead bury the dead." Even though we might feel alive, we might believe we are living, the truth is we are very dead. Everything in this realm is within the cycles of death. Everything dies, nothing is life eternal in this realm except those souls who are eternal from another realm, but have forgotten. Therefore, when we came here we were baptized unto death without ever taking part of any ritual. It already happened. We had to become a sacrifice like Christ was unto the darkness of death, and the ritual of water baptism represented our fall from light, life. Water baptism is only the symbolic rite of death, the baptism of fire is the rite of life. The ritual that John the Baptist brought was to keep us in death forever. Rituals keep us submersed into deception. Anything constantly repeated into the mind sooner or later becomes transfixed as an axiomatic law, or better stated, a program. This is how so many can be deceived and never know that they are. As an example of another error taught to us, is that the constant reminder and ritual of Christ's death of what we call Passover or what some call Easter. Sooner or later this evolution takes over the mind and we begin to see Christ hanging on a tree as a dead man. We no longer perceive him as a living spirit or the living Christ within us, but a dead Christ. This is the water baptism. When we die in this world of death represented by being submersed into water, it is a watery or earthly type grave being symbolic of what has happened to us. Those that are born of the Spirit are baptized of the Spirit. But those who are only born of the flesh, are also born of the baptism of water and will continue to die and be reborn without memory, in the waters of forgetfulness. The baptism of Spirit is in the fire and air. Many are called into this fire and air baptism, but few are chosen. That is why the Holy Spirit is called Hagion Pneuma, which means divine wind or sacred air. This is the breath of life, Neshama, that was given to mortal beings, when the breath of life was breathed into our bodies. This was our soul mind being attached into this fraudulent world, submersing it in a coma, or the sleep likened unto death. When Christ came, he introduced a new baptism, one called the baptism of fire or spirit. This is when the body is dead due to the water baptism, and the soul begins to become purified within via the Spirit. At that time, that soul is rejoined with Christ and then relinked with the Father and Mother. During this process, the soul undergoes many changes via the awakening. As the soul begins to realize the body is dead due to sin of the artificial spirit and the nature of this three-dimensional realm, it then begins to live in spirit, via the air, wind, and the trial it undergoes as the cocoon changing into a butterfly is the metamorphosis, which is then tested by the trial of fire to create the transformation. The mystery in baptism is that one must realize they are dead here. They are not alive, they are simply aware of the realm of death. This is the first step to awaken. Just like in a dream we must become lucid. Often, we dream and sometimes our dreams are nightmares. During the dream, it feels and seems very real, but the moment you awaken and realize it was only a bad dream, you feel relief and calmness sets in. When we begin to realize, we have died coming here, we then understand the mission of the Christ, who also had to give up everything to become part of the human death contract. What this means is, we must admit and understand we are the living dead. Although this is extremely difficult for most to accept, this is the only way for the Christ to be formed within us. The life of the Spirit of Christ attaches itself to our lost soul and begins the process of being transformed, which is through the metamorphosis. The dead cocoon must shed itself of its dead apparatus so the eternal worm of the soul can manifest to the delight of the Father, as a child being reborn in spirit, not in flesh. When you look at John the Baptist, his ritual of water baptism never helped him to ascend back to the spirit realm. He left the world before as Elijah, and returned as John the Baptist, and after he died, for a moment he appeared with Christ at the Transfiguration as Elijah again, but then again, he was removed. And we are told, he will return before the end days. It is just a constant reminder that he has always returned unto death and not life. If he was already in the kingdom of our Father, he would not be returning as a flesh and blood human, as Malachi claims. Therefore, one must be reborn or born again, proving we were already born, created in spirit the first time before the foundations of this world, but we had fallen and had forgotten who we are. As the soul attaches itself to this virtual simulation, it enters a coma, as a deep sleep. This was shown to us when Adam was brought into a deep sleep. Sadly, he, which represented all of us, have not yet fully awakened. This story is for all the children of the father and mother who fell here. Sleep is the brother to death. Now you can understand how you can be dead yet still be eternal. We are sleeping. We are trapped souls given over to the sleep of death, and our consciousness awareness is being blocked out from the eternal awareness, and it has entered limitation, or extreme limited awareness. We are not human. We are existing in this artificial universe, which is matter, and this simulated world is being masked over our real consciousness, giving us the illusion of life, when we are asleep or dead. When we leave this awareness upon bodily death, the soul does not awaken unless the Christ enters the womb and begins the process of change, or else will continue to remain in this world of death. Now Christ came in the man Jesus, and he left and returned home, providing the way unto us through the Spirit of fire baptism. But Elijah, who returned as John the Baptist and will return at the end days, continues to roam in this world of death, leaving a false path to follow. Are you getting the picture? He is not providing the way back home, he is revealing, this is home. If we have not entered in the fire baptism, then the soul remains asleep and is simply recycled through the simulation, either being stuck temporarily in the mind realm as ghosts, or returned unto the tunnel of light where the process begins again. Even though you will be aware at some level of this process, you are still not awake, again, just like any dream. You will be led and deceived to follow the simulators, or the programmers, and you will still not have transformed. Any individual that is not in the process of transforming believes this world to be reality. They believe the God of this world to be reality. They believe the false Christ in all their many nefarious applications to be reality. Or they are secular and believe the world and the earth to be their mother, home and reality, which is the same thing, death. It is only when one resurrects, or becomes alive, which means they become aware of their death, that they then begin the process of awakening from this bad nightmare. Elsewise, they will not consider this realm at all as being anything belonging to death. They will accept this realm as life, and fight in fear to hold on to it. Thus, the father and mother must indeed say, flesh and blood does not please them. This world is not their realm. The father and mother did not, nor could they create this simulated world of death. Everything of the flesh, everything of this life, which is death, is completely foreign to the father and mother. Their connection to us is only via the spirit-projected soul. They are written upon the blueprint DNA of the soul. They are not written in the flesh. The soul is eternal, a gift given to us by our eternal parents. However, the soul now exists in eternal death, reliving and dying repeatedly without hardly a shred of memory of anything that you have partaken of, as history continues to repeat itself. Why do you think the term eternal death was ever used? It does not mean one is dead forever, it means one is living in death forever, elsewise if one dies and does not live again, it is not eternal, it is simply over. Therefore, one's conclusion must be that John the Baptist was of the lineage of the gods. Just like Elijah, he came and then he mysteriously left. He then returns in the body of John the Baptist, bringing us to death eternally. And then at the end of times, he will return to do the same, steering us more to the world and its ways rather than preparing us to leave. Why would Jesus ever say there was none greater than John the Baptist who was born of mortal flesh? Why would Christ deem John better than his own birth or any of the children of the Father? Why would he cause us to center our attention upon John the Water Baptist, when Christ brought a better baptism with him? Even Christ said that his own disciples didn't even know who John the Baptist was. Let's be honest. If John was doing the job, then why did we ever need Christ? The only one that would deem that John the Baptist was a greater birth than Jesus would be a false god or false Christ. This is another area where the false word or seed was planted and we just ate it up as if it was an elixir. Chapter 22. The two Christs. There were two Christs in the Bible, one was a warrior and the other was a peaceful man. One came to bring comfort, the other came to bring strife and war. Just like one verse stated, do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. One came with a ferocious mindset, the other denounced violence in all ways. One came to judge, the other said, I come not to judge. One Christ was born in Galilee, the other was born in Bethlehem. One was born in a manger, the other was born in a hostel. Yet everyone has attempted to amalgamate both Christs together, and that is why there is so much confusion, which has led to Antichrist. My books have revealed what the parables of the seeds really mean, that these were the secret mysteries that Christ gave to his disciples, but he never spoke of their true meaning to anyone else. The true meanings could only be divulged through the Spirit. These mysteries were hidden from the main public at large, and the keys were located within the parable of the seeds. I have revealed all this in my books, so I do not need to reveal it here. Jesus was a peaceful man, one of compassion, and ever so helpful and forgiving. He didn't even try to put up a fight against the enemy when he was taken captive and then killed. And even when Peter drew his sword and cut off the ear of the Roman guard, Malchus, Christ rebuked Peter and told him that is not our way, and then went out of his way to heal Malchus and restore the ear. The other Christ was totally opposite, and he was hell-bent on reverence, damnation, destruction, punishment and death. In Luke 19:27 a false Christ was added via this verse. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. This alone reveals another spirit, a spirit that does not belong to the Father, therefore it is false. But if you are not aware of the deception, you will allow this to be added into your DNA download, bringing great confusion and consternation into the soul concerning the true nature of Christ. When you look at the Jesus in Revelation, the man that was supposedly worthy to open seals of destruction, mayhem and death, you would never conceive that this was the same man. This is because it wasn't. In fact, in the last book of Revelation, this Jesus signed his own name to identify who he really was. He said, I, Jesus, from the root and lineage of David, is the bright and morning star. There it is, the root lineage of David from Jacob. Excuse me. Bright and morning star, the very definition of Lucifer's name? Are you now starting to get it? Chapter 23. Where was the true Christ? It is my belief that Jesus was not born in Jerusalem in the Middle East, nor was he ever near there. He was born in a place called Galatia, or the home of the people who are known as Galatians or Galileans. And just where was Galatia? Well, it is still the today in modern-day Turkey called Ankara, which is the capital of Turkey. Ankara is east of Istanbul, which was once known as Rome, and still known as the City of Seven Hills. The letter in the Bible that was written to the people in Galatia said, they witnessed with their own eyes the crucifixion of Christ. Now how is that even possible? First, if Christ was crucified in Jerusalem in the Middle East, it would have taken an unimaginable journey to go there just to witness a crucifixion. But the question is, why would they go? The chances of any of them even knowing who Christ was, would have to be slim to none. What would have caused them to travel, to make such a long and horrible journey to see a guy get crucified that they never heard of before? That's right, because based on the Bible, the Galatians were called, by the work of Paul, and Paul was not even called yet when Christ was crucified. He was known as Saul, the persecutor of the Christians. And obviously, there were no Christians yet in Galatia based on the biblical story, because they had not been called, yet. Whether this was really Paul or another disciple does not really matter, the storyline is still intact. Paul, or whoever this disciple was, didn't even begin his work unto the Galatians until long after Christ was dead, at least long enough to have built a church. The people of Galatia would have only known of Jesus as an after event, yet Paul said they witnessed his crucifixion with their own eyes, as it was evident to being directly among them. Galatians 3:1. O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you, that ye should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ hath been evidently set forth, crucified among you? Think about the terminology, O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you? I mean, that is sort of harsh if he was talking to a people that never even knew about this event except for what they were taught later. Hearsay is not first-hand experience. So, the term bewitching is a tad overstated, wouldn't you think? Either the people already knew of Christ because he was familiar, or they would have never seen the crucifixion with their own eyes, nor could his crucifixion have been among these people. Try not to get lost here. In my books I have stated that Christ was crucified in the area we now call Istanbul, so even that was a journey. However, Istanbul during this period was known as Rome, and was also typified as Egypt, because it was also under Egyptian control prior. These towns and cities in Turkey were part and parcel of where the disciples and Christ instructed the people from one city to another. Therefore, Jesus was known among these people even during his life. If he had been in Jerusalem of Israel in the Middle East, then these people in Turkey would not have heard about him unless it was word of mouth. There is more and more proof coming forward that Jesus was not crucified in Jerusalem, Israel, but Rome, Turkey, which today is Istanbul. Nevertheless, why or how could Jesus have been in Turkey rather than Jerusalem like everyone in this world believes? What about the Sea of Galilee, and the Dead Sea? These are absolutely markers of where Christ was because they were mentioned in the scriptures often. I would agree with this. When information is shown to me, there are often many headaches of trying to see beyond the setting we have been shown. However, when I began to realize that the letter to the Galatians was a tip-off where everything really was, that is when I began to consider this area for lakes. There just happens to be two lakes that very easily were combined long ago to create a larger lake like Galilee. They are called Lake Mogan and Lake Ema, and both are near Ankara, which used to be Galatia. What about the Dead Sea? That is interesting also. Not that far away from Ankara happens to be the second largest lake in Turkey, and it is also a salt sea, just like the Dead Sea, and it is called Lake Tuz. It is about 643 square miles, so this salt sea is very large. Now of course this alone doesn't mean anything, but when added to all the other new information, it begins to build a new storyline and a greater picture. Remember Esau? His name meant Edom, a name meaning the red-haired ones. He then fled from Canaan where his brother Jacob and family were and went to a place that was then named after Edom, which is Turkey, because this is where they came from and where it all started. If Esau was the rightful heir of the true Christ, then would it not make more sense? Christ came from Esau and not Jacob? Just because Rebekah and Jacob fooled the world, doesn't mean the father had to adhere to their corruption. Many depictions of Jesus show him to have either red hair or black hair. This is because the real Jesus most likely did have red hair and a lighter complexion, and the false one had black or brunette hair and a very dark complexion. Obviously if Esau was red-haired, it is likely that his progeny would also carry that in their genes. But Jacob was totally different, being the son of another father and of another God. So, Jacob looked dark and hairless. Chapter 24. The Rome-Jerusalem Deception. Why were most if not all the churches mentioned in the New Testament Bible all set in and around Greece and Turkey? Think about this. Many of the letters written in the New Testament describe places that were somewhere other than Jerusalem or anywhere nearby, in the Middle East. Ephesus, Corinth, Galatia, Philippi, Colossae, Thessaloniki, and Rome. Now the book of Revelation speaks of John talking about even more churches that he had written letters to, and what their names were and where were they located. Pergamum, Smyrna, Sardis, Thyatira, Philadelphia, Laodicea, and Ephesus, which was the home of John the disciple. Now most of these cities existed and many still exist under other names within Turkey and Greece, like Thessaloniki, Philippi, Corinth etc. Many of these places could be reached by sea where travel was quite easy from the shores of western Turkey, making a trip by a small craft to eastern Greece feasible. However, to go to Roma, Italy is quite ridiculous, especially realizing that the Bible says, Paul, Peter and some other disciples may have visited there many times. The reference to Rome, of Italy is quite peculiar. Why would any of the disciples have visited Italy when it is not even close to these other cities, and Roma is not a port city either? Roma from the border of Turkey is a good 1,400 miles away. It makes no sense. Also, if the disciples did go to Roma, Italy, why would they have passed up the chance of hitting multiple cities through western Greece and Italy for a chance at more conversion, of which do not ever seem to be mentioned in any of the writings? Even on a boat, it is a very long excursion. Remember, there was no jet travel back then. Travel was either by foot, caravan or boat. And the belief Roma, Italy held a distinct concern for the early church disciples simply does not hold water. The reason is, Roma, Italy was not the Rome in question. So why am I bringing this to your attention? It is to reveal the great lie that has been passed down. That the country Jesus and his disciples were born, lived and preached the gospel within was not in the Middle East for the most part except for Upper Syria, it was in Turkey and parts of Greece and related islands. Most of the entire New Testament was written in Greek, as well as the very name Jesus Christ is Greek and not Hebrew. They were living within a Greek world, Greek culture and Greek philosophy and Greek language. Obviously, Christ and his disciples were in Turkey, since pretty much everything they did was in Turkey. Now some have believed when Christ had his transfiguration that the scriptures reveal he went to a high mountain. They obviously conclude that it was Mount Hermon in Syria. However, I do not think so. The Bible never said Christ went to Mount Hermon in Syria. This was a belief by some who are trying to fit the place of Christ as being Israel, and they know outside of Mount Hermon there is no high mountain anywhere around Israel of the Middle East. So of course, they chose the one closest to fit their theory. However, what is ironic is there is a high mountain southwest of Istanbul, which was on the road to many of the churches, and it is called Mount Idaho. The Greek word for Mount Ida appears like this, Psi eta lambda omicron rho epsilon tau eta sigma, and guess what the name means? High mountain, whereas Mount Hermon is known by many as a place of Baal and the worship of Satan. If you have two Christs, one from the Father and the other from Satan, which mountain would you be looking towards? Matthew 17:1 And after 6 days Jesus takes Peter, James, and John his brother, and brings them up into a high mountain apart. Now also Mount Ida was originally named from the place of the Isle of Crete. It speaks of Zeus hiding from his father Kronos on this mountain. I truly doubt this was the mountain. Zeus is often paralleled as Jesus in history, but more than not it is based on historical revision. However, since the mountain in question was simply called High Mountain, without really any definition, chances are good it was the one in Turkey and not the isle called Crete. And where Mount Ida is located, this was the famed area once known as Troy, of which is also a type of Rome. Very fitting. Many of the mythological stories of the ancient Greeks were spoken about and around this famed Mount Ida, and more than that, it is a place known where strange divine events occurred, miracles and weird activities. One of which is most likely referring to the famed transfiguration of Christ and his meeting of Moses and Elijah, who were long past gone as was reported earlier in this book. Therefore, it is much less of a stretch to compare this place where Jesus had this magnificent transfiguration in Mount Ida, translated in Greek, as High Mountain, than it being the mountain of Baal, known as Mount Hermon in Syria. Therefore, this verse could easily now say, Matthew 17:1 And after 6 days Jesus takes Peter, James, and John his brother, and brings them up into Psi eta lambda omicron rho epsilon tau eta sigma, Mount Ida, apart. Now getting back to the place referred to as Rome, it could not have been Roma, Italy. It is very possible that Rome, Italy didn't even exist as we know it today, during this period. Another deception is that Jesus' crucifixion was to have happened in Jerusalem or thereabouts on a mount called Golgotha. In the Renaissance era, many of the paintings depicting the crucifixion had a large body of water where Christ was nailed to the tree overlooking the sea from a hill or small mount. Of course, there was never any large body of water anywhere around Golgotha if it was the place called Israel in the Middle East, unless we are talking about the Sea of Galilee or the Mediterranean Sea, which was still quite a distance away, and again, still not in Jerusalem to be seen from the crucifixion hill. So why would so many paintings reveal such a strange depicted error? This is because the place Christ was crucified was in the city we now call Istanbul, from the Beykoz Hill, which overlooks the Bosporus Sea. The facts that have emerged reveal that the city of 7 hills, called Rome, ironically can refer to either Rome, but was not in Roma, Italy, but Rome, Turkey, which has been called Eastern Rome, and is also the city of 7 hills. This is also the possible burial area for some of the disciples. It is also the burial ground of the famed prophet Yahshua. However, who was Yahshua? Read this from source, the tomb of Seer Yahshua. Located on the highest hill of Istanbul around Beykoz, district of Istanbul, Yahshua Mosque and the tomb of Prophet Yahshua dominate not only Bosphorus but also Black Sea. Moreover, it is placed in the north of the Genoese castle, Ura's castle. Since ancient period, this place has been accepted as a holy location. Many various civilizations established their sanctuaries and temples such as Zeus Temple, later turned into a church named Hajos Michael, to pray surrounding here. It is believed that the interesting mausoleum buried here belongs to Prophet Yahshua, who was very close to Prophet Moses and took his place as the leader of the Bani Israel after his death according to Quran. He is also known as Joshua, servant of the Lord in the Bible. For example, that, in Byzantine era the tomb of Prophet Yahshua was visited by Christians. Because of that, it is one of the most visited places by both Christians and Muslims. Some believe Yahshua was Joshua, the successor of Moses by secular society. It is also interesting that as Moses led the Israelites, Joshua was likened also unto the Christ that come after to lead the true people into the promised land. Moses was in that sense the supposed forerunner of the Christ and Joshua was Christ, as they tend to happen in these sagas. Andri Joshua contained the epithet as Joshua the son of Nun, or maybe it meant, Nun. Remember, this was the deception about Jesus, that he was not born of any human parent, but of course this was the error added. Now when it spoke of the Quran, which revealed the prophet Yahshua that was close to Moses, it is believed Muhammad wrote about Jesus saying he was a great prophet. It was also written by Muhammad that Jesus was the nephew to Moses. This means 1500 years did not separate the two, they were side by side. Obviously, there is no doubt based on the Quran that Yahshua was Jesus, of which the Quran saw him only as a prophet and not the Son of God, as do modern-day Christians. But whether it is true or not, that they were this close in time is up for those who want to debate. Some even believe that Miriam, Moses' sister, was Mary Jesus' mother. Now it has long been believed that Joshua was also a type of Christ to come, even from the Christian element. He was the one who led the people into the promised land, whereas Moses did not lead them the entire way. However, if Moses and Christ are contemporary, then who really is Joshua? Well, the truth is, Joshua comes from the Hebrew name Yahushua, which means Jehovah saves. As you will learn soon, Jehovah the God of the Old Testament believed he was the Savior and Christ, which he was not. I will expound on that in a bit. The true name of Joshua is Yeshua or Yahshua, which means Savior. It does not mean Jehovah saves, it means Yeshua saves. So, is Joshua, Jesus? Moses, who was play-acting as the false Christ and could not deliver the people, but Yeshua, who became the Christ, was then able to deliver them. Interesting that Moses and Elijah were at the Transfiguration. Now the burial tomb of this Yahshua is in Istanbul. Why? Why would there be a burial for Jesus in Istanbul? Even more, why would there be a burial for Joshua in Istanbul? Neither one, per our history, was located there. This is because we have been lied to, we have been deceived, so the underground rulers of deception could foster off a secondary Christ, or a false Christ. How is it possible Moses and Jesus were contemporary, they were divided by more than a millennium? Well, that is what they want us to believe. Is it possible Moses was also Elijah? Could it be that the entire story of Jacob and his entire lineage was added upon another history of another people so they could influence the course of events? It seems to all be starting to add up. The burial ground for Yahshua in Istanbul is nearly exactly how the scriptures describe Jesus Christ's burial ground. There is nothing in Jerusalem that even comes close to this burial ground as it is reported within the Bible. But the one in Istanbul is nearly exact even unto the large rolling stone in front of the grave, as it was revealed. See Fomenko, History, Fiction or Science. And as I said, this area was also the burial ground for some of the disciples. Again, why? We have been royally led astray to follow a false Christ as the information of both Christs were blended together to confuse people. And this brings me to the deception of why they wanted us to believe it was Jehovah that saves. Well, this is because the God of the Old Testament wanted the power as God and Christ. He even reveals who he is in the following verses. Hosea 13:4-8 Yet I am the Lord thy God from the land of Egypt, and thou shalt know no God but me, for there is no Saviour beside me. Notice this God says, He is the Lord thy God, from the land of Egypt, who was the central god of all Egypt. It was Ra, the sun god. And who is the sun god? He is Lucifer, the fiery orb, sun, the jealous one who said, There is no other gods before him. Why would this God say, He is the Lord from Egypt? Now I know, being raised a Christian, people will read this with their eyes open but believe something different with their brain. Their brain is programmed to believe that, I am the Lord thy God which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. This is from the commandments. Immediately this is how the brain sees the above verse, but this is not what it says. It does not say, I am the Lord thy God which brought thee out of Egypt. It says I am the Lord thy God from the land of Egypt. He is revealing his identity. He is admitting to being the God of Egypt. And thus, he is Ra, and his people were named Israel, meaning, men or children of the sun god Ra of Egypt. And where did Israel begin? Well, we now know, don't we? It was Egypt, because before this they were sojourning Sumerians, following aristocracy. Until the people awakened to the fact that the God of the Bible is Lucifer, we are going to see nothing but devilish acts going forward. Because this God plays both the good and evil game. Notice also this God is telling his people there is no Savior but him. He is admitting he is the so-called Savior of his people, eliminating the Christ within. Think about this for a second. It was not until Christ came via the man Jesus that the illumination of the Father was first presented. Before this no man had known the Father. Some believe Christ was the God of the Old Testament. Again, this is absurd, and there is no foundation to back this up once you have the keys to unlock the code. These two, Christ and the God of Old Testament, do not even have the same character, nor did the God of the Old Testament have the fruits of the Spirit like Christ had. Let us return to the Rome-Jerusalem deception. The true Rome was the name of the city before Constantine had it changed into the name of the emperor, or the city of Constantine, which was Constantinople. We have always known that this city represented Eastern Rome, so this should not be shocking. The disciples did not travel to Roma, Italy. It was not expedient, and it made no sense to even go there unless one wants to believe Roma, Italy was the power of the world then. Roma, Italy, most likely during the time of Christ, which was much later than we ever thought, existed as a vassal to Eastern Rome. It was the Rome classified as Eastern Rome that had the power. And even Middle Age maps show this. Many of the cities and landmarks even in Italy were all in Greek and not Latin or Italian. Now why would that be? Before Constantine appeared is this area, Eastern Rome was known as Tsargrad. Tsargraduate, it was a Slavic name representative of the Byzantine Empire. But this place may have been in the Renaissance, and not the Dark Ages. It is also said that Mary, the mother of Jesus, had a home in both Italy and Turkey. Now why would this be? Let us look at this. The House of the Virgin Mary, Turkish, Meryemana or Meryemana Evi, Mother Mary's House, is a Catholic and Muslim shrine located on Mount Gressos, Turkish, Bulbulag, Mount Nightingale, in the vicinity of Ephesus. The Holy House of Loreto is one of the most revered Marian shrines in the world. Since medieval times, the Holy House has been believed to be the very home in which the Virgin Mary lived, conceived and raised the young Jesus. When Mary was a little girl, she could have been living in Loreto, Italy, where most of the medieval Romans lived early on after they had been vanquished as Jews from Babylon. However, I do not accept this. I believe Mary was living in Turkey. There are many ties between Jewish people and medieval Romans. The long nose is one such connection. And much of our contemporary history places the Jewish people in Italy. I am connected to Italy myself, as being an Italian. Also, the area where my ancestors came from were Jewish. Therefore, history has two houses for Mary, one in Loreto, Italy, and one in Ephesus, but nowhere in Jerusalem, Israel. Now Ephesus was on the border by the sea in western Turkey. The question is, was this the house in her later years, or was this her home when she was still young? Personally, I believe she lived in Galatia. And this is where I think Jesus was born, when Mary was still quite young. After Christ died in Rome, Turkey, Mary and some others moved to Ephesus because this is where John the disciple, who was asked by Christ during the crucifixion to take care of his mother, Mary, and John lived in Ephesus after Christ's death. Now returning to the name Zargard. It means the city of Caesar. If you notice the name Zar, which is also Tsar, it represents Caesar, that is Caesar, and Grad is the name for city. Thus, the real Caesars of both Eastern and Western Rome later moved into Russia and became known under their abbreviated name, Tsars, Tsars. More and more I am beginning to believe that Galatia was Galilee as the original home of Jesus and the home of his disciples before they moved about, and this is where it all began in the early church. It was known as the City of Peace. Thus, the name translated to Hierosolima is Jerusalem. However, the crucifixion had taken place in Rome, which was also called Egypt, in Constantinople, Istanbul. The entire world has been manipulated and deceived into believing that Jerusalem in the Middle East was and has always been the famed territory of the biblical ancestors, as well as the place Jesus lived. However, with new information coming forward, obviously, there is something very wrong with our accepted history. Chapter 25. Prophecy of the Last Days. It is time that we come to grips with the truth that all future prophecy concerning Israel in the last days has nothing to do with that tiny little land that the United Nations created in 1948, which was set up to deceive everyone upon the entire earth. The Israel in the Middle East was a cover story. Israel nor Judah was ever given that land, despite what it says about the land of Canaan. Only Abraham, Isaac and Jacob and their families lived in Canaan. Remember, Abraham was told by his God that his seed's destiny was much greater, and the theater of their prize was global, and Judah was simply scattered among them. It was never about remaining in Canaan, it was about taking over the world. Obviously, thousands of millions of people could not exist within the small land of Canaan as was the promise. Canaan might have been a starting place, the beginning of the takeover of the world, but it was never intended to stop there. And as I have revealed in this book, that neither Israel or Judah, not even by name, ever existed prior and during the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It wasn't until Jacob's name was changed near the end of his life, where he was then called Israel. And even then, the name was transferred to his two grandsons, Ephraim and Manasseh. As well as the Jews, did not come on the scene until their father Judah, the fourth son of Jacob, was born. The actual prophecies are about the last days, not what happened a very long time ago. This was the only promise Ishmael was ever granted from his father Abraham, while Jacob's children went on to become nations in Europe. It was Ishmael that remained in the Middle East. Ishmael always had to fight to hold onto it because the true named Israel, the United States and Great Britain have been trying to steal it away under the auspices that it belongs to the Jews. And this was all part of fueling the enmity game plan. Maybe the Arabs have had a reason to be so angry and bitter, because they know that the Middle East belongs to them and they are also princes that were given this land, by promise. Now you may ask yourself, if God made Abraham special and Abraham blessed Ishmael, wouldn't the children of Ishmael also belong to God? The sad fact is, YHVH and Allah are the same family of gods, but have been separated due to ignorance of these truths, to create enmity between both belief systems. The reason this information was hidden was those in control never wanted you to know who Israel really was and is, and what was going to happen to them by plan. If you are considering the desert in the Middle East as the home of the Israelites, you will never know what the prophecies were really meant to reveal and who they pertain to. Chapter 26. The Captivity of Israel and Judah. From the very beginning, both Israel and Judah were supposed to be YHVH's own people that he chose and made special. He called them his bride, his wife, the one who he came into a marriage contract which later would be called the covenant sons or the Berethish, which only applied to Ephraim and Manasseh. And yet all through the Bible he used his people to either overthrow other countries, looting, destroying, killing the people, raping the woman, slaughtering the animals. And we were to believe this was a benevolent God. The destruction these people left in their wake, based on scripture, was unparalleled, especially during the time of Moses, when the 40 years in the wilderness was nothing but a war march from one city to another. Just because they were chosen of God, whatever gave them the right to despoil and destroy anything they didn't agree with. This was Miriam's beef with Moses that got her excommunicated from the people. At least with Sodom and Gomorrah, the gods destroyed this place on their own. They didn't use their people to annihilate these two cities. But more than not, it was the people who were sent into other cities on a war campaign to bring destruction. Just think about this logically and try to place it in our day. How would you feel if someone claimed to be of the true God and they then marched from city to city destroying everything, killing its inhabitants and then looting the goods? And then they didn't even move in, they simply picked up where they left off to go to the next city. I am sure that you would not be so accepting. This has never been the spirit of the Father or the Christ. There was a reason that through all my books I repeated continually what the fruits of the true Spirit really are. And there is nothing in the fruits of the Spirit that would support, honor and back this deity. This God was ruthless, damning, jealous, filled with wrath and anger. And often his anger would show even against his chosen bride, his wife, the people of his own creation. So, we should not be startled to realize that this same God could turn on a dime against his own people and then persecute and damn them also. He took his own people and sent them to be captives to the Assyrians. I do not have time to rewrite these stories because they are very lengthy. But the gist of these stories always came down to one thing. Either obey the will of this God, or suffer retribution in all the worst ways. Strangely enough, his people for some reason could never do this God's will. They always fell short, they always were compromised, and they always were punished. The problem with Judah was they were following the ways of the Babylonians, and this was before they were taken captive. It was one of the reasons they were incarcerated. But why were they so infested with the Babylonian ways, if they were truly separated from them? It is because they were no longer in Canaan. As I stated previously, they moved back to the land of milk and honey. And there they remained. The problem was, the place they moved towards had now become the land of the Assyrians and later the Babylonians. The same could be stated of the other Israelites. How did they get ramrodded to be taken into captivity by Assyria? Was it their fault that their God steered them into the world of these heathens, in which the people began to imitate? You would think after a while a wise God would realize something ain't right. You know, in school when a teacher keeps failing all the students, there comes a time we begin to ask what is wrong with the teacher, what are they doing wrong that is never working? The same thing is to be said about this God. He cannot seem to get his people to obey, in so much so, he can predict their future is always the same, retribution and destruction. He tells them beforehand how they will be punished, and who they will be punished by, and why they will be punished. And so, it is, as if it is a pre-written script from Hollywood. It happens every time exactly as they were told. And it even gets worse. The same God then gives his power over to those who are not his people, to what the Bible refers to as heathens and Gentiles. And he gives this power to the wicked nations, allowing them to take over his own people and horribly punish them. This book has revealed that these so-called people were no different than any other human on this planet. They were chosen due to the Sumerian Abrahamic blood royal line, and that is all. The only difference between them and the rest was their God, who happened to be the same God related to all the rest of the gods in the God and Devil game. This is their forbidden legacy. The fact is, this God only cared about this royal line to keep the avatar houses as closely related to the ancient gods as could be, so human vessels could be carriers of the gods who fell to earth, as rulers over the people. These gods could care less about humanity and any others who might be on this planet. The proof has been shown from the beginning, that these people were the children of royals, and they were no special than any other tribe. And the proof is so often revealed that the same God that supposedly blessed them by having them become marauders and thieves, the same God often used the heathen to return the favor to his own people. Do you see a pattern developing here? If you do these things to others, then this is what will happen to you. Are you beginning to realize the true legacy of the gods in their good and evil game, as to why America and Great Britain as well as all of Europe are going to suffer? It is because they brought so much suffering upon others, believing they were doing God a favor. Therefore, payback is a bitch. It is called karma, that which the gods use to keep us forever returning to their playground. In all honesty, it has always been about karma, more than blessings and cursings for no reason. And then to make matters even worse, their own God chose Babylon and its leader, Nebuchadnezzar, calling him his servant, to become the king of kings and the head of a demonic beastly kingdom that was to reign all the way to the end of days. This same God who braggingly claimed that he was the only one who sets up kingdoms and brings kingdoms down. Now we are witnessing that he masterminded kingdoms that would be used to defile and destroy for multiple hundreds of years. He allows these kingdoms to infiltrate, brutally annihilate, and desolate even his own. And yet we, as the gullible, unsuspecting sheep that we have always been, sit there and say, well, you misbehave, this is what is going to occur. Why is God involved with the evil kingdoms and their leaders? Why is this God who chose a group of Sumerian Egyptians, using these foreign kingdoms to wreak havoc upon his own disobedient people? Is this how you foster change in a people? How can one change if they are stuck hip deep into the evil they were told to resist? I reveal these things in Book 3 of the Divine Secret Garden, called there, Mystery of the Pyramid and the All-Seeing Eye, that this same God set up beastly demonic kingdoms that would rule over this world in a 2,500-year scripted plan. And he even called their leaders his servants and chosen ones. And this same evil wicked kingdom, at the end of days, will have one objective: to burn, destroy and eradicate two nations, who are the true named Israel, who happens to be the chosen ones of this God, who are granted a promise of world rule. Think about that. A 2,500-year plan. This was not a coincidental act due to people turning against their own God. This was a plan that their God set in motion to destroy his own people in the future, that hadn't even existed yet. It was a script. Before they were ever born, he predicts and prophesies about a rebellion that has never occurred yet, a people who change and follow the evil system that God himself set up and planned long in advance. He even states that he put it into the hearts of these demonic kings and rulers to destroy his people. And this was all prophesied long before any of these people were ever born. And what is the reaction to all of this by the blind sheep? Well, obviously, God is God and he can see into the future. Really, this is the best you can come up with. A plan is set in motion that is designed to fulfill an objective, and all we can say is, it is simply being able to see in the future. We ignore the plan. We ignore the one who orchestrated the plan. We ignore the judgment made on a people before they were ever born. And all we can say is, God can see into the future? The real question is, if these evil empires were never raised to become kingdoms by the Israelite God, would his people have ever rebelled to follow these evil kingdoms? There is nothing new under the sun. Just like in the Garden of Eden, would Adam and Eve have rebelled if the duplicitous dragon known as Satan the devil was not in the deceiving them? I have said it countless times, why did God allow the enemy against all that is truth to roam in his own so-called righteous domain? And then he allowed his two supposed children to be deceived, and due to this deception, they were then cursed. And since then Satan is still roaming in his garden, called earth, doing his own thing while the rest of humanity are the devil's prisoners. And then along the way this same God sets up contracts with these easily deceived humans, and then he goes about telling them how they are going to rebel, and even he reveals what their punishment is going to be and who he will use to manifest these chastisements, even after they receive their promise to have this kind of rule, which leads to this misbehavior. And all we can say is, it's all good. My friends, we have been deceived, we have been led into deceptions long before we were ever born. And it is continuing even in our day. The same ones are here again creating the same diabolical traps, to set the people up, lead them into rebellion so they can be cursed. Two gods have been manipulating this world, one playing the good God and the other playing the evil God, wherewith we get the name of these two controllers, God and Devil. From day one they have been working the con on us using the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, from the garden. And we continue to follow in their mindlessness, because somehow, we accept that it is simply punishment for bad behavior. No, what it is a horrifically produced movie. The entire history of the Israelites and Judah was conveniently destroyed only to be recaptured and replaced by rabbis and their questionable memory or their clandestine skill for deception. And all that was left was a demonic kingdom who had infiltrated, imprisoned and conquered these people. And what were we told? That God himself set up Babylon to do this very thing. This is the period of Daniel the prophet. This is when he was given the plan, the 2,500-year plan on what was going to happen to Israel in the last days. Using codes and keys, both Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar were told exactly what was to become of this long ruling kingdom that God had set up. It revealed that for 2,520 years this satanic kingdom that was set up by God himself per the words of Daniel, that Satan would rule this earth, and then at the end, the God of these Israelites was going to take back power unto himself to re-establish his kingdom. But frankly, why would anyone want to be part of his kingdom? We already witnessed what type kingdoms he has been supporting all this time. And yet we must ask the all-important question, is this all part of a continuous ruling kingdom that was set up long ago, where two brothers were playing with this planet like it was their own sandbox and chessboard? My friends, God and Satan are working in tandem to continue to deceive this world using the knowledge of good and evil as the deception. None of these things are of the Father or the true Christ. It is all part of a massive deceptive control over the minds of sheep or lambs that are constantly being prepared for their own sacrifice, aka slaughter. This is the mystery of the sacrifice, that the true children of the Father as sheep are constantly being thrashed by these gods via their many games of deceit. Remember in Book 2, Alien Seed, the virtual world of gods and humans, where it was stated that Cain killed Abel because Abel's sacrifice was accepted but Cain's was denied. I then revealed that Abel always had to go. He became the Lamb of God, sacrificed for the sins of the people. This represented the minds of these gods, and it also revealed one key truth, and that is the people who become the sheep, the ones of the shepherd, are going to be the daily sacrifice for the gods. Therefore, God created the lineage of the shepherd kings, and their job was to lead a people who became the people of God. And these shepherd kings were leading the people in the desert as sheep. And why are sheep led by shepherds? To fatten them up, make them feel secure until they are eventually to be sacrificed for meat to serve unto the gods. And as I stated in an earlier book, just like the TV show Twilight Zone, in one episode it showed aliens coming down to help humanity. And with them they carried a book that was translated with the words, to serve man. and the people were so excited about their newfound benefactors, that they would openly accept these entities until it was realized, to serve man was a menu for a cookbook, and humanity was the dish. Christ was sacrificed to help us awaken to the fact that we are being used as sacrifices to these gods to keep us enslaved for all eternity. Christ joined in to also become a living sacrifice, but not to remain, but to overthrow the deceptive powers of control of this world by elucidating us. He came to reveal the God and devil system to prove the validity of the true Father, our Father, and to make us realize that these gods who have ruled this earth have nothing to do with the Father. Christ came to lead us back into the way, the path, the return trip, back to our paradise. What has happened on this planet from the beginning of time was all designed by Lucifer and his angels. And we are simply stuck inside a time loop of deception waged against our souls, because we failed to denounce the God of this world and return to the Father. My friends, isn't it time that all the chosen seeds realized that the ultimate deception upon this earth that will be used to keep us trapped in utter delusion and delusion for all eternity, is the God and devil program? And unless we denounce the God of this world and return to the Father, we are going to lose this game again. If we do not return to our real heritage, we are going to go through this same dark dominion that could last eternally, being a continual daily sacrifice unto these gods, unless we awaken. Chapter 27. The world is in a trance. Lately more and more I have taken the time to really sit back and think about what is going on in this world. The more I realize it becomes obvious the entire world is under a trance, and it's being controlled in type, like the Borg, a non-thinking biological robotic organism. Obviously, there is a lot of what many would call good in this world. Families, children, marriage, love, beauty, oceans, mountains, the list goes on and on. My friends, these are simply part of the con to get us to ignore the truth about the internal fabric of this world and where we are all heading. Obviously, the central mind control operation is the media and television, along with all the contraptions of technology. It is the only thing that is a general medium all over the world. And it is being used to send signals, control mind, and maneuver thoughts towards a very dark and sinister alignment. I just keep thinking, why is it that people in general love the lie rather than the truth? Is it because it makes it easier on themselves because they realize their own life and their actions have not been up to par? That maybe there is this tendency to make one feel better about themselves if they accept the lie in general? That would make sense in a one way, but I don't believe it answers the question legitimately. In all truth, I believe people are in a trance, they are in a deeper sleep than they realize. And most of their decisions and choices are not coming from internal reasoning, but an external control factor, that they for the most part do not even realize exists. Just how powerful is the dark force? How powerful is the adversary to light, the one that has been dubbed Lucifer, and its counterpart, Satan the devil? I keep thinking about a previous item where I wrote about Barabbas and Christ, and how the people wanted Barabbas to be freed, but they did not want Jesus to be free. This is illogical and so astonishing that so many people all at once could be controlled by fiat and no one is the wiser. We see it all the time, how people are lulled into a version of reality that is laughable at best. Their ability to reason is completely removed. In just the last 25 years I have watched the people lose the art of discernment, and logic has been totally eradicated. It is not happening to just a few, it is happening with most people. Even people with intellect and higher intelligence can't seem to break out of this trance layer that is being placed over their consciousness. What is causing it? Why is it affecting so many people at once? Why is the world's general populace turning into the Borg and being led towards their own destruction? Now some may cry out and say people are awakening every day, they are seeing what is happening. I beg to differ. They are only seeing what is being programmed for them to see. What I am realizing is more and more people are getting deeper into the illusion, and even though from a surface standpoint they appear to be realizing that there are nefarious controllers at work here, they do not and are not willing to grasp that what they are recognizing is only the polarity deception, They cannot or will not perceive where this duality force is coming from, nor how it operates. The best way to corner people is to make them believe their enemy is coming from another source. This way everyone keeps their eyes peering into the wrong direction. And even though they are awake at a surface level, they cannot see deep down into the abyss to recognize the depth of the trickery. Though they are partially awake, they are still fools for the fodder in that they are still mostly sleeping. Hopes are dashed, and it is also why people believe certain things are occurring to help mankind and it never happens. Because the God of this world is much more powerful than what they can even realize, and he is playing the polarity game of both good and evil, with perfection. And if the source of the deception continues to send the beehive-like signal to the masses, even those partially awake will fall for the lie, because they do not understand how they are individually being controlled at another level. Today we have technology that is controlling the people in multiple ways. However, to believe human technology is needed to do this is based in ignorance of the power of the one who controls this planet and realm. Our technology is a tinker toy compared to the ability of these fallen gods. Think about how easily the German army under Hitler were all of one goose-step mind to follow an agenda, and there was little technology involved at that time, comparably. Go even further back to the Inquisition, where no technology was involved, yet masses of people in general followed the lie and deception in one accord. And even going back to Christ, and even long before Christ, people were still being governed by this mass trance state, and there was seemingly no human technology involved during many of these periods. However, there has always been alien or fallen angel technology. People often are concerned about the technology that is being used to spy on everyone. Some call it the big eye in the sky. Also, it has been dubbed, Big Brother is watching you. Others believe this the all-seeing eye of the pyramid, but few if any realize this ability to watch what everyone is doing has always been here and is being used by nefarious forces. My friends, our lives are a general newspaper to the dark forces. Everything we do, think, and say is being recorded and used against us in the Matrix Book of Remembrance, or the Akashic Records. Each of us are like an open book that all someone must do is read the next line and they will know exactly what we are thinking or planning. This is the real technology that has always been used against humanity. This is the real intrusion. All this other stuff is play toys for humans, and many have aligned themselves with these dark forces to extrapolate even more information at a local level. The locals, or followers of Lucifer, can play gods for a little while because they have chosen to follow and obey the god of this world, or they are the actual children of the gods. My friends, it is time that everyone begin to realize that our lives are part of a virtual world, a world that is being recorded, edited and modified to suit the dark forces. You cannot hide from the all-seeing eye. All you can do is follow and obey it, or be punished or protected from this force depending on who you really align with. The only way we can be protected from this force is we must submit to the will of the Father and Mother, our divine parents. We must not allow ourselves to fall hopelessly driven by the forces of this world that steer us astray by maneuvering us into the mega-lie deceptions. The reason that people are aligned to the lies because they are actively pursuing the lie in their daily lives by following this world's standards and morals or lack thereof. You see, the dark forces for whatever reason must tell us the truth before they fill in the surrounding area with a lie. And they told us the truth, that in the end of the age where we live now, that people will accept lies over truth, good will be deemed evil, and evil will be deemed good. It revealed that people in general will love the lie, and hate the truth. They will change the very cornerstone of goodness and righteousness and make it all out to be darkness, and then they will take perversion of not only the spirit but also of the flesh and begin to reason that it is a good thing of the light. I came from a time when people forewarned of these things and we laughed it off, never believing it could happen. But today, I can see clearly that it is happening. And it is a general disease that is taking over the minds of the people. Sure, technology has aided in this error and lie. It has helped condition people slowly to accept that which we never would have. Take war for an example. People must be conditioned to kill other people. In normal thinking humans that are not of the race of the fallen angels, they cannot even conceive of these acts unless they are trained to accept them. The sad fact is, our species is controlled and has been trained to accept the lie over the truth. And like I said, even those that are partially awakening, all they can see is what is right in front of them. They still do not understand the source of this deception and rule. They think they are in a battle to take back their world. And this is the greatest lie that has ever been perpetuated. We never had control of this world, it never has been our world. It has always been under the control of demonic forces. Just look back in history how our entire world, no matter what time frame it was, has all been about treachery, war, conspiracies and evil. It has never changed. Our world is under massive control by the fallen angels, and they control this world no differently than playing a simulated virtual reality game. We are nothing more than avatar tokens in their world of chess. Our lives are conditioned from the beginning to the end to follow a pattern that they created and devised. They monitor us all the time. They are aware of what we say, do and think at any given moment. There is no secrecy in their world. The only key aspect that they cannot control is the father and mother's influence or control of our lives when we allow them to be our guides and supervisors. This is the only thing the fallen angels have zero power over. And it is the only thing the father and mother involve themselves within this world. It is for their very own children that trust in them. Sadly, the entire world has been deceived about who the father and mother really are. Even in most religions you never hear about them. Sure, they talk about their messiahs, the Buddhas, the Christs, etc. But they seldom point to where the Father is. Even Jesus tried to point to the source, and what did the people do? They now look to Jesus and ignore the source. What they don't understand is, if you ignore the source you can't have Christ either. He will not supersede the Father and Mother. Christ is the way. He is the one who is directing us back to our source. However, the world is being told Christ is the source, he is the end game, and then few ever grasp that they are being betrayed. This is because they are being tricked by the god of this world, accepting the evil, the wars, the bloodshed, all in the name of a god to suit their carnal desires. This is how the world has been transformed into the Borg. And why people in masses can easily follow the lie and ignore the truth. And when the truth is revealed to them, they laugh at it, mock it and come up with 1,001 excuses why they accept the lie, because they are serving the god of this world. My friends, this is not a joke, it is serious, and we have been played with like a violin. We have been outmaneuvered craftily in accepting evil and perversions as somehow being good. The people in one voice are still crying, saying, "Release Barabbas and crucify Christ." Where is this source of evil coming from? Who would protect the criminal and destroy the righteous? Who would inspire the people all in one voice to scream out saying, "Crucify him"? The people are simply receiving their signal from their God whom they serve, and when this God sends out the signal, everyone that is conforming to this God will indeed respond. I want you to think about that. Lucifer is the god of this world, he rules this world, and he is the governor, president, king, and despot. He sends the signal to all his followers like the queen of the Borg. Lucifer does not need our toy-like human technology. Lucifer is the technology. He is the source and mind of this world. Lucifer is not divided among himself per se, although Lucifer plays the good and evil game. It is all being done in unison of one mind. Lucifer leads and governs all of those that follow, and he directs them to track exactly what he wants accomplished. And whether you are an active recipient of this power, or someone that is simply being played with like a fool, you shall submit and follow him until you awaken to the fact that you must turn back to the true source of our life, the true power that guides one from within our soul, not our brain and body. And that is the key, my friends. Lucifer and Satan rule over the flesh and blood, over the physicality of this world. They do not rule over the soul. But when the soul is compliant to the world of flesh, it then becomes a servant to its new master and forgets its divine heritage. Lucifer and the fallen ones could care less about your soul, because they know your soul is asleep, and if you continue to obey the fallen god, your soul will remain in a coma under their control. Today many of these fallen ones have acquired a body now, and every day they are getting new bodies to take over and control. We witness it in the actions and fruits of the person wherewith they can now do evil and unspeakable things to their fellow man. Revelation 18:2. With a mighty voice he shouted, "Fallen! Fallen is Babylon the Great! She has become a dwelling for demons and a haunt for every impure spirit, a haunt for every unclean bird, a haunt for every unclean and detestable animal." As I have written, that Lucifer seeded his own children who followed and conformed to him as part of humanity. One cannot tell the difference of who these evil ones really are until we get closer to the harvest, and then we shall know them by their fruits. However, not all the fallen angels were seeded into human forms. Many are still in the mind realm as spirits or alien watchers. And some are in prison. This occurred because some of the fallen ones back before the flood began to impregnate women of humanity through possessed bodies of alien benefactors. And they were creating children called Nephilim. Some of these children became giants, and they were obviously not the normal human. This was an evil that was so great, even Lucifer became angry and had to put a stop to it. Those fallen ones that participated in this evil were sentenced without bodies to remain spirits in the earth to roam, by Lucifer. What this means is they are inside the earth but exist in the fourth dimension in chains, which means bound by their illusory minds. They are angry, frustrated, and filled with hatred towards anything that is good. And they want bodies. Thus, the need to promote sexual freedom and promiscuousness. The more bodies that are created, the more they can take over a body. There are only so many bodies to house the true children of the Father, so any extra bodies can become home to these imprisoned spirits. As I explained in Book 2 of the Divine Secret Garden series, the gods already prepared bodies for the fallen ones chosen to integrate among the humans via a special bloodline through Cain. It had to be accomplished where the blue bloods of the fallen watchers would rule as masters over the humans via higher alien blood. Prior to the flood their plan was being corrupted by their very own, and Lucifer had to put a stop to it. Even Lucifer was against this propagation in the way that it was done. He was against melding both together because this would remove their control over humans. These spirits broke a major law, and thus many have been paying for this from the beginning. They created their own children who became so twisted the world completely turned to evil. Everything that was good was deemed evil, and everything that was evil was deemed good. It got so bad that if this were to continue, the good and evil plan would have gone up in smoke, and the true children could have awakened. It is the mixture that keeps the true children of the Father and Mother in their coma. Yet sadly, it is happening again. Therefore, Christ said, "So as the days of Noah were, so also will this end-time event be reduplicated." And like the flood erased humanity, the end of the world is about to occur in this new time loop. So, as the days of Noah were, so shall the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. This is referring to the time when the demons of darkness would be allowed to openly integrate within humanity again. And the people would be eating and drinking and given into marriage. The people would be living riotous lifestyles and would live in error openly, eating, which means they were gluttonous with their food and given over to strong drink and were under other influences of alcohol and drugs. They were solely feeding their lusts without concern. And given into marriage meant they were sexually immoral, having sex with anything that moved basically, even having sex with demons again and producing vile offspring. It is a world of total perversion and the most will accept it. Christ told us this would happen again at the time of the harvest. These demons would be released and live among those of the world and begin to pervert this world like nothing you could imagine, and the people would be seduced into believing it is all fine. Many babies would be born that would become houses to these evil ones. And their influence would become so strong they would begin to take over the minds of those around them by guiding and leading them into darkness. We are witnessing this barrage of malevolence today as it was in the days before the flood. When the world was so wicked it had to be destroyed or no soul could be saved from this wickedness. The world started over again after the flood. And yet once again it has returned to where it was prior. For however long Lucifer controls this world it will never change. Eventually Lucifer will be left alone to his own wiles and the true children will return to their real world and leave the illusion behind. However, until every true child of the Father and Mother transforms, Lucifer and Satan and the demons will always be loosed again to try the souls of these children to perfect them via friction as their father and mother are perfect. Until then the world is being totally controlled by this nefarious power by the forbidden gods and their legacy. Chapter 28. The Last Hope. I did not want to finish this work, making you feel it is all hopeless and that the Father and Mother have abandoned us in this world of darkness. There is always hope for the true children, but they must begin to awaken to what has been occurring. And even though Lucifer sets the game plan over this world, there is still one that is the producer, so to speak, and always makes sure that the best results can be produced from the children. The Father and Mother will never forsake their own, even in the darkest tunnels or the deepest caves. There is always hope. Our Father knows what we have gone through, He understands the deceptions, and the traps we are placed within. I have written about the doom of the United States and Great Britain as well as in other writings I have revealed the doom of Europe. The interesting reality to this program is, Lucifer always outthinks himself. He devises plans to make sure he continues to keep control and in so doing, he falls right in line with what the Father desires to occur. I have written about how Christ said, if the time was not cut short in these last days, that there would be no human flesh that remains alive. This was not talking about an earth-ending event, such as a pole shift. This is referring to a technology that could erase human beings. We are talking about global thermonuclear war. Christ revealed only the Father knows the end time. Only the Father knows what is going to happen. When it stated that if he didn't cut time short, that no flesh would remain, this was not a guess. This was an acknowledgement of what already occurred in another time loop. As strange as this may seem, our world ended once upon a time from a nuclear Armageddon. All flesh was erased. In the book of Malachi, it also reveals this event. Malachi 4:5-6 Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, and he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. I have already revealed about Elijah, the one who was removed from this earth by an alien vessel, the one who returned as John the Baptist, and now I am about to reveal this third return. Notice Malachi reveals that if Elijah didn't return then the earth would be smitten with a curse. The name for curse comes from the Hebrew, and it means utter absolute destruction. This is the same thing that Christ was revealing, that if time was not cut short then no human flesh would remain alive. This is the utter destruction that is to occur. However, Malachi seems a bit confused, because he states that Elijah must come to thwart this from happening. But when you read back in verse 1, he reveals the end of the time loop. Malachi 4:1-4, Behold, the day cometh, that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly, shall be stubble, and the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. Now of course this is the warning from Lucifer. He is telling everyone that earth is going to be destroyed and everything in it will also be destroyed. Peter reveals this same thing in the New Testament. But why would I say Lucifer is revealing this? Malachi 4:12 But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings, and ye shall go forth, and grow up as calves of the stall. Did you catch it? The Son of Righteousness. Once again, who is the Son God? Lucifer is revealing that the program is coming to an end. So, if this is about to happen, then why send Elijah? because Elijah is removing the power of Satan and restoring the power of Lucifer. This is all part of the game plan that has been ongoing for as long as humanity has been here. The God and Devil program. Why did Christ bring this up? He is not part of the God and Devil program. It is because Christ was telling us that the Father was ultimately in control. And as much as Lucifer rules this lower world, the Father still has precious bounty here, and he wants to make sure everything moves in the correct direction. The problem was, Satan in a previous time loop convinced humanity to enter a nuclear war, believing one side could defeat the other. However, everyone was obliterated. What Satan was trying to do was destroy the harvest by fire, before Christ came to bring his wheat into the barn. This same event always occurs at these end days, where Satan and his army of followers desire nuclear war. Well, Lucifer had to end this because first, it went against his plan, and secondly and more importantly it goes against the Father's desire. So, these scriptures were added in this time loop to verify this will never be allowed to happen again. Just like the rainbow revealing the world will never end by a flood again, this is showing the world will never end by nuclear war again. So, the Father is cutting time short. How can you cut time short? Someone would have to bring an end to the program. But this is not what this means. It means he would have to remove those that were going to introduce nuclear war to the world, but this time the individuals or groups would be removed and it would stop the event from happening. This is how one could cut time short, by simply removing a principal figure that was going to do this damage. The reason I say this is because the end of the world still occurs on schedule. Nothing changes in that, because we are living inside a program. There is so much for me to address here, but this is not vital to the content of the book. However, to those children who may be waking up from the deep sleep, this is something to add more hope into how things are going to occur in the last days. The reason Elijah returns is because prophets were always sent to the Israelites as warning. As I have stated throughout, there is an embedded law that says, one must tell the people the truth so that a choice can be made. The lords of darkness have no problem spilling the beans, because they simply turn around and then mix it with the lies. And if one is not discerning, then they will become a rat caught in a trap. Prophets were always sent to the Israelites as a warning shofar, as a trumpet. A sound of an alarm. Elijah first came to the Israelites as the prophet of Israel. They didn't heed the warning and Israel was taken captive and dispersed. They became the lost 10 tribes. This is sort of odd, as these people were supposed to fill the earth with their seed, and take over the planet. But this was never the reality of it. The Israelites were simply another group of humans who played a small role in this world. It wouldn't happen until Ephraim and Manasseh, the 2 half-Egyptian sons, would then become the power of the world, where their seed would be sown everywhere around the planet. And the rest of the Israelites except for Judah would become lost in time. How can a people that was supposed to rule the world be lost and have no effect upon the world? This is because without the code one cannot understand the objectivity here. The second time Elijah came as the Baptist as a prophet to Judah, while bringing the call to baptism by water, and warned the people that the Jews will also be dispersed and their temple destroyed, if they do not obey. Again, the people were taken captive, many killed, and their temple was destroyed. So, once again, what good did the prophet do for the people? And this was also known from the past, that the prophets hardly ever could help the people repent or change. Their job was to basically tell them what was going to happen. The third and final time Elijah will come is a trumpet warning to the nation of Israel, called Manasseh, and he will be given full power and authority over the people to change the course of direction. As I revealed in Book 3, Israel had been riding the beast of Daniel and Revelation, and they were about to be removed from that position. The direction the United States was heading was fulfilling the goal of Satan to create a new world order. However, this was never Lucifer's plan. Satan was attempting to set up a global government, but his way was different. He wanted to destroy humanity in a global thermal nuclear war. This was his goal, and many were following believing something different. As it was revealed, the global government was the beast kingdoms, which had come together at the end of days. But it revealed that the beast kingdoms would be destroyed to set up another worldwide kingdom to the coming of Christ. I revealed that this was indeed Lucifer making his entrance. Basically, what we are witnessing is the war in heaven has now come down to the war on earth, where the two dual gods come into a battle of sorts and the people in the middle will suffer greatly. Elijah's job is to remove America, as well as Great Britain will also have to be removed from the global order called the New World Order. His job will be to judge the people as a trumpet warning, and at the same time, restore all things. Remember, in Malachi, it states that Elijah will come to bring the hearts of the fathers to their children, and their children back to the hearts of their fathers. He is the restorer. That is not all. He is also the restrainer of the one who came before him, as the man of sin. You must read all my books to be able to put all these things together, and then do a little research on your own. The man of sin was sitting in the temple of God, and what is the temple of God in America? It is the White House, where the president sits. The man of sin was not revealed yet. He was removed, and then the restrainer was to come in his stead and try to bring back the foundations of the house of Israel, which were given by the founding fathers. In fact, this restrainer, this Elijah, was also called Zerubbabel and Joshua, and he was one of the founding fathers of the Constitution of the United States. It is my belief the Elijah, which had returned, had also entered the scene to set the foundation of this last house, and his hands were to also finish it. Therefore, I believe this Elijah had also been George Washington. The first president and the last would be bookend presidents. As Elijah takes his mantle and seat in the temple of God, he will begin to restore the republic, but he will be greatly hated because he was destroying Satan's plan of global government. Satan's plan only worked if Britain and America led the way. Revelation 12 speaks of the woman Israel after she had been in the wilderness. This woman, who now has become a great nation, was on Satan's hit list to completely eradicate her, by taking over full control. This woman is America. It says that Satan was so angry with this woman that he sent floods after her to cause her to be carried away, or better stated, to destroy everything about her. The term floods in the Bible represents foreign enemies, foreign people who hate America, hate everything she ever stood for. Now remember, these people who hate her are not completely in the wrong. What Israel had done to other countries was unfathomable. So, they created their enemies by what they had done to them. But now America is becoming free under the new Elijah, but the same people hate America even more now. Therefore, the floods are massive amounts of illegal immigrants to cause the woman to perish. However, Lucifer steps in and once again protects the woman, and it says two things. The woman is protected by two wings of a great eagle, as well as the earth opens its mouth and swallows the floods. Satan is so angry he goes after the remnant of the woman's seed and goes after to destroy her. This was worded in such a way it leaves most confused. What it is saying is, Satan goes after the 10 lost tribes, which are now located in Europe, and he goes about to destroy them by the same floods. Illegal immigrants will destroy the 10 lost tribes of Israel inside Europe. However, Britain will be protected for a little time, as they also come out from being part of the global order. It is now up to the Elijah to warn the people once again, for a third and final time before what is called the Great Tribulation, or Tribulation, representing the third and final time that Israel is destroyed, before the time loop. Like it states about Joshua before he turns back into Zerubbabel, that Joshua was a firebrand plucked out of the fire. And it states his sins were forgiven, and then he could proceed to judge the house of Israel as well as the courts. However, in other places he reveals that the courts will be cast out. These are those who are not Americans, they hate America. These are those who infiltrated under a different spirit, as what was once called the Gentiles. It states that the courts will be cast out, meaning people will be told to leave or they will be forcibly made to leave. Elijah, which is now the trumpet of Israel, will remove these people and restore the foundations of the constitution for 3.5 years. Getting back to the two wings of an eagle seems to be implying the two witnesses. And who are their two witnesses? They are also Elijah and one who supports Elijah, the one called Elisha, who worked with Elijah long ago. If Elijah as the trumpet becomes president, no doubt Elisha is referring to a close confidant, either a VP, a friend, or even his wife or family member. And the two will work together to restore Israel. They will also be given power, revealing what anyone tries to do to them. It will not ever work during their reign. Due to the transmigration of the soul, the Elisha could return as a woman. I said back in 2015 when I learned that Donald J. Trump was running for president, and I discovered what he stood for, the man who wanted to restore this nation. I knew who he was. I said no one will be able to stop him. He will walk all the way into the presidency, and no matter what anyone tries to do to him, it will backfire upon them. He will gain in stature and power, and those who were working with the man of sin will be pushed lower and lower. This will continue until Elijah's work is finished. And then Israel will be destroyed. You might ask, why? If Israel is being restored, why will they have to be destroyed? Because Israel has never obeyed, they are never obedient. They were once called stiff-necked hypocrites, and this has never changed. The prophets have often been killed by their own people. The people refused to change because they became so absorbed in a wrong way of life where they allowed evil traits into their lives and then called them good. They do not want to be told what to do. And although Elijah will change things, he will never teach them about the Father and Mother and the true Christ, because he is not part of them either. The last Elijah, per prophecy, will also be removed by his own people. He will die and then resurrect right in front of them as he returns to heaven from where he came from. This can all be discovered within the two witnesses of Revelation 11. The ferment of hatred against both these individuals will be unparalleled, even though a good portion of the country will love these two icons and what they have done. It will not be enough to stop the inevitable. And why is all this playing out like this? Because it was prophesied for Israel, who became Babylon, to be destroyed. It is part of the plan. Nothing is going to change it because it already happened. We are simply experiencing it again and again. And that plan reveals that the New World Order must first be destroyed, which was led by Great Britain and the United States, before Lucifer can then rise from the east as the Son of Righteousness over mankind, just before the time loop. He will come in as the Christ, and then the earth will be destroyed, and then restarted again about 1,000 years earlier. It will be as if none of this ever happened. But the same God will be ruling the earth during the time of the religious power as a God wielding a rod of iron during the Roman Empire again. At the very end of our time, the fateful, great and dreadful day of the Lord will occur, when something from the heavens will come and bring an end to this story. However, before these things occur, between the time of Elijah being removed and Lucifer reigning from the east, the children of the Father will be removed during the harvest. Those that are ready, those who are prepared, will be taken out of harm's way before this world enters a time worse than hell. The rest will be reseeded that are of the children of the Father, and those who are not of any seed will be destroyed, leaving only the legacy of the gods. And this is the part that I am trying to stress. Yes, we are living in trying times, and the world is about to enter the judgment. But the Father is reaching out to his children and saying, "Wake up." Therefore, these events are occurring because we are witnessing the separation of the Father's true children as they are being removed from the power of Lucifer and Satan, and as you can imagine, they are not happy. My works and these 7 books I have written have all been designed and created to become part of the awakening of the true seeds back unto their father and mother. There is no greater work I could do. I have spent a good portion of my life learning and teaching these things for this one ultimate moment. I am not here to awaken you, that must have already begun by the Spirit of the Father. I am here to assist you in your awakening. My prayer is that my books will at least help and nurture the seeds of the further to return to their true spirit, allowing them to eventually break free. And whether one awakens now or later, my hope is that what I have helped accomplish, by the Spirit of the Father and Mother and Christ, will be something that will last forever. And that the memory will be united within the soul as each soul comes to their awakening moment, that these things might be seeded within them as long-lost memories, to enable them to plant their own seeds, to produce their fruits. May the Father and Mother awaken you to their loving arms to console you and deliver you from death. Thank you so much for taking time to grasp these mysteries. Goodbye for now, until we meet again in paradise. John V. Bandler.